Chapter 13. Early the following morning? Meow sat cross-legged at the dining room table with a very nervous look drawn over her face and her head lowered to convey what was clearly an image of vulnerability. While she shifted and fidgeted uneasily, the newcomer to the household was also being looked over by Ran and Yim across the way, whereas Naruto and Kin shared a separate length of the table, eating porridge with bacon and eggs on the side. It was funny seeing one scenario of the newbie being scolded, while at the same time the jinchuriki and his next-door roommate were taking dull spoonfuls of their food in perfect sync with one another. This whole scenario was turning out to be a very interesting breakfast. Since everyone had been so busy the other day performing errands and whatnot, they had been unable to address any of the issues or new topics to have surfaced until the next morning. Now that things had quieted down and slowed to an easy pace, a smooth, calm discussion was able to slowly unfold. So, let's see if I understand this correctly, Meow began with a stammer, smiling anxiously. Feel free to give it your best shot, Ran murmured in response, arms folded. If you fail, don't feel too bad. Scolding her friend briefly, the martial artist soon turned back to the other faces around the table. You would like me to train Naruto-kun in my style of martial arts, the famed Iron Cat Fist, right? She inquired, earning a nod from Ran and a delightful, more energetic nod from Yim, who was grinning brightly with peach-colored cheeks. As you've explained to me, you wish for him to master both infighting and outfighting through the martial arts that has made me famous from coast to coast, from here to the mainland to the far west, the very style feared by a dash. Don't get carried away, Ran interrupted before she could get her ball rolling down the hill, opening her eyes and smiling at the young lady. I felt that you were the most sensible choice, because I knew how good you were and I know how much you love helping others in need. This job should be right up your alley. Ah, really? Meow smiled. She bashfully rubbed her reddening cheeks and averted her gaze, like she was some lovesick schoolgirl. Well, I don't mean to inconvenience others so much. Judging from the expression on her face and her adolescent-like response, Kin's sweat dropped and looked over at Naruto sitting right next to her. In contrast to the boy's current look, his appearance by way of his smile with the spoon wedged in between his lips told the kunoichi everything she needed to know for her assessment. Oh damn, another one, the raven-haired girl sighed, feeling like she was about to pass out. She instead settled for ramming her head against the table, an action that didn't draw much attention. I really appreciate your help, Meow-chan. Naruto exclaimed, removing the spoon from his mouth and grinning at the woman in question. It's really nice to finally meet a friend of Rant's. If you're planning on staying in Konoha for a while, you can bunk here for as long as you want. The martial artist giggled and waved her hand at him. Thanks very much. It's no biggie anyway. If Big Sis insists on employing me for my skills, then how can I refuse? After all, she's done so much for me in the past and we've been through so much together. We're like tea and biscuits, coffee and sugar, night and day. Not to mention I saved your life twice, Ran pointed, closing her eyes and completely shooting down her theory of natural order. That's got to count for something, right? That point had the girl take on an animated crestfallen expression and she glanced away awkwardly. Eck? I guess you're right about that. It looks like I owe you one, or two. Well then, if you're staying here then allow me to welcome you to Naruto-kun's home, Yim greeted while clapping her hands together and leaning forward, giving her fellow kung fu practitioner a wide smile. I can see that all of us will be getting along splendidly. Speak for yourself, Kin muttered, taking another spoonful of porridge and cramming it into her mouth. She looked away with a sour glare. I'm a prisoner. It's my sworn duty to despise you people. Naruto grinned at her. Oh, don't be so glum, Kin-chan. And another thing, stop calling me Kin-chan. We're not even that close. The kunoichi directed her best glare towards him instead, wishing she could open up on him with some punches and kicks, but not really sure that was such a good idea. The guy was a tank. He could literally take just about any kind of punishment and throw it back with even more force. Maybe that could be considered a good thing on his part? She would have nothing to worry about if she just clobbered him and left it at that. Disregarding the dirty look she was throwing him, the young jinchuriki, sly as ever, slid ever closer to her on his chair till he was pressing his shoulder up against hers. Once he was in position, he grinned happily in his companion's direction. What are you talking about? The way I see it now, we're pretty close. A throbbing tick mark suddenly appeared just above Kin's forehead. At the same time the metal of her spoon squeaked in protest as it was bent at a very disturbing angle under the crushing grip of her hand. Get off me. Why would I, Kin-chan? Naruto blew on her ear, tickling the back of her neck and, by extension, her nerves, so much so that her face turned bright red again. The air became filled with a light mist, which was really just steam wafting off of the kunoichi's boiling head. While Naruto attempted to earn Kin's favor by way of a charming smile and good-natured teasing, though it was obviously coaxing the exact opposite reaction out of her, Ran, Yim and Miao continued on with their discussion. Besides the interesting subplot taking place just a couple of seats from them, which looked like it was about to implode at any minute, the three women resumed with the current topic of interest. The newbie martial artist sat up straighter in her chair, rocking back and forth a few times and looking between the other two, more mature warriors. She smiled at Ran, while at the same time throwing curious glances towards the other traveler, whom she had very little knowledge of. She decided to address this immediately, so as to settle the brainstorming sessions she had going through her mind. "So, who are you exactly?" Miao exclaimed, smiling brightly. "I don't think we've ever met before. Are you a friend of Big Sis?" The woman spoken to nodded, bowing her head respectfully towards the young lady. "My name is Yim Wing-chun, student of Grand Master Ing Mui, one of the 5 elders of the Shaolin Temple." "Oh." Miao leaned forward in awe, blinking several times as she looked the woman over. "You're the student of a Grand Master?" "I was one of the lucky few," Yim informed, slipping her hands together and resting them comfortably on the table. "After perfecting the fighting style bequeathed to me by my master, I became a traveler and decided to explore the other countries to learn. Judging from your attire, I can assume that you've traversed many great lands yourself, including my own." Miao nodded enthusiastically, holding her fist out. "I learned a great many things on my own journey, including a fighting style that I developed myself from the style taught to me by my master, the feared Iron Cat Fist." "Ha!" She struck a pose, clawing her hands and grinning widely. "So you are an innovative martial artist?" Yim exclaimed, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. "Interesting." "Yup." Miao grinned. "And I'm proud of it." Ran smiled across at her, before picking up her teacup and having a sip. "So, do you believe she'll be able to help out Naruto-kun?" "Certainly," the woman beside the samurai responded, turning towards her other companion and beaming. "Not only is she charming and friendly, but she's also energetic. She'll be an ideal mentor and sparring partner." "Oh, stop," Miao giggled, waving a hand and looking away bashfully. "You're embarrassing me." "The only question is though," Yim said, waving a pointed finger with a small smile. "Will Naruto be able to handle the pressure of being under the tutelage of 3 instructors?" Bam! The 3 women turned suddenly to see Kin standing with her back facing towards them, her left fist extended and visible on her right side, indicating she had just punched something with the full swing of a hook. The absence of Naruto from the table raised some momentary inquiries, until the trio realized that he was actually lying sprawled out on the floor, still on his chair, with a bloody nose, a stupid grin on his face and swirly eyes. It was quite obvious what had happened, which caused the 3 older women to snicker. The panting Kunoichi straightened up and brushed back her now messy hair. Smiling proudly at her accomplishment, she looked down at her left hand and admired the grooves of her knuckles, while at the same time blowing on her nails. "Wow! That was a really good stress reliever." Naruto, groaning happily, raised a shaky hand. "Worth it? XXX." Later that day, the jinchuriki was informed that he was to begin his new training schedule immediately. Following the pleasant breakfast shared with all the members of the household, Miao wasted no time in dragging Naruto out of the house by his jacket collar and toward one of the local farms in the area. This time around Yim decided to tag along with them to see what her fellow kung fu practitioner had planned for the youngster, leaving Ran to look after Kin and the pets. As per the usual routine, the jinchuriki was ecstatic at the prospects of learning something new and exciting before team assignments at the end of the week. Since this martial artist was just as eccentric and invigorating as himself, he was hoping for some really wild training that threw him into the good stuff right from the get-go. He could tell just from looking at her that Miao was unique in both character and how she approached her day-to-day activities, as opposed to his other teachers. While Yim, who was kind, disciplined and considerate of her students' progress and well-being, and Ran who had straight away established herself as a tough, strict and regimented trainer, Miao looked like the kind who was very practical, someone whom he could understand and relate to at a personal level. He was definitely looking forward to the start-up exercises. However, there was one little pickle he kind of missed out on. Unfortunately for Naruto, he kind of overlooked the possibility that the woman could be just as unpredictable as himself. It came as a bit of a shock to the blonde when he unexpectedly found himself standing beside Yim several rice fields away from his home, staring at a wagon overflowing with large bales of hay. The farm cart had just been detached after being pulled to the side of the road by the mules that had previously been dragging it along. Using money no one knew she had in her possession, Miao had bought the cart and hay from the farmer that had been transporting the goods across town and thanked him for the purchase. She then turned towards Naruto staring bewilderedly at the wagon and gestured toward it grandly with an enthusiastic grin on her face. What do ya think? Yim, smiling nervously, scratched her cheek. It's lovely. What else could she say? This was the first time she had ever met anyone in all her life who would just decide to go out and buy a horse-drawn cart. Mr. Wu, perched comfortably on her shoulder, tilted his head oddly at the farming equipment. More perplexed than ever, Naruto glanced over at the girl in pink still gesturing towards the wagon in her glandulous pose. Why did you buy a cart full of hay, Miao-chan? The girl giggled and placed her fists on her hips, pompously pumping her chest out. It's all a part of your training, of course. What? The jinchuriki stammered, looking back at the wood-crafted transport now missing its engine. It was a dray-style cart and a large one at that, designed for the specific purpose of carrying material upwards of 1,000 kilos. It looked like it was already holding that much, which made him question the reality of his third teacher's purchase. What could this possibly have anything to do with training in martial arts? Well, Big Sis explained to me that your legs aren't strong enough yet for you to keep working on technique, Miao pointed, gesturing toward his above-mentioned limbs before then pointing at the cart. As a martial artist, having weak legs is a really bad thing. Therefore, we're going to be strengthening your lower body the best way possible through a variety of vigorous exercises. We'll start off by increasing the power in your sprints and dashes by having you drag this cart around the valley for a couple of hours. Her response hit Naruto in the face like a brick fired out of a bazooka. The boy panicked and stumbled forward, gawking. D-drag? A cart? That thing? He pointed at the wagon. That's impossible? Miao giggled, walking around the carriage to the back and checking out the bales piled up on top of it. Sure, it seems a little bit extreme, but it's what I did quite a lot back when I was still training. I took up farming as a part-time job to earn money and to strengthen parts of my body conventional exercises couldn't. Carting around bales of hay, wheat, grass, and machinery helped me to develop strength in my lower body. That thing? Naruto gulped, looks like it weighs over 800 kilos? 200 apiece, Miao said, patting the round bales and effortlessly picking one of them up. She dropped it on the side of the road as if marking the starting point. I'll lighten the load for you, just so that you can get used to the training. After literally picking up each lot and moving them over so that they wouldn't upset Naruto's exercise, Miao, with one arm placed behind her back, picked up the wagon by the shaft and dragged it onto the dirt road. She dropped it with a heavy thud, a sight that had her student back away in fear. Yim on the other hand smiled, taking in the training regimen her counterpart was suggesting for their student. Well, give it a try, Miao exclaimed, gesturing the jinchuriki over to the pullers. It's about 500 dragging weight in total, so it should be fine. Reluctantly, Naruto marched on over to take position at the front of the cart and, after stretching out his arms and rubbing his hands down, tried for the first time in his life to pull something that was meant for horses, which went well. Loud groaning and curses could be heard echoing throughout the entire area as the blonde struggled through blunt effort alone to try and move the thrice-damned transporter. Since people had been known to convey large amounts in carts, even rickshaws, which seemed like a big effort in itself when moving people, Naruto had the right in mind to believe he could forcefully drag something that seemed to weigh even more than what Miao had explained to him. However, that was not to be the case. While she could lift stacks of hay with little to no effort, he could barely move the damn thing a few inches with a handful of bales as the cargo. After a good half an hour of trying from different positions, different angles and different methods, whether it was pushing or pulling from the front or the back, Naruto soon found himself lying face-first in the mud, panting like a man starved of oxygen. Even with all his strength, all his best efforts and all of his back put into attempting to accomplish his task, he had only been able to move the cart a grand total of a few feet. Seeing the jinchuriki lying sprawled out on the ground, completely spent after dragging his feet through the dirt, Yim turned to stare down at Miao. Under the doubt-filled stare of the other instructor, the girl in pink giggled and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Honestly, for him, this might take a while. XXX. 4 hours later. With some adjustments made, Naruto cried out as he ran the same road he was supposed to be dragging the cart along as fast as he possibly could, but was instead dragging one of his teachers around in the most peculiar fashion imaginable. Having only managed to move the enormous cart along a couple of meters by the end of his first session, Miao decided that he should probably switch to something a little bit easier for him to move before trying to drag the carriage, just to help him work his way up to it. So, employing the help of Ran, they got some rope, tied it around the boy's waist, attached the other end to a disused door, and had him run laps of the rice fields with the samurai sitting on top of the wooden gate. Barefoot and only wearing his orange pants, the boy yelped out in discomfort every time he felt himself get poked in the back by the bakken his samurai sensei had gotten a hold of. His current instructor found this task all the more amusing by means of her current assignment. ensuring he was working his butt off. Every time he wavered, she would prod him, and every time he slowed down too much, she poked him even harder. She even made her method a little bit more persuasive by prodding the back of his head, suggesting that if he stopped for even a moment, he'd get conked without a second thought. Feeling his pace slow, Ran smirked and swatted his rear end. The jinchuriki yelped, picking up the pace. Faster. Even a turtle can overtake you at this speed. Come on, Naruto. Ran exclaimed, even though he was running at a sprinter's pace. I am trying my hardest, Ran-chan. Naruto shouted, getting poked again in the lower back and being forced to move even faster than before. His waist was getting rope burn, his legs were throbbing like they were bounded, and he was pretty sure his feet were cut up from running barefoot this entire time. Ran, however, wasn't giving him the chance to rest. Try harder, the samurai retorted, poking him again. You're inhuman. That's what they all say, she laughed, prodding him in the shoulder. Much to his surprise, Naruto admitted that this was actually a good form of training, in spite of the torment he was presently being put through. This method helped him to not only increase his fitness and stamina, but also helped push him into that state of mind where he had to sprint while carrying a whole lot of weight, build up his legs for the cart training, and get his feet used to harsh surfaces. If his other exercises weren't hard enough to do already, he also had to go through this stuff. The boy breathed even harder as he started on the same incline he had negotiated a dozen times before. The main road that circled the rice fields was at best a couple of kilometers long. Even though he was pulling into the second hour since starting on it, he'd already passed the same points and same places several times, including his own house sitting on the right-hand side of the road. It was also quite irksome because on what felt like his 10th round, he spotted Ran, Meow and Kin sitting on his front porch, enjoying a nice, hot cup of tea while watching him work. It ticked him off even worse as well because they were all enjoying themselves leisurely and he was suffering. Nevertheless, it was all for his benefit and he had to accept that. After seeing him pass by again while being prodded incessantly by the samurai he was dragging along with him, Kin giggled in enjoyment. This was by far one of the funniest things she'd seen since reading about his grand misadventure into the Hyuga compound in his journal recorded about a year or so ago. You know what, seeing him being driven into the ground like this more than makes up for me being beaten by a guy like him, the kunoichi exclaimed, and not at all ashamed to acknowledge this fact. She sighed when he heard him protest about being swatted in the rear again. Ah, untainted euphoria. Yim sipped her tea, smiling brightly with the cup's rim hiding sight of her lips. Hard work is one of the key fundamentals associated with all forms of martial arts. One cannot hope to grow without first experiencing great pain and sacrifice. If your muscles aren't aching under the strain of your practice, then you know you're not working hard enough. Meow grinned, rocking from side to side on crossed legs. Big sis sure is a great motivator. No wonder she's so strong. I can definitely see Naruto taking on a few of her more appealing personality quirks by the time she's done with him, Yim nodded, tapping her chin in thought once lowering her teacup. Perhaps, in the next couple of years. Poor Naruto, Kin shook her head, but grinned outwardly all the same. The three of them continued to provide roadside commentary throughout the next hour of live entertainment, watching Naruto run past time and time again while yelling out all sorts of obscenities and complaints. His out-of-this-world effort were their benefit as well. It was great to see an actual impact made into his development, something that each of the observing teachers took to heart as inspiration. XXX. Later that afternoon, gritting his teeth and sweating rivers, Naruto held and maintained a seemingly impossible position while also trying to keep a sense of balance without caving in altogether. Despite every muscle fiber in his being screaming out in protest, it was all necessary for him to get used to his exercises. His body needed to adjust quickly if he was to progress any further. However, to say that he had been put through worse was kind of underselling it. Assumed in a squatted stance with his knees bent at 90-degree angles, the partially crouched boy had his feet spread at shoulder width apart while not only balancing a bowl of soup on his head that was actually his lunch, but was also holding two stone statues that Meow had borrowed from a nearby temple. This whole new ordeal was a part of Rant's exercise routine after he had gone through his third instructor's door-dragging runs, with the former having been his supervisor throughout. Not only was the jinchuriki's task of maintaining this position through muscle and balance control made exceedingly more difficult by the bowl of chicken broth placed precariously on his head, but he also had 2 cups of water positioned on his thighs, the 2 borrowed statues held out by his hyper-extended arms on either side of him, and several burning incense sticks positioned directly beneath him. If he was to falter in even the slightest or attempt to squat even lower, he'd get a butt full of slow-burning candles. That was an experience he desperately wanted to avoid. Not only that, but to prevent his arms from lowering back down or succumbing to the weight of the statues he was carrying, Miao had attached arm bands to his biceps with blades pointing inwards. If his arms went even close to his sides or wavered for even a moment, the blades would dig into him and he'd get cut. This established a particular idea inside of his subconscious that if he were to even think about lowering his arms or giving in, he'd regret it. It was all the more reason why he had to press on. He'd already gotten cut a few times out of carelessness, as indicated by the small scars in his sides. Furthermore, to ensure he didn't move even an inch from his spot, his feet had been tied down to a plank of wood and his thighs had rope wrapped around them that were also connected to his ankles. All of this was to ensure that his legs didn't stray from either their angle or position. The only way he could possibly go from his current stance was down, and he didn't want that. No way. This may have seemed like some old form of messed up cross-examination or torture. But this was not the case. Not at all. It was in fact a very ingenious method of strength building. This exercise not only helped Naruto strengthen his legs and help him to develop good control over his muscles and stances, but it also helped him to build stronger foundations, hard work, and patience he would need for the training to come. His arms and back also benefited from this. A martial artist needed to have unyielding fundamentals if he was to conquer various forms of combat, and not just the one. It was also about maintaining, developing, and controlling physical and mental strength. That was the key here. How much longer? Naruto groaned out, his eyes glaring ahead of him towards the far side of his backyard while his cheeks puffed out. If his red face was any indication, the whole ordeal was just getting worse and worse. His back was turned to the porch, so as a consequence he could not see his various audience members snickering several feet behind him. Even so, most of them had gone about doing some other activities while he was pushed further into this new exercise. Kin was having her soup lunch directly beside Yim, who had also split it between herself, Mr. Wu and their pet kitten, with all four of them arranged into a small circle seated comfortably on the walkway. This left Ran and Miao to oversee Naruto's progress, just to make sure he didn't injure himself unnecessarily or catch fire if he got sloppy. The latter would be the most likely by how his body shook every so often from the strain. Miao, seeing that the latest inkent sticks had burned down by about 2/3, strolled on over and pulled out a couple more from her sleeve. Lighting them one at a time, she slipped them into the pot beside the other 5 still burning away and several others that have already extinguished themselves. This told everyone exactly how long he had already been at this exercise and how much longer he had to go. 2 more hours, Miao exclaimed. WHAAT. XXX. Late afternoon. Naruto was run down, beat up, dead on his feet, basically all words foreshadowing the idea of death and cruel fate in this world. If the cart dragging, door runs, and squat exercises weren't enough, the Jinchuriki's teachers started putting him through even more workouts before the sun was even close to setting, and he was already at his limit. By this time the new genin had been given the best of the best in extreme physical workouts, more squat exercises, jumping routines, push-ups on elevated surfaces, a lot of them on one arm, pushing exercises, in which his teachers held up a training dummy while the blonde attempted to force them back with his leg power alone, and leg raises. However, the last of the routines for the day was more weighted training, only this one was to prove the toughest of them all. Unfortunately for him, Miao happened across a stone boulder lying somewhere in the middle of a nearby wooded area and after dragging it all the way back to the house, dumped it onto Naruto as soon as he was within sight. With his hands placed behind him to keep them occupied and to hold the rock up, and using his back as support, the Jinchuriki was then instructed to do more running exercises of his backyard. The lengthwise distance his lawn covered was ideal for a stamina test as he was timed running back and forth by Miao, with Yim keeping an eye on the end line he was supposed to reach with every round. It was essentially a bleep test, an exercise designed to test his cardiovascular fitness. Added with the boulder on top of that, it also became a strength-building exercise, so it basically killed 2 birds with 1 stone. More like it killed 2 Narutos with 1 stone, just to give a more accurate description. Above the pain embracing his lower body, Naruto ran round after round at the fastest speed he could go. He had first started the whole thing in a staggered walk or waltz since the damn dead weight he was carrying weighed so much, and he fell over more than once. However, as his body gradually got used to the 500-kilo weight he was lagging behind him, he steadily got a little bit faster. He had set a half-decent jogging pace even though he was basically sprinting as fast as he could, and was expected by both his teachers to sharply change directions every time he reached the end. This workout helped develop his stop-start speed, as well as aided him in building up his directional changing speed and the maintaining of his balance on corners by shifting weight. Regrettably, he still had a long ways to go. It was only the one day. Already worn out from his exercises prior, on what felt like his 70th round he collapsed to his knees in the middle of the lawn. Panting heavily, the boy felt his entire world go almost completely hazy as everything around him within his line of sight suddenly became out of focus. He was pouring sweat, wheezing labored breaths, and his muscles were throbbing. He was grateful he wasn't wearing a shirt, otherwise it'd be ruined. His upper body had scuffs and looked quite beaten up, as if he'd gone for several rounds against an ostrich. The worst, however, was his lower body. If you were to remove his pants, anyone would be able to see that his thighs and calves were practically swollen. Not only that, but his feet were cut up and bruised, and his toes had blood blisters on them. It was a painful sight, but it was nothing that Naruto couldn't shake off. He was a motherfucking Uzumaki after all. Just when he felt like he was about to pack it in, the Jinchuriki slapped himself out of his reverie and managed to push himself back to his feet. Despite his body's protests, he kept on running. Though it was mostly stumbling from the recovery, he wasn't going to throw in the towel just yet. He had to keep going. He just had to. Kami, damn it. My legs are on fire. Shit. Naruto thought, slamming his quivering right foot into the ground and stopping to re-establish equilibrium to his body. Once he had steadied himself, he continued lumbering on. Weak. My legs are too damn weak. Need to get stronger. Carrying about 100 kilograms on top of the rest of your body wasn't really something ninja necessarily did, but it did help him out if anything else. I mean, what kind of person in this village walked around every day with hundreds of kilos strapped to their body? You'd have to be crazy? Cough. Hitting the line on the other side, Naruto pivoted and shot off in the other direction in a rather pathetic display of ongoing enthusiasm. His only audience members this time were Miao and Yim, both of whom were watching proudly on either side to make sure he wasn't cutting corners. Yim smiled happily and folded her arms. It's the need to prove his worth to the rest of the world that helps carry him on. He'll bear any weight so long as it makes people recognize his existence and others happy. Seeing Naruto trudge up to her, Miao gave him an encouraging smile and punched her fist towards him. Excellent work. Keep it up. 20 more. Why yes, ma'am, the Jinchuriki shouted, turning heel and heading off. That wouldn't be the last of his workouts. Following the bleep test came squats with the boulder, leg raises, push-ups, more jumps and shadow sparring in which he practiced zigzagging and retreating motions with his backpack companion. The sounds of Miao's loud encouragement, Yim's gentle encouragement and Naruto's yelps of pain and growls of sheer effort could be heard throughout the valley as the sun slowly set over the horizon, and the orange sky was replaced by the cloak of night. XXX. 3 days later. Doing 2 hours of sprinting around the valley while dragging ran along every morning at 4, followed by repeated squat and jump exercises with the boulder for another hour, cardiovascular training and shadow sparring with the boulder for a further 2, followed by an hour of holding the squatting position with the statues, were all just regular routine. The rest of the day for Naruto after breakfast was basically varied depending on the teacher's moods. Let's put it this way, the first day was merely orientation day compared to what was to come. Now the Jinchuriki was being subjected to even more uniquely formulated sessions. For the past few days of training, Naruto was thrown into even more roadwork exercises involving the boulders he was expected to carry around with him throughout. He conducted these new running routines alongside Miao, who ran alongside him with an anvil on her back. She did this so that she could coach him and give him encouragement as he went along, showing that what he was trying to accomplish was actually possible. It was after that particular routine with her did they eventually retreat back to his place, where the genin could then be switched over to Ran. This one would prove to be a more interesting challenge for him in terms of backbreaking labor, since the focus gradually shifted from leg strengthening and footwork through strenuous exercises, to strengthening his back muscles and core. In order for Naruto to reinforce his body even further to have no problems with getting in close to his opponents to be able to use the full force of his attacks and in order to prepare him for grappling matches, Ran had asked him to lie across the ground on his back, and support himself on his head and feet. When doing so, he arched his back and pushed his stomach towards the sky as far as he could go till he was literally forming a bridge. It seemed like a tough trial when asked to do this for a long period. However, he wasn't just told to do this and hold his position for as long as he could on his own. Ran was sitting on top of him, arms and legs folded and a huge smile on her face as she looked down at his strained face. She was there to add weight to his training and to make sure he worked hard, if the other exercises the past mornings weren't hard enough. Through his gritted teeth and puffed up cheeks, the samurai could swear she could hear him groaning out curses, though they were all muffled into mutterings of discomfort. "Come on, is this all you can take?" Ran asked, starting to bounce on top of him by shifting her weight up and down. The Jinchuriki groaned sharply at every interval, his body flexing at the middle. If this is the limit of your strength, then what's the point of teaching you? And no. Naruto cried out, biting his teeth together even tighter as his cheeks became further inflamed. I can take more. Well, if that's the case, a new voice suddenly sang in. Naruto shouted in surprise when he felt another heavy weight drop on top of his lower abdominal region, and with that, his body just plain gave way to the stress. Falling flat to the ground with a loud thud and panting hard as a result of the fatigue, the youngster looked down the length of his body to see Meow also sitting on top of him. Ran looked behind her, raising an eyebrow while the martial arts master over her shoulder rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Any chance I can help here? The girl asked cheerfully. No. This is my training time with Naruto-kun. Go away. Help me, the Jinchuriki groaned, stretching out a shaky hand for whatever guardian angel was watching over him. Too bad his invisible protector was rolling around on the ground laughing his ass off. XXX. Later that day. More to come. That was the only thing Naruto could really hope to expect to surface over the next 1,000 days of training ahead of him. By keeping this thought in mind, the boy was confident that the next challenge planned out for him by his trio of friends wouldn't come as a crippling surprise, unlike everything else that was happening to him. Speaking of which, a lot of the strenuous stuff was put on hold for a moment or so to give his back and core a bit of a rest, and simply moved on to the next task at hand of working on his toes. Once again his training had taken another interesting turn, with the Jinchuriki using up the space of his backyard for his exercises. The session this time involved a little more coordination than before. In order to tone up his weight shifting and his outer toes whenever the time came for him to change directions sharply and consistently, Meow instructed Naruto to catch rocks. No, you did not read wrong. Catch rocks. Plural. Not huge ones or big ones that packed any weight, just pebble-sized rocks. But even though it wasn't entirely weight-based or anything like that, didn't mean the blonde didn't have a hard time trying to keep up. With his backyard being the ring and the hedgerow set up as the boundaries, the boy literally ran round in circles trying to catch things no bigger than coins, cherry tomatoes and apples. If he wasn't, then he was constantly turning sharply at every random, invisible corner he came across, just so that he could return to the middle as fast as he possibly could. This direction change exercise was quite amusing, since it required the student to actually do the hard work while the teacher, Meow in this session, sat on top of the roof of his house and chucked pebbles down towards the ground in an arbitrary fashion. It was mostly left and right, but she was giving the boy plenty of time he needed to recover in between alterations, which was around 0 and 1 second. Naruto shouted and dove for the next pebble, catching it before it hit the ground. Another down. After tossing it away, he sprinted across the lawn again to the center, watching Meow throw another down towards him. This one arced in the direction that he was coming from like the last dozen of the damn things, which forced him to change course abruptly for the second time and catch it by the nails at the ends of his fingers. He barely had enough time to drop that one when the next one came down to the far right, to which he responded with a sudden change and a dash across the field. Meow grinned as she threw one stone after the other, watching her student zigzag and shoot across his backyard this way and that. It was fascinating being the one supervising the exercise, because she could see the actual extent of his efforts. She also figured that it must have been just as enthralling being the one on the receiving end of all of it, different perspectives and all that. It had been a long time since she had practiced this one, but she remembered it all too well. This will help ease him into sudden weight changing without putting too much strain on his toes. They need to be laid over with clay before having bricks piled up on top of them, Meow thought, grinning and tossing the next one. Over there. Over here. Over there, and over there. She sang merrily to herself and provided mild background music on top of the track already provided by their surroundings as she threw the stones whichever way she pleased. All the while, the martial arts master continued to watch him intently, whistling in surprise when she witnessed him catch several stones at once across a particular path in a tumble, before seeing him leap back to his feet without missing a beat and go after the next one. Though he missed a stone every now and again, he was doing splendidly. But this would only be the beginning of his training under Meow, as was everything else preceding this exercise. XXX. The very next day. Noon. There was more running to follow after his literally backbreaking workouts for that morning. On top of planking and more push-ups, Naruto was then given yet another session with Meow in shadow sparring. However, instead of trading hits like in conventional practices, the Jinchuriki was instructed to dodge all of the attacks launched against him, while also trying to get in and out of range as quickly as possible. It was all about working his feet and getting used to weight shifting under difficult circumstances. Everything he was doing was done for good reason. No wasted effort. That was the true genius of his physical education. Gritting his teeth, Naruto attempted to bite back against the strings of punches Miao was unleashing against him without end. Though he had been able to effectively dodge her in the opening stages of the spar, as the fatigue, weight and time gradually started to pile on, his teacher began to land more and more hits. But even though he staggered, limped, and evaded clumsily, and was taking blows that not even his classmates were capable of enduring against without recoiling in pain, he was far from giving up. While he danced around his yard uselessly with his trainer in hot pursuit and keeping him on his toes, the other members of his household Kin and Yim sat comfortably on the back porch, watching carefully as his training progressed. Aside from all the other exciting stuff there was to do in a shinobi village, watching Naruto train was perhaps one of the greater highlights of the day for them. It wasn't just grossly entertaining, but it was also fascinating to witness how the boy grew and adapted to each and every situation. His masters had a habit of continually shifting routines and patterns whenever possible, not to mention they gave him something new to do within each session he had already become familiar with. Yim had done this several times herself, and it seemed as though that this little tendency had rubbed off on both Ran and Miao. They literally juggled him from running exercises to strength building so that his body didn't get used to one thing and completely forget about the others. It was all about balance, repetition, and consistency. His physical form needed to change even more to become used to various forms of combat, which was essential for his continued development. Naruto winced, getting smacked in the face a few more times by the swift jabs thrown by Miao. He staggered, but he didn't fall. Digging his feet into the ground, he kept himself rooted in as upright a position as he could hold and shook the dizziness off, before bracing himself and ducking in for another charge. It was clear that the fatigue was starting to take its toll, since he was now vaguely able to count the hits he was able to avoid with the ones he was being hit with. The reality was that the score was quickly falling in favor of the latter category. It wasn't just astonishing to watch from the sidelines either, since the Jinchuriki himself could clearly feel and see the differences in the fight while being right in the middle of it. Miao had to be about half a head shorter than Ran and Yim, yet in spite of her noticeably smaller stature her attacks had shocking reach. She may have been about 175 centimeters tall, and though her arms didn't look that long, her fists' punching distance was greater than her height. The trick is to stay loose and to step in, Miao stated, guessing as to what Naruto was thinking by the exhausted expression on his bruised, bleeding face. The boy shook his head and continued to hop on the spot, his calves literally burning from the pressure of moving around with the weight of the small boulder he was carrying. "I'll teach you how to extend the reach of your punch later. For now, concentrate on getting close and retreating as quickly as you can. Got it?" "Yes ma'am," the blonde shouted, ducking in and dashing. Miao kept her distance, sending out a few more jabs and a kick. Naruto backed away from the combination and was forced to restart, but after passing through yet another wave of about 5 consecutive lefts and rights, he got within hooking range. The moment he did so, he painfully started taking punishing, swinging blows from the woman to both cheeks, seconds before he begun an effective ducking and weaving evasion pattern. Being kept at bay by punches was one thing. But to avoid kicks and blocking them while already down to hobbling, it was absolute hell. Kin winced when she heard the impact sounds made by Miao's punches landing all over his body. If it didn't look brutal, it definitely sounded brutal. Though it was clear that the woman was barely even trying and was solely sparring on Naruto's level, those hits she made had the capacity to cripple even an ordinary genin. How the blonde was able to take such punishment and keep on going was beyond her, but the session was really starting to heat up. The other most amazing thing that was happening was that Naruto, granted he was taking more blows than the audience could count, he was actually able to dodge punches that had both great reach and great speed behind them. It was unreal. Even for an experienced shinobi, it was near impossible to completely avoid an attack effectively. There was always a chance of getting scratched, grazed or scolded. In most cases your best bets were to either block or neutralize the strikes. Ouch, Kin blinked, watching Naruto take a hook and duck a right, after which he tried swooping in to try and close the distance on Miao before she could dance out of reach again. When that failed and she circled, he staggered after her, keeping her in line of his body. The raven-haired kunoichi tightened her fists and held them up excitedly. "Go Naruto! Go!" It was funny. Not too long ago Kin remembered taking nothing but pleasure and enjoyment from watching the annoying brat get beaten into the ground. Even if they were in small doses, the raven-haired girl could tell that those particular feelings of satisfaction were simply remnants of her previous, sinister nature acting up from what was left of her old life. However, after 3 whole days of sitting on the sidelines and watching him take so many hits and make so many downs, where he actually felt pain to the point that he could have thrown in the towel at any given point, she actually felt like rooting for him. She didn't know what it was, but after seeing him go through so much shit, the girl genuinely wanted to see him accomplish something, even the smallest thing. In this session in particular, Kin was looking forward to seeing him eventually close that meager distance between him and his target without taking a single hit. All she had to do was just sit and wait. It didn't matter how long she had to wait, she had to see him win for once. Wincing, cheering, encouraging him, Kin did it all. It made the woman sitting beside her smile. However, after the sparring match pulled into the first hour and Miao's punches started speeding up with an even greater risk of being hit by them, Kin suddenly noticed something off. The kunoichi's excited expression suddenly boiled down to one of concern as she leaned in closer over the porch. Unblinking, she gazed at the injured boy's face during the gaps he took to catch his breath. His condition obviously getting worse as the fight continued, it had taken Kin some time to notice the actual state of his face after taking so many light blows. He was still on his feet. That was commendable. But his face was just completely swollen up. There were welts and what looked like gashes that didn't actually cut into his skin, crisscrossing his cheeks, lips, and forehead. It had actually swollen up to the point that it looked like his skin was about to close over his eyes. The girl got to her knees, as if about to stand. What the hell? Yim glanced over at her. What is it? Kin pointed at the boy as he lunged in again, taking several more punches to the cheeks. Can you see his face? The woman looked across, seeing Naruto come about in pursuit of his opponent. Dodging the string of kicks and jabs, Yim saw the cause of the girl's worry and nodded her head in understanding. She looked back around at Kin as the sparring resumed. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. He. Fine? Kin turned to the spectator beside her, looking absolutely mortified. Look at him. Forget the fact he can take a punch, that's brilliant, but it's really starting to get to him. You have to stop the training, at least just to let him rest. If he says he can't continue, he'll say so. Yim glanced up at the girl to see her worried expression glaring back at her. We're not being cruel, we're simply training him. I care very much about my student and friend's well-being, and if there is any chance that what he's doing is of serious risk to his health or his life, I swear to you that I will personally step in and stop the session myself. He can stop anytime he wants to as well, but right now he doesn't want to stop. The teenage girl cursed and glanced back at the field. When Naruto took another wide hook across the face in a failed evasion, Kin winced and looked away sharply. He's an idiot. He shouldn't be taking so many punches, it's drgh. Though she wouldn't admit it, after seeing his condition up close, the kunoichi just didn't want to see him get hit anymore. What was up with that? Don't worry. He's learning through experience. Not only is he supposed to be getting used to long-term, high-level fighting in this session, but he's also getting used to the types of punches Miao is throwing at him. Catching on to this, Kin blinked and stared at Yim with an expression of utter bewilderment. Types of punches? What kind of punches can do that to a person? She pointed at the panting boy as proof. How can he take all of that? You may be shocked to realize this, but the punches Miao is actually using against him are really light, Yim stated, directing both of their eyes back to the spar. When they refocused on the action, they watched Naruto dodge several more punches and duck right in for his forehead to hover right in front of Miao's abdominals. The woman smiled and hooked at his face, to which he ducked even further and backed out to put some distance between them while she pursued. It was a successful combo. Normally her attacks have the capacity to knock a person out cold with just one, clean hit. However, the most astonishing aspect about her capabilities is that she can control the strength and speed of each individual punch and kick perfectly, to the point that she can execute any kind in any situation. She's using loose, long-reaching hits to get him, which means they're lighter than conventional punches. They're not meant to knock him out, just to help him build up a resistance to them. Then, what kind of punches are they? Kin asked while still curious and worry-filled. Why is his face swelling up like that? Naruto ducked another jab, moving in. After receiving a hit to the face from a follow-up right, he retreated to restart a new run. However, he staggered a little when he saw his world go all hazy and distorted, but managed to keep his footing thanks to his balance. He wasn't going to pack it in just because his world was going dark from his eyes swelling over. He had to get used to it. He just had to. With a yell, he ran in again, zigzagging in a staggered motion. Yim smiled at witnessing his determination. His face is swelling up from the unclenched punches. Unclenched? Kin queried, settling back down to the porch. What are they? Yim pointed again, emphasizing the distance and speed of Miao's attacks when her jab arched through the air at rather strange angles. From their point of view, they looked quite abnormal. That particular jab is called a flicker jab. It's different from the conventional jab because it is flicked at the target rather than thrown. And that? The pair watched as Miao suddenly resorted to a more close-range jab with really fast shots in it when Naruto ducked in to dash at her, which he weaved through with little effort. Instead of the fist being positioned and thrown from a vertical start, they're being thrown horizontal. That's a specialized mantis jab. Really fast 1-2 combinations can be thrown using it to catch opponents by surprise. However, instead of them being confined to a set, Miao can throw them consecutively and from any angle. What's the difference? Qin shrugged, a little bit confused. The jab for my style is just a basic, straight, uncorked punch where the fist is held and executed vertically, Yim demonstrated, throwing one with her free hand. However, if I was to alternate. Qin watched her closely as she brought her hand back and unclenched it after its execution, and began throwing lefts with a surprisingly longer reach due to the extension of her shoulder and hyperextension of her arm. Flicker jabs, mantis jabs, backhands, hooks and open hand jabs, when thrown in a particularly loose manner they lack weight behind them, but they still have a lot of snap. When they hit a target, they irritate the muscles and flesh, causing swelling and inflammation. Naruto may not be getting hit by punches with weight behind them, but his skin is still swelling up from the impact, even with a guard up. We need to get him used to those punches so the swelling won't be so bad if he ever comes across an opponent who uses those types of attacks frequently. When in the middle of a battle, if you get blinded and don't know how to defend yourself when your surroundings are all blanketed over, your capabilities are cut in half. Oh, Qin blinked, looking back and watching Naruto take some bank-handed fists to the left side of his face. When he staggered away and turned in the audience's direction, Qin saw that his left eye had swollen completely shut. The sight had the kunoichi clench her fists impatiently. It still annoys me though that he's taking all of that and still thinks it is okay for him to fight. Yim frowned and nodded in agreement. He's still inexperienced after all. This is a challenge he must be able to overcome. The more punishment he takes now, the less he will have to face in the future. The kunoichi sighed, watching Naruto duck in and avoid a swinging right. I hope you're right. Naruto began avoiding his teacher's straights more carefully this time, shifting weight from left to right but stumbling a little from lack of energy. However, he managed to close in on his target yet again, with his sudden approach reinvigorating Qin and drawing her attention back onto the scene. The boy grinned when his head butted against Miao's abdominals when he went in a little too far, surprising the woman at the lunge. I can do this! Naruto shouted in his head, leaping back while being followed by a counter-punch thrown by the woman. Her knuckles brushed against his nose, but didn't make contact beyond that. No matter how many times I get hit, I'll keep on moving forward. Go! Ducking under a snap kick and leaping away from a left shin kick, he then dove forward. Even though half his world had gone black, he still had one good eye. That's all I need. At the end of the week, the academy. Naruto couldn't remember ever being in so much pain before in his entire life. Aside from the fight against the sound genin at his old apartment a whole week ago, that was a cakewalk compared to what he was experiencing right now. Broken bones and flesh wounds that dulled away thanks to adrenaline was an experience he could live with. However, having limped all the way to school with a continuous pain in his legs, feet, arms and shoulders was something else altogether. He was sure his back was sore, but the numbing feeling in his lower calves, thighs and in his toes sort of blocked that particular sensation out. Imagine having needles sticking into you all the way to the bone and having that feeling multiplied with every step you took. That basically covered everything of what the jinchuriki was registering to right then and there. To be frank, it had been hell for him. Heck, he even knew that his ordeal was far from over. His teachers had only covered the foundation aspects of the leg training for him. There was still a whole load he had to do, including strengthening his finger, hand, and forearm muscles, working on his durability, upping his speed through more running exercises involving heavy weight, and extension workouts. He hadn't even begun working on the skills and technique for the Iron Cat Fist, Jujitsu or Kenjutsu, but he was still pretty sure his speed had gone up by a bit. That was one thing he could at least take on over to the academy with a pained smile on his face. It was a matter of achieving that certain velocity in his current condition that was going to be a problem for him. This whole practice was almost reminiscent of the period when he had first started training with Yim for an entire month, only this time there were 3 of her. One was kind, one was quiet, and the other was him pretty much, only in girl form. Had he still been living alone after his life choice experience with his teacher up on that balcony overlooking the training field, he was positive that even he would be pushing himself this much, only, without the farmyard equipment and the rock. No, he probably would have gone about the whole training aspect differently had he never met any of his new teachers. He could smile brightly knowing he had friends like them. It was almost like they were his own family. Geez, Naruto. What the heck happened to you? A gruff voice came breezing through to him like an unwanted gust of wind on a cold day. Naruto looked up to see Shikamaru standing over him with his hands in his pockets and looking as concerned as a sloth could possibly be. You look like an ad for dead. Don't get me started, the jinchuriki groaned, his head laid out on the table and head turned towards the other boy. The rest of his body, since all the nerves had pins and needles sticking into them, was hanging limply where it was sat, limbs and all. My legs feel like they're encased in cement and my arms feel like they're bound by steel wire. Well, what did you do? He'd looked better, in public anyway. Naruto's outlook in terms of clothing was fine with his orange hoodie with blue short sleeves, and dark green cargo shorts with hems that stopped halfway down his shins, which he wore proudly. But his physical appearance at skin level was another story entirely. He looked like a corpse left out to dry in the sun for a few days. He had razor burn on his forearms on top of the blackened bruises from his long pole exercises, scuffs on both his cheeks and, if you were to look at his feet individually, he had gauze wrapped around some of his toes, the bases of his heels, all the way up to his ankles. Yup, he'd definitely seen better days. I served as a pack mule for a whole week, that's what I did, Naruto answered, rubbing his sore cheek into the table. Damn it, does anyone have any Panadol? His shouted question went on scantly unnoticed by the students who were already filed into the classroom. Since it was still half an hour before team orientation started, it was no surprise that only 50% of the graduating group was already here, Naruto and Shikamaru included. Sasuke had decided to pop in bright and early as usual, minus the bright, and was currently situated in the chair next to the pain-stricken Jinchuriki and staring at the front of the class with his fingers laced together and elbows propped up on his desk. At the same time the Uchiha quietly listened into the slacker's conversation, also finding his classmate's predicament quite perplexing. Sounds rough, man, Shikamaru commented, earning a deep scowl from the blonde. Tell me about it, the Jinchuriki breathed, sitting up and stretching. He winced when the muscles around his shoulders pinged uncomfortably. Every morning I run laps for Kami knows how long with my teacher constantly prodding me in the back with a stick while I drag her around. I spend midday squatting over a fire and doing push-ups with 2 people sitting on my back, then I run routine with a boulder followed by an hour of sleep, lunch and meditation. Shikamaru lazily picked at his ear. Sleep sounded good, so why was he complaining? Then it's back to running routine with leg ways, throwing those damned stone statues over my shoulder 100 times and shadow sparring focusing on footwork with that stupid rock. It's only gotten a gram lighter? A gram. Naruto roared, slamming his fist into the table, which was smart of him. Gaurargurg. He gripped his pulsing limb and blew on it. It's your own fault, the Nara murmured, slipping his hands into his pockets. You're so eager to train you end up overdoing it. Maybe you should take things easier, just breeze through life doing the bare minimum like you've always been doing and be more laid back, like me. And become like you lazy BA-. Naruto began as he rose to his feet to hit the guy in the shoulder. But just like before his muscles pinched at his bones and he found himself paralyzed. Gritting his teeth, the boy straightened up like a pencil from his decrepit posture and cried out in pain, again, D-A-A-A-R-R-A-A-G-G-G-H-H-H-H. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his head in resignation and waltzed up the stairs to find a nice quiet seat, leaving his friend to grovel and sob. Whatever, man. I wish you well, ugh, what a drag. Naruto collapsed back into his chair, giving himself into an immovable state. Instead of concentrating on the negative aspects of his condition though, he decided to focus on a more positive point of view. After resting back, he reached into his pocket and pulled out an instant ramen cup. With an odd look on his face, Sasuke watched the blonde next to him pull on the heating cord at the base of the ramen package and rip the lid off of it once the contents had been cooked, to which he was then graced with the aroma of delicious miso ramen. To the Uzumaki, it certainly did seem like a treat. To the Uchiha, however, the sight was rather questionable. You eat ramen for breakfast? The raven-haired boy murmured, observing as the blonde divided the chopsticks with an excited grin on his face. Is that even healthy? The Jinchuriki glowered in the teen's direction, feeling his mood dampen thanks to his classmate's personal outlook. Shut up. I can't help it. I haven't had ramen in over a week. Look at me. He pulled at the skin on his hands and arms. I've been going on for so long without the needed fuel for my body that I'm malting. Heck, though it would have gotten a laugh or two out of the Uchiha, the teenager chose to remain silent and with good reason. Naruto's skin texture had actually improved phenomenally for lack of ramen, and that was the uncontaminated truth. The cold, hard reality for all addicts out there was that grease didn't make one's appeal so good in contrast, unless it was rub-on oil temporarily used in commercials to trick girls into buying that useless cream crap. All these thoughts made the raven-haired protege wonder what would happen if Naruto actually went cold turkey for good. Humph, Sasuke grunted uncomfortably, turning to glare back at the front of the classroom. You'll ruin your body. You're one to talk. You could use with some more sunshine yourself, bright eyes, Naruto jabbed back with a smirk, pointing out his longtime rival's noticeably pale appearance. There was no arguing that fact either. Dark character did warrant its own distinguishable traits. Both boys ended up glaring at one another for a minute or so, basically silencing out the rest of the rabble going on around them. However, accepting the fact that the whole standoff was pointless, both of them decided to let it be as it was with a shared smile and a look away before returning to their own devices. However, the jinchuriki wouldn't exactly be left on his own for long. On top of the pain gripping his muscles and attention fixated on his morning treat, he was about to get another that was going to disturb the delicate equilibrium of his scales and tip them out of balance. Unfortunately for him, this following event would be considered as one of the unaccounted yet unwanted occurrences for the day to come. Naruto. Just as he was about to bite down on a piece of kamaboko he had picked up, the blonde youngster suddenly froze when he recognized the gravelly, vicious tone of voice sink in like the Black Death itself. The seafood stick fell out of his chopstick's grip and back into his cup with a light plop. Oh crap! Shakily, he glanced to his right to see none other than Kiba glaring daggers into him with his companion Akamaru sitting comfortably in his jacket. Teeth bared and grinding loudly, the ticked-off Inuzuka slammed his hand down on the desk right next to the blonde, all the while trying to strike a chord with the boy responsible for his family's public embarrassment a few days prior. The only way he felt was reasonable. In his current state of mind he was susceptible to anything. So, the teen growled, his anger forcing a cocky grin onto his face as he leaned in further to breathe on his target. Naruto winced at the sudden increase in intensity of his classmate's stare, the commotion also drawing a lot of silence and attention from the children already present. What have you got to say for yourself, HM? The jinchuriki hesitated. Accounting his other rival's enraged condition, his ongoing muscle discomfort, and his surroundings as well as the accessories he had on hand, Naruto quickly formed a mental account of each possible scenario. Option A, he could greet the boy kindly and hopefully shift the topic at hand to something else entirely to avoid a beating he definitely did not want, at all. Option B, he could continue on heedlessly, attempt to defend himself if necessary, and make a break for the windows. Option C, there was always the doorway if the windows were locked, which Naruto was quite certain they were. However, the risks were exactly the same. Option D, offer Kiba a treat, although, that action would probably warrant an even worse beating from the teenager and infuriate him further. Defending himself was a risky venture, escape was impossible, and Naruto was pretty sure his negotiation skills were downright terrible in these situations. He knew this from experience. Guess there was nothing else to do. Bu. Oh wait, Naruto spoke out abruptly and reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out a couple of what looked to be smoke pellets. I forgot about these. Before Kiba could take any action or mount any form of defense or attack, without warning the jinchuriki raised the devices into the air and threw both balls into the ground right next to him. The paper-wrapped bombs detonated on impact. Any passers outside looking into the classroom through the window would be able to watch as a sickly green cloud of thick smoke filled the air in an instant and take up every square inch of the chamber. Moments after the pellets were detonated, loud coughing and retching from the students present inside could be heard all around, a sound that pretty much drowned out the birds singing happily outside. The thick vapors continued to occupy the entire airspace of the classroom for the next minute or so, before eventually fading away and revealing the ultimate results of Naruto's handiwork. It was a mass genocide. Students were lying all over the floor in crumpled heaps, tears spilling out of their eyes and hands slapped over their faces. Everyone that had inhaled the deadly gas through their noses was all suffering for that mistake, with a couple of the students throwing up whilst others had passed out altogether. It wasn't so much that the gas was toxic, it was the stench that they couldn't stand. As for Kiba, well, he was having it the worst. The boy had passed out on the ground with cross marks over his eyes along with Akamaru, both of them babbling nonsense and foaming at the mouth. It should also be noted that like them, every other student in the class was either sporting a sickly green color or were dead pale. That was the full, unbastardized outcome of the stench that was now engulfing the room. Naruto on the other hand, he had been smart. He had pegged his nose and was grinning stupidly down at the unconscious Kiba. This was indeed a most satisfying moment for him. Not only was he safe from a beating, but he was also immune to his own stink bombs. You see, Sasuke, the jinchuriki began, turning to look over at the Uchiha with a proud smile. That is how you do it. All you have to do is... Naruto stopped short when he noticed that the raven-haired teen he was addressing was also passed out, foaming at the mouth and twitching where he lay across the desk. Oh, never mind. Blinking, the blonde sighed and turned back to his ramen, picking at the contents absently with his chopsticks. I guess even self-proclaimed number ones fall hard since they're so high up on the podium. Naruto shook his head, a small smirk tugging at his lips. He was the only one in the class sitting upright as everybody else was either out cold or rolling about on the ground, gagging and throwing up. Still, I should really think about mass-producing these things. Who knew adding ammonium sulfide to the ignition powder of smoke pellets could be so effective? While in silent contemplation, the blonde pulled out yet another pellet from his pocket and admired it closely. XXX. Half an hour later? Naruto, peg still on his nose, sat smiling like the sun at his desk with his fingers laced comfortably together. He was bright, cheerful and happy, and for a few good reasons. Number 1, Kiba had lost any and all motivation of trying to take his revenge out on the blonde for the day. Number 2, all the kids in the class that had regained their composure couldn't even be bothered pursuing him for an apology. Number 3, the effects of the stink bomb were still hanging thickly in the air. The odor from the gas defense was so potent that every individual student braving the classroom was pinching their noses, blocking their airways with a handkerchief, or doing their damn hardest to try and feign ignorance to the unpleasant smell. It was proving especially difficult for Irika, who had just recently entered the room, the very clean, very picture-perfect, yet very foul-smelling room, and was attempting to get the team assignments underway. However, every time he tried to open his mouth to speak and breathe, he was greeted at every gasp by the unbearable stench of expired eggs mixed in with bad milk, sweaty socks and horse manure. He practically had to snap a peg onto his own nose to clamp out the most of it, which he had taken out of his drawer of items he had confiscated from Naruto in the past. The above-mentioned child couldn't help but snicker at the intervals in which his teacher had to drink in fresh air. Now, ugh, class, Irika cleared his throat, beginning his morning lecture rather uncomfortably. Starting today, all of you graduates, will be beginning your lives as shinobi, for this village, for its people, for its, oh, for fuck's sake. Retching on fumes, the man threw open his desk drawers and began rummaging through them. Naruto giggled loudly, earning harsh glares from Sasuke to his left, Sakura sitting on his right, Kiba across the way, and a lot of other nearby students within earshot of him. Though he was risking his life and well-being showcasing his amusement of the situation so openly, man, it was well worth it. This was by far the best send-off he could have possibly asked for. If there was the chance that he was going down today, he had certainly taken the rest of his classmates down with him. It was a big screw you to the consequences of his actions. Life is good, Databeo. Naruto thought confidently, reaching up and placing his hands behind his head. His muscles screamed in protest when he did so, causing him to visibly wince. Therefore, instead of increasing his elevation, he chose to lower his upper body and place his chin on top of his desk, his eyes fixating themselves and glowering at the blackboard. Right, pain, muscles, training, not good. After tossing out a variety of stuff from his desk, Irika soon pulled out a can of air freshener. Armed, he began spraying the room excessively as if he were watering a garden, wanting to rid himself of this foul taste in his mouth and nose. For the students, simply put, it was relief. For Naruto, further amusement. Obviously, his classmates had a right in mind to think that he should probably be walking around wearing a t-shirt with a slogan slapped on the front in huge, bold letters saying, "Yes, I am a sick bastard," and that he would wear it with pride. However, the whole incident was in self-defense, so you couldn't really blame him. Well, in part you could blame him. His snickering was also out of reflex, some of it. Still unable to suppress the stench, Irika went over to the windows, unlocked them and took in whopping gasps of real air once he'd stuck his head out. Upon getting the required dosage of beautiful oxygen to continue on living, the man marched back over to his desk and picked up the roster, once he had deposited the aerosol. He set aside a brief moment to scowl in Naruto's direction as if to say, "You're going to get it later," but the boy completely overlooked the death stare and merely waved back at him pleasantly. Shaking his head at his student's laid-back approach to the situation, Irika went on. "Refresh," Irika said loudly, making some of the students jump. Arms folded with the clipboard in hand, the man glared diligently up at the rows of students in front of him, with some of them still visibly holding noses. "As I was saying, starting from today you are all officially shinobi of Konohagakure. But just because you've graduated from the academy, whether by the skin of your teeth or with outstanding results under your wings, don't go thinking that all the hard times and hard work for you are over and done with." Smiling, the lecturer reached up and swiped his thumb under his nose in an all-knowing gesture. "You may be real shinobi now, but you are still genin. The hard journey that lies ahead of you has just started, and it won't be getting any easier." "Tell me about it," Naruto breathed into his desk, still lying across it. He turned his head and gazed with a sour expression out the window. "Miao-chan wants me to spar with her again this afternoon, and Ran-chan wants me to start doing hammer exercises tomorrow. Geez. Why me? Beside him, Sasuke could clearly see his neighbor's expression drop significantly and cocked a curious eyebrow. However, he quickly lost interest and turned back to their homeroom teacher. As is standard with every shinobi village out there, you have all been arranged into 3-person teams, with a Jonin sensei assigned to lead each one. These squads you have been assigned to will be the team you will complete missions with throughout most, if not all, of your time spent as genin, Irika informed, bringing up his clipboard and checking the roster on hand. Upon going over the list of names thoroughly, he nodded his head and looked ahead of him, the tension in the air feeling rather heavy on his shoulders. This was all the sign he needed to know that his class was paying attention. You will live and train alongside your teammates, you will help each other grow, encourage one another, and you will follow your Jonin sensei's instructions to the latter. I cannot stress this enough. You will complete your missions with your comrades, under the guidance of your instructor, as a team, the Chunin concluded, making sure to end his statement firmly and with a well-projected voice. He didn't need their silence and unblinking gazes to tell him that his words had gotten through. It was all written on their faces if not floating in the atmosphere. Aside from the distinctive smell of rotting fish, it was definitely there. Irika smiled and raised his list again, clearing his throat. I am now going to announce the teams in order from each available number. There are a couple of teams from earlier years still active and using the single-digit numbers, so don't go thinking I've missed out on anyone. It was with this note in mind that a realization popped into his head and the scar-faced man looked up at the stands with a wide grin. Oh yes. One last thing. We have put together each team based on each individual's strengths and weaknesses in order to create balance. Remember, the team you are assigned to will be the team you will spend a major duration of your young lives with. No exceptions. What? A collective cry of outrage echoed throughout the hall. Oh. Meanwhile, up in the Hokage's office? Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled when he heard the outcry through the viewing orb, which had him lean back slightly to better drink in the coming events. Once the class had been settled by the ever-impatient Irika, things started moving along quite smoothly. Needless to say, he was looking forward to the new teams he had approved from this year's graduating group. It was sure to be interesting. When the elder looked up, he was again greeted by the sight of all the would-be Jonin captains who had put their names down to take on the rookies, staring down at the crystal ball and its projections. A lot of prospective and incredibly skilled shinobi were present in the office, and this gave the third a lot of assurance that the children assigned would be well looked after. He trusted these Jonin and their judgments completely. An interesting line-up, the raven-haired woman in red and white commented, placing her hands on her hips. You've got a great range of talent, specialists, and highly developed skills in that class. Definitely a lot of potential in there, a Jonin in sunglasses next to her also pointed. That all depends on your point of view, of course. Asuma interjected, offering his own opinion on the situation. Rolling a toothpick around between his lips as a supplement for a cigarette he was currently craving, he shrugged his shoulders at the stares he received and folded his arms. The analytical expression he was maintaining took on a smirk as the viewing orb panned around the class. Still, I have to agree. A lot of this new meat looks like it can be made into something great. Particularly, him. His point was given further emphasis when the camera landed on the spiky-haired blonde sitting directly in the middle of the classroom, with his chin lying on top of his desk and a bored look drawn across his whiskered face. The Jonin beside Asuma murmured amongst themselves momentarily, before Kurenai decided to directly address her companion with the issue lingering in the air. That one? Asuma smiled and glanced back at the curious Kunoichi. What can I say? He has a different kind of talent compared to a typical genius like Sasuke Uchiha. Oh. Back in the classroom? Irika ticked off the next list of names and looked up with a smile. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Shino Aburame, you'll be making up Team 7. Your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hataki. Yes. Sakura cheered, turning towards Ino and pulling her eyelid down at her while also sticking her tongue out at the girl. Take that, Ino pig. Ino almost felt like crying. However, instead of feeling sorry or upset, she decided on a better alternative. While she was sitting up in her row and unable to pummel her rival into the ground herself, she settled for scowling down at the pink-haired Kunoichi, who was pumping her fists in the air in victory. It was an odd-looking ritual and earned a lot of stares from the other students, but she didn't care. The pale blonde Kunoichi bit her teeth and glared out the window, at the same time her rival turned to gaze at Sasuke. Hands clapped together and love hearts visible in her eyes, she grinned gleefully in his direction. It was rather unfortunate that Naruto was sitting in the middle of them, looking even more ticked off than before. It basically killed two birds with one stone. Not only was Ino displeased at the results of the draw, but Naruto was as equally annoyed at the intermission proceeding. Isn't it great, Sasuke-kun? We're gonna be on the same team. Sakura exclaimed. Yeah, whatever, the raven-haired genin muttered, looking away. As Sakura fawned on his right and Sasuke brooded on his left, Naruto ground his face into the desk. Please, not now. Not while I'm here. In spite of the commotion, Irika continued on with his list unheeded. He traced his pen down to the next collection of names and read out the number. Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Your Jonin instructor is Kurina Yuhi. He looked around, marking off the students and seeing each of those called out nod or gesture in acknowledgement to his announcement. Assured that the information got through, the teacher glanced back down. Because Team 9 is still registered, we had to move on to the next number available. Team 10 will consist of Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin instructor is Asuma Sarutobi. Goody, Shikamaru breathed, propping his head on his hand and looking off absently. I'm stuck with the loudest of the class and the quietest of the class. Talk about equilibrium in character. What a drag. Hinata, sitting up in the top row, clenched her fists and subtly cheered in her own unique way. Smiling brightly with red in her cheeks and eyes closed, she held her hands up to her chin and nodded quietly. I am on the same team as Naruto-kun. I'm so glad. Naruto smiled brightly and immediately perked up after being informed that he would be on the same team as Shikamaru and Hinata. It was a sweet moment indeed, being assigned to a squad with two people he knew he would get along really well with. However, he did express a momentary flicker of disappointment when he realized he wouldn't be on the same team as Sakura-chan. Note, momentary. He could live with that. The feeling just came and went, so it was no real disaster. I'm just happy to be on a team, Naruto grinned, sitting up. He rubbed his hands together, showing off both his enthusiasm and a renewed sense of energy coursing through his veins. His body may have been sore, but his excitement rose and soared high above that, making his physical trauma nothing but redundant. Though one's a slacker and one's a little bit weird, I'm cool with that. Shikamaru and Hinata are awesome. Ugh, look at him, Shikamaru sighed, smirking down at the blonde-haired boy in the rows below. He could see him grinning even though his back was turned to him. The action was all in the shoulders. He's totally psyched now. When he gets like that, there's bound to be trouble. He then looked over to his right, eyes scanning for their third team member. He saw Hinata up in the top row to the far right, her fingers pressing together and a big smile on her face as she sent furtive glances towards the jinchuriki. The Nara shook his head, still smiling in resignation to his fate. Heh, what a hassle, even the most timid student in the class is psyched. Man. As those whose teams were announced celebrated in their own little ways, with Sasuke mopping, Sakura flowering, Choji eating, Kiba fist-bumping Akamaru, and Ino pulling herself further into her pit of disappointment, just to name a few, Irika continued on. He double-checked to make sure that everything was in order and that all of the teams had been arranged, with all registered names marked off. Eventually, once he was assured that everyone was checked out, he clicked the lid of his pen back on and slipped it onto his board, smiling up at his homeroom. Well class, that's all for the major announcements for the day, the Chunin concluded, watching all eyes present fall back onto him. We're taking an early lunch break so that we can get everything else in order. In that time, I suggest you and your teammates get together and get to know one another a little better. There may be one or two people in this class you may not know that well and were put on the same team as you, so make the most of the time you have been given. Irika grinned and placed the clipboard underneath his arm, before making his way towards the door. You'll meet back here after lunch. Your team leaders should be here to collect you. Good luck. The very moment the scar-faced man was out of sight and the door was clapped shut behind him, the students up in the stands began gathering together to meet with their teammates. A lot of the graduates were pleased to meet with their comrades, and even more pleased to find out that they were on teams with people they knew. After coming together to shake hands, the squads then slowly began filing out of the room, one group after another, with the intention to break bread with their classmates during the lunch period, so to speak. There were a certain few, however, who didn't really embrace the whole group effort idea wholeheartedly from the get-go. Sasuke Uchiha took their former homeroom teacher's departure as his cue to do so in kind, leaving the room with Sakura skipping after him and Shino wordlessly sticking to both of their tails. While the former wasn't really too keen on shaking hands with the pair as of yet, the Kunoichi was all too willing to get involved, but only with one of them. The Aburame just tagged along for the sake of getting together with the squad, even though he didn't seem like the sociable type. While Kiba, Choji and Ino gathered at the bottom of the stairs and mingled, Naruto pushed himself out of his seat and marched up to join Shikamaru. The lazy man was as presentable as he'd ever be, asleep at his station with a sense of an unmotivated, unblemished specimen of sluggishness wafting off of him. What a wondrous start. Apparently the boy had taken it upon himself to catch some Z's before being forcefully dragged off to some place in the village he clearly didn't want to go. The jinchuriki stood by his dozing classmate with his arms folded and foot tapping impatiently. He shook his head in exasperation. Is this going to be normal for us? If it is, then I demand a recount. He looked over to his left to see Hinata standing next to him. Well, she wasn't really standing next to him. More like 7 feet from him, with her fingers pressing together, eyes hidden by her fringe and her face glowing red. Naruto blinked in confusion. Yo, Hinata? You okay? The girl eeped and scooted a little bit further away. I am fine. And Naruto-kun. Oh, okay then, cool, as long as nothing is bothering you. The jinchuriki gave her a half-smile, mostly toward the strange manner of her response and the way she was currently acting. However, instead of pondering over the reason as to why the kunoichi was interacting with him the way she was, he reset his attention back onto Shikamaru and opted to wait for the guy to get up. He wanted to get the important stuff out of the way first before anything else. He could afford to wait. After several minutes of standing around though, Naruto quickly grew impatient, as per the traditions of his character. His patience broke with a roll of his eyes and an irritable sigh. Swooping down and wrapping an arm around the other boy's neck, the blonde throttled his snoozing teammate into consciousness. The Nara gagged out loudly before having his voice silenced when he was lifted off of his feet and dragged towards the door. The jinchuriki grinned throughout the entire procession of their departure, with Hinata quietly trotting after them. And Naruto? Shikamaru gasped, face turning blue since his circulation was being cut off. What? We're getting out of here, we're going to have lunch, we're going to talk, and we're all going to get to know one another a little better, Naruto sang out, grinning from ear to ear. Deal with it. The pair was the first out the door, albeit some struggling and kicking from the lazy bones, with the Hyuga pottering along wearing a small smile hidden from view. Well, it may have been a slow start for them, but how else could it have gone? The wheel they had started turning will keep on turning regardless and will probably start picking up speed further along the road. Only time will tell how far they will actually go in the future. XXX. Later onwards, after dragging the unmotivated Shikamaru out the door with their third team member trailing close behind, Naruto led the entirety of the group up onto the roof to break out lunch and have a long talk, if there was even one to be had. Though the jinchuriki's outstanding level of energy was exhausting for others, the other two characters a part of the small group simply decided to go along with him for whatever reasons they had. While the pineapple-haired boy couldn't care less where he was dropped so long as it was somewhere comfortable he could rest, Hinata wasn't at all fussed about what was going on. She would have followed her teammates wherever they went regardless. Heck, maybe there was some measure of fun that could be subtracted from some time spent together, at least that was what Naruto and Hinata believed? And what was so bad about the roof anyway? Clear skies, fresh air, nice view, it all seemed like a good deal. The trio ended up sitting on a flight of stairs next to a small, raised peace garden built up on the roof of one of the academy's older constructs. It was secluded, provided a certain amount of shade, and not to mention gave them a great shot of the school's training grounds. It was sort of like a retreat spot where teachers and students wanting to get away from the hustle, bustle, and assorted commotion of everyday life would escape to and doodle away quietly with any work that they had. As soon as a unanimous agreement was made on the location and everyone got comfortable in whatever seat they could find, Naruto dealt out some of the steamed pork buns Yim had made for him that morning to his two classmates, now comrades. Needless to say, Shikamaru and Hinata accepted his offering with open arms and thanked him properly for sharing. This also left a question on the former's mind about where he was keeping all of his food. He was as good at concealing ramen as Choji was at hiding potato chips. Though not showing it outwardly, Naruto was literally jumping for joy at the prospects of finally being a real shinobi. He had his own team, he had a Jonin sensei assigned to train them as a functioning group, and, hell, there was a well of infinite possibilities that had just been opened up for them with the formation of the squad alone. He didn't know what these possibilities were as of yet, but he was excited all the same. What made things even better for him as well was that unlike some of the others from his class, he had absolutely no problem with the people on his team. While the generous, young jinchuriki feasted away at his treats, he took a brief moment of time out of inhaling mouthfuls of bun to slowly look over the pair sitting beside him, and drank in their respective characteristic expressions. In all honesty, he could say he was dealt a really good hand this time. Neither Shikamaru nor Hinata were stuck up, rude or mean. They were both really nice people. In fact, Naruto got along really well with the two of them, more so than others. He could have drawn up a list of who, why and whatever, but in the words of the other boy presently sitting next to him, it was too much trouble. Shikamaru was alright and gave some pretty sound advice when he wasn't sleeping, and Hinata, well, Naruto didn't really know that much about her to be able to draw up a full-body conclusion at present, but there was plenty of time to perform a study. He just had to be patient. Still, nobody was saying that he couldn't work with what he had. The Hyuga was always just around. She seemed nice, she was very quiet, she smiled towards him a lot, but she always got all strange whenever he tried to talk to her or get close to her. A perfect example of such was right now. Whilst he was sitting on the far right of the stairs, Hinata had situated herself in between the three of them, and had very quietly scooted about 6 feet away from him and was currently blushing like crazy in between nibbles of her pork bun. The girl was indeed a perplexing character, very much like Shino, with the only notable differences being that the kunoichi actually expressed emotions while that guy gave Naruto the creeps. All the same, the jinchuriki had no problems with either and enjoyed hanging out with the two of them, no matter what the situation was. Hinata had about the same amount of thought rushing through her head as blood pumping through her delicate cheeks. Subtly glancing from side to side, the timid girl slowly drew up an accurate mental picture of her team and what she knew about the two shinobi accompanying her. She knew Shikamaru was notoriously lazy, perhaps the laziest person she had ever laid eyes on. Even so, it wasn't like she was complaining about it or anything, it was just an observational viewpoint. If there was ever a moment where she would think she was ever looking down her nose at somebody else's characteristics, whether they were positive or negative, she knew she would never be able to face that person, or anyone else for that matter, ever again. She wasn't like that. Of course, there was nothing bad she wanted to think or say about anybody else anyway. Shikamaru's tendency to slack off and sleep, she could embrace that strange trait of his wholeheartedly. It was something that made him unique as both a person and an individual. The kunoichi also knew for a fact that the Nara was also a nice guy, as shown when he had often interacted with Naruto more kindly than many of their other classmates, as well as having offered people encouragement and praise whenever they needed it. Naruto on the other hand, she admired the boy from the bottom of her heart. There was no denying that she liked him, but it wasn't something as simple as fabricated fangirl smut or physical attraction. She admired the young jinchuriki for his kind personality, his unwavering determination to never give up, and his ability to get back to his feet no matter how many hits he took in whatever shape or form. In fact, it was his inner strengths and his ability to show them that gave her encouragement. Though she will admit she didn't possess the same strength as him, both physically and socially, she wanted to possess the same strength as him. The boy's actions and approaches inspired her to reach higher, to reach the same heights he wishes to reach. It was one of the main reasons why she desired to be on the same team as him. She felt that the closer she was to him the better chances she had of growing stronger. It was as simple as that, to catch up to him and become strong beside him. That very thought had her smile, but the warmth of his presence still drew stammers from her lips and brought about a deep redness to her cheeks. This wouldn't be something she would be able to suppress so easily, and she wasn't quite sure that she wanted to. While Naruto and Hinata expressed their thoughts on their teammates highly, Shikamaru was going about his procedure quite slowly. How else or what else could he surmise? He knew both Naruto and Hinata well enough to know that he could get along with them. But that wasn't his main focus at the moment. What mattered to him most at this point was the amount of comfort he could derive from such an arrangement. He could appreciate the latter's company quite a lot. Hinata was quiet, hence, a better atmosphere to sleep. It was definitely something he could chalk up as a positive note. However, this whole comfort thing he was aiming for was sort of balanced out by the presence of the prankster of the group, who he knew would be incredibly loud and bothersome. Though he respected Naruto's enthusiasm and praised him for his determination, as well as his come-from-behind results at the end of the graduation period, there was absolutely nothing that the Nara could do that would be able to change his friend's tiresome behavior, so why bother? The world turned so much smoother when you didn't fight against it. So, instead of dipping through the negatives and positives of his team of 3, Shikamaru decided to focus on other things. He worked through these types of stuff one step at a time since the assurance of success was always good, in his mind anyway. First he had to finish eating. Then he could concentrate on other important matters, like when his next nap break would come or how Choji was doing on his team. He was hoping his old friend would be alright, particularly in a squad of other hyped-up, energetic loudmouths. Kiba was one thing, but Ino? Put them together and it was like being with 2 other Narutos. Speaking of which. Alright guys, Naruto grinned, raising a hand and clenching it in front of him. Since we're on the same team together, all of us need to do our best out there and train extra hard to get stronger. We can't let ourselves get left behind. Train extra hard? Ugh, that seems like a lot of effort, Shikamaru murmured, shoving the last bit of bun he held into his mouth and chewing. Not all of us are you, Naruto. I know that. The boy grinned and thumbed his chest. After all, there is only one me? The Nara would have face-faulted concrete in an instant. Too bad he didn't have the energy to do so, so as an appropriate compromise a chibi version of himself inside of his head face-faulted for him while his physical presence sighed outwardly in dismay. Sometimes Naruto's thick-headedness was just way too much to deal with. What I mean is that not all of us share the exact same energy and exuberance as you, Shikamaru replied, propping his head on his hand and looking in his friend's direction. Some of us just aren't cut out for hard work. Take me for example. Yeah, well, all you need is a pat on the back to get you going, Naruto grinned, holding up a hand and waving it. I find it can help even the most unmotivated of people. It sure as hell gets me up in the morning. So does my alarm clock. But at least it has the common courtesy to not slap me on the back, Shikamaru groaned, rolling his eyes. That would be pushing it. In any case, Naruto jabbed out in front of him, and did so several more times. Hard work always pays off. Shikamaru blinked as he stared across at his classmate, seeing him excessively punch the wind while still fawning over in excitement. Though the jinchuriki did tend to go off topic and speak out unnecessarily, which was tiresome for a lot of people, he did more than make up for this imbalance by being honest, determined, and straight out. He would fight against all odds in arguments, and it was remarkable that he could actually make a stand. He has a point, the lazy genin thought, coming to an agreement with his friend's last statement. It actually brought a small smile to his face. I've seen it firsthand, the results of his hard work. He'd been training outside of classes with somebody of a high caliber, and whoever it is, they must either be very kind to him that he would do whatever they instructed him to do, or are terrifying enough to get him to run fast, faster than he'd ever ran before. He furrowed his brow in a brief moment of thought, wondering what kind of person would present that much of a force against the titan of destruction which was Konoha's most unpredictable and dangerous prank master. Could it have been those two women at the front gates on graduation day? I've gotten so much better at shinobi techniques since my last detention, Naruto spoke, bringing his right fist back and clenching his knuckles in front of him. And my taijutsu prowess has never been higher. But I know I can do more, much more. He then turned back to Shikamaru and Hinata, both of whom were eyeing him curiously. I want you guys to feel the same way I feel now. Unexpectedly, his forearm muscles pulled and he reeled forward sharply, clutching his arm to strangle out the lightning bolt of pain that had shot right through him without warning. Gritting his teeth didn't really help him though, and soon enough, he was crying out in sheer agony. Kami, damn it. I hate it when that happens. What? Beat, broken and hurting all over? Sounds peachy. Shikamaru continued on from where their teammate left them before his physical interjection, smiling in amusement. Well, so much for his exuberant speech of encouragement. While the boy groveled and strangled his arm to stop it from burning, the blue-haired kunoichi beside him pressed her fingers together and watched him with great concern. However, in spite of his worrisome state, the kunoichi received his message loud and clear, and it made her smile softly towards him. And Naruto-kun is a really, hard worker. Mustering a weak grin through a shut, right eye clenched tightly from the pain, he gazed back at the two while attempting to make out like nothing bad was happening to him. Why, you'd better believe it. Troublesome, Shikamaru shook his head. Though I know you're just going to poke me in the nose for this, but I think that maybe you should just take it easy for a bit, at least until you've fully recovered. The human body can only take so much punishment, and if I know you the way I do, I'd say you've been pushing it past its limits multiple times a day. I know. I've been training all week long, Naruto groaned. Panting quickly a few times when he felt the muscles in his arm ease out, he straightened up in his seated position and slapped both hands onto his legs. Breathing out in relief, he stared out ahead of him with a renewed smile. But it's that kind of stuff that's making me stronger. All I have to do is keep at it, and eventually, given time, I'll be able to reach their level, the level I want to be at. There? Shikamaru inquired. Looking at the boy's expression pulled out from the depths of agony, he saw he was now gazing brightly up at the sky and towards the village. It was kind of strange seeing Naruto reminiscing, since it wasn't something he normally did. Still, it was a good moment for it. The jinchuriki turned his gaze back towards his teammates, with Hinata moving away a little when she saw his warm smile directed towards her. My teachers. I want to be like them. Why your teachers? Hinata stammered questioningly. Like Irika-sensei, and Mizuki-sensei? Naruto shrugged. Irika? Sure. Mizuki. Air. He made a buzzing noise and slapped his arms to form an X in front of him. His sudden sharpness had the two genin next to him flinch. No way. That guy was a jerk. Sure could have fooled me, Shikamaru chuckled, feeling Hinata's shoulder press up against him when she retreated further. The girl moved away from him as well the moment she made contact, and since she had nowhere else to run to, chose to curl up on the steps and try to look invisible by hiding her cheeks behind enclosed hands. But by teachers I'm going to assume you mean those two women Ino, Choji and I saw at the front gates with you about a week ago, right? You got it, Naruto gave him the thumbs up, grinning. Yimchan and Ranchan. There's also Miao-chan, but she's sort of a new member of the household so I'm not counting her just yet. The Nara rubbed his eyelid uneasily, still smiling at the amusing conversation they were having. Geez man, why are there so many girls at your place? How is it that you're still alive? Guess it's just my luck, Naruto exclaimed, shutting his eyes and flashing his teeth in his most popular and characteristic of grins. I'll share it with you one day. Your luck? Nah, women are too troublesome. I've already got my mom and Ino to deal with, and, this one. He thumbed towards Hinata, who leaned away when his attention was unexpectedly shifted onto her. Although I think I can manage her just fine. I? The kunoichi gulped. Why you don't need to worry about me too much, Shikamaru-kun. I'm just happy to be on the same team as you. Bucking up a smile of her own, she looked between the two boys happily. I may not be that confident about myself right now, but I promise to do my best. Though initially perplexed by her incredibly pleasant response at being singled out by Shikamaru as an example of supposedly bothersome girls in his life, Naruto was still able to smile. Though the kunoichi did act sort of weird to him, he always saw her smiling and always heard her saying nice things. As long as we all try. He turned to the pair completely and stuck out his fist, causing Hinata to lean away again and Shikamaru to give him a puzzled look. Since we're a team now, we have to make a pact. A pact? You know, a deal, an agreement, a contract. Since we're all friends here, we have to swear to work together and work hard from now on. Naruto stated assertively, shuffling closer. The other two opened up a little more for some space, with Hinata shuffling up one step, but still keeping a little bit of space between them. Please, watch over my back from now on. Confused at first, Shikamaru was a smart guy. He could see where his friend was going with this, and though he wasn't much for explaining things about this kind of stuff, he definitely knew how to show it. The Nara smiled and straightened up, not wanting to appear hunched with his response and presentation. You're just as enigmatic as ever, huh? Always trying to garnish people's favors through grins and promises, the Nara murmured, looking across and seeing a strong smirk still worn across the teen's face. Shrugging his shoulders, the normally unmotivated genin also raised his fist, but didn't connect immediately. He glanced over at Hinata seated beside them. Come on, let's do it. Blinking, the Hyuga timidly looked between the two boys again, both of whom were giving her gazes of encouragement. Though Shikamaru meant well, the kunoichi couldn't help but shy away from Naruto's sweet smile. However, I can see you really want us to be a good team, and Naruto-kun, the girl gulped and, pulling up whatever courage she had albeit the glowing redness in her cheeks, she too smiled up at the jinchuriki. I want us to be a good team as well. So I promise I will work as hard as I can. She raised a fist, though not as confronting as her companions. The blonde shinobi smiled contently. Thanks guys. Sucking in air, he raised his fist out further and the three of them pressed knuckles against one another. In that one moment of contact, all three of them expressed confidence and a willingness to cooperate, which was what they all wanted to feel. It was why they were here after all. So, we're Team 10, right? Yeah. Team 10, Shikamaru agreed, closing his eyes and sparing a moment of thought. I can tell from this group that this is going to be a lot of trouble, but hey, I wouldn't have it any other way. Team T10. Hinata said loudly, nodding her head and clenching her eyes shut. For Naruto-kun and F for Shikamaru. Naruto's grin widened. Let's do our best, Databeo. XXX. A little bit later. Naruto's home. Following a predetermined schedule, Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken each of the Jonin captains assigned a rookie team around the village and showed them to each of their students' homes. The ones living within the village's central districts were fine and the tours were rather quick. Getting to the public nuisance Jinchuriki's place on the other hand, established way over in one of the main agricultural areas of Konohagakure, was another matter entirely. After a long, half-hour walk Hiruzen immediately began the tour of the property for the instructor of Team 10. Granted it was a really nice place with a lot of fresh air, and that the owner kept his place spotless, Asuma couldn't help but remain stunned after learning about the number of female occupants living with his soon-to-be student. 3 gorgeous women and a girl around Naruto's age totaling to around 4 girls all up, all of whom were in no way related to him whatsoever, had the man question his student's good fortunes. Don't mistake this stage of his young life for an entire existence filled with good graces. You do remember he is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Hiruzen stated while staring out the kitchen window with his hands behind his back. You know what life is like for a child in Naruto's position. carrying around such a heavy burden while being ostracized by the entire village. It was only until quite recently that his living conditions started to improve and the people around him started to accept him for who he is rather than for what he is carrying. These travelers currently living with him are among the first people to truly connect with him, including Irika-sensei, Tuchi-san and I am. I see, Asuma murmured, walking around the dining table and checking out the other rooms through the doorways. He made sure to tread cautiously because not only was the woman who greeted them at the door Yim present in the room with the two visitors, but there was also a white pigeon perched on the chair next to the martial artist that was watching him intently wherever he went. The jonin traded more uneasy glances with the bird than anything or anybody else in the room since it was creeping the heck out of him. Managing to navigate the floor space uninterrupted, he peeked into the living room area. This chamber was simply a wide open space with only 2 couches in the middle and a TV set up at the end of the room, with these being the most distinctive features in the room. The backyard was also clearly visible through the open doors, letting a lot of natural light in. In his studying of the main room, the bearded man spotted Kin lying across the couch, head on a pillow and engrossed in a magazine. The kitten recently brought into the family was napping comfortably on her stomach, and as she read, she petted its head absent-mindedly. When the former sound kunoichi sensed a pair of eyes glued onto her, she glanced towards the kitchen area to see the tall stranger staring down at her. She cocked an eyebrow and glared back. "What are you looking at?" Asuma withdrew a little at her bark, grinning nervously. "My apologies, miss. I didn't mean to disturb you." Abruptly turning heel, the jonin returned to the dining room area and looked around a bit more. He nodded his head as he took in every little detail of relevance. His expedition allowed him to get a better idea of Naruto's past, his present living conditions and the situation at his home, and he could see just how booked he really was as a normal person. There was no denying he had been through a lot in his life and still had a lot going for him here. He could only guess as to what his regular routine was really like to experience. Naruto certainly was a real head-turner in Konohagakure's routines. He's made quite a turnaround. This is nothing like the information I've read about in his file. You mentioned he lived all alone in an apartment before, right? Asuma looked over at the elder standing by the kitchen desk. The man in the funny hat still had his eyes locked onto the world outside, as if he were in silent meditation. Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. His place of residence may have changed, as well as his place amongst his classmates, but his personality certainly hasn't. However, I have good reason to believe that he has become that much wiser about the world and everything else around him. The elder smiled over his shoulder at the jonin. He's had it tough, he learns from experience and he knows what it's like to be alone, which is why he is able to connect with other people from different walks of life. He should present a most interesting student for you. Asuma smirked. He's fiercely competitive, free-spirited and not above bending, if not, breaking the rules entirely. Okay then. I like having a challenge. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette and a lighter. Just as he was about to ignite himself a quick smoke, Mr. Wu suddenly swooped past him and grabbed the stick right out of his lips. The jonin jumped in surprise, watching as the bird flew a full circle around the room before landing gracefully on Yim's shoulder. The dove dropped the offending item into her hand, which she then crushed without a second thought, yet still maintaining a bright smile. Immediately taking that as a sign that he was not allowed to smoke inside the house, Asuma shrugged and pocketed his lighter. He then smirked in the martial artist's direction while the third shook his head in amusement. "So what's your story?" the jonin asked the foreigner, watching her glance towards him with a pleasant air about her. "You've obviously known him for a while and it's clear that he has some interesting character, so what do you recommend would be my best approach when confronting him?" Blinking, the woman giggled. "I believe that it is the job of the teacher to find out about the little imperfections and perfections about their students themselves. In order to truly connect with them and to be able to turn them into something amazing, you have to work hard to get to know them. You have to earn their trust, their respect and their friendship, yet still be able to convey a sense of authority over them as their instructor." "Very well, I can respect that standpoint," Asuma stated with a smile and a bow. "Thank you very much." However, just as he was turning to walk back towards the village leader, Yim spoke up again. This time she had a surprising footnote to add to her previous statement that the martial artist had no problem with divulging. "I will say this though." The jonin stopped and glanced at her in response. As one of his 3 current teachers, in regards to any talent he may possess, it seems that most of it lies in his ability to work exceptionally hard. If you want to teach him properly, know that he learns best through his body through repetition and practice. The woman grinned at him momentarily, before turning to pet Mr. Wu on the head, who cooed approvingly. "Though he may not be a genius, he has incredible insight." I will take that under advisement, Asuma bowed, before turning towards his father to resume his previous trail of thought. 3 instructors? I guess there's no limit to how hard this kid will work. He's no Sasuke Uchiha, Hiruzen murmured, sensing his son stop just a few feet behind him. But unlike the academy prodigy, Naruto-kun has his own talents that he himself had built upon all by himself and has only just recently started to shine through the positive reinforcement of his numerous instructors. The elder then turned away and began to leave, with the Jonin following close behind. Thank you for your time, Lady Im. We will take our leave now. Come again, the woman exclaimed, waving them out. Oh. The moment the third and Asuma stepped outside, they wasted no time in hitting the road and heading back towards the village center as quickly as possible. After all, the Jonin had to collect his team from the homeroom soon and he was damned if he was going to be late. He didn't want to make a Kakashi impression and not show up on time. A quick march was all that was needed if he was going to avoid such an eventuality. Even so, the two continued to share a pretty relaxed discussion even though they were in a rush. You have some really big shoes to fill as the leader and mentor of a team of rookies, Asuma, Hiruzen stated, his eyes hidden by the shade underneath his wide-brimmed cap. I arranged the squads the way they are for a reason, because children have the capacity to grow in interesting ways in a dynamic environment, where they may offer their companions encouragement and support one another in times of great adversity. As I understand it, you also took into account the other instructors' choices in regards to the teams they wished to train, Asuma stated, glancing towards the Hokage. In all honesty, I was expecting you to form the Ino Shikacho trio right off the bat, because of the skills inherited from their fathers. They seemed like a pretty solid matchup, so why'd you decide to shuffle them all of a sudden? The elder lowered his head, taking a moment to contemplate his decision. I had originally planned to put Naruto and Sasuke on the same team. Their standing rivalry, as well as the major differences in their skills and capabilities would have produced a unique balance for a fighting squad. However, after re-evaluating their profiles and witnessing Naruto's sudden improvement, I realized that having 2 alpha males in the same group would have probably lead to shaky team relations and constant trouble out on the field. Asuma snorted. Well, even though you say it like that, Kakashi still incessantly lobbied to have the both of them on his team, because he felt that he could train the 2 of them to the best of their abilities, the instructor exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette when he was out of sight of the house and lighting it. He breathed on the fumes and relaxed himself. I'm inclined to agree with a lot of his reasoning, since Sasuke is a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan and Kakashi has the Sharingan. Not to mention Naruto is the son of Kakashi's late sensei, God rest his soul. And your second opinion? Hiruzen inquired. Competitiveness makes for good building in character, but encouragement and support helps fix up any holes in a team. Sasuke and Naruto may have gotten into way too many fights for any mending to actually take place, the Jonin concluded. Kakashi wanted them on his squad, but so did a lot of the other teachers, which is why I can appreciate how you shuffled the talent around. One of the main reasons why I wanted Naruto on my team is because he greatly supports the people he gets along with in class, namely Shikamaru and Hinata, whom I also wanted. There was a moment of pause in which Asuma then turned to the elder with a curious glimmer in his eyes. What was your reason for mixing up the other teams? I wanted to go for a more diverse alternative when creating the teams for this year. I placed Naruto with Hinata and Shikamaru because the 3 of them already have strong connections with one another and that all they needed was some polishing up. Hiruzen smiled, looking up at his son strolling directly beside him. Not to mention that they also have a lot of potential hidden away. You did mention before that you wanted an interesting group? Asuma chuckled. I put my name down for those 3 as my first choice because I thought they formed a pretty solid trio. That's another thing. I was interested by your initial choices when you were first applying for a position as a Jonin captain for a Genin team. I decided to go along with your preferences because I trusted your judgment. But I'm still curious as to why you chose those particular 3 to round out your squad. The third was sincere in his query on this note. He knew his son wouldn't make such a decision without good reason, and it was something he would definitely have no hesitation in revealing. The tall Jonin chuckled and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not so much that their willingness to cooperate with one another makes them a good team, but it's more like their individual strengths that really seal the deal for me. I've spent a lot of time with Shikamaru before, inside and outside of classes. Though his grades may not look it, he's got some serious brain power hidden under that weird haircut of his. The bearded shinobi nodded at that point, huffing out rings of smoke. He just needs some motivation and I'm sure that Naruto can provide a huge bulk of it for both of his teammates. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, wondering what else his son had to say. Speaking of which, that kid has a lot of determination and a real potential for accelerated growth. I've seen his exam results. Though I was puzzled at first, meeting the occupants of his household face to face was more than enough to confirm my uncertainties that Naruto has a knack for hard work. Hinata also has a lot of talent that I'm sure she's hiding away somewhere. Though her clan's doujutsu will definitely give the team an edge out on the field, she also shows some promising points in combat. So summing up the three of them in terms of skill set, character and groundwork, the squad seems pretty well rounded. Do you think you can handle them? What, a knucklehead, a mouse and a slacker? Oh sure. No problem. I've dealt with their types many times before. Well then, if that's your final answer, I wish you the best of luck, Hiruzen stated, lowering his head and hiding his gaze under the shadow of his hat. Treat them well. You got it, Asuma grinned, looking up towards the sky moments before the pair of them passed over the threshold and into the forest leading back to the village. Who knows? This whole experience might just turn out to be a real blast. Chapter 14. After lunch. Following their extended lunch period, the newly formed teams of graduates began filing back into the classroom one after the other. The thought of finally being shinobi with squad leaders waiting for them had more than a handful of the kids jumping with excitement, meaning that nearly most of the graduating group could be seen pouring back into their homeroom the moment the bell was rung with springs in their steps. It came as a momentary surprise to the groups of teenagers when they discovered a small group of similarly dressed adults waiting for them on their return, with Irika-sensei standing alongside them. Figuring that the group of adults was the Jonin captains assigned to them, the teams immediately disbanded the moment they entered the classroom and took their seats. The only ones who seemed to remain in their respective squads were Team 8 and Team 10, the members taking up 2 whole rows alongside one another, whereas the rest of the class dispersed throughout the room. Once everyone was back in and accounted for, Irika took to the front and led the class's attention into the next stage of team assignments, which would also be his last official duty as their academy instructor. Welcome back everyone. I trust you all had a pleasant break, Irika grinned, stepping aside and gesturing towards the adults dressed in shinobi garb. The men and women you see standing before you are the Jonin who will be your instructors and squad leaders throughout your time as genin. Remember to work hard, train hard, and if you should ever find yourself in trouble, just do what you've learned over your years of practice and you should be fine. With that announcement, Irika allowed himself to slink over to the side of the room and allow the procession to roll on. Starting from the top of the list down, the Jonin began stepping forward one at a time to collect their teams in the order that they had been arranged. Hey, wait a second, Sakura exclaimed suddenly, raising a hand when Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward to collect Team 8. The issue came to her like a person singling out a can positioned in the middle of a row of bottles. Why you missed out Team 7? Where's our instructor? The raven-haired woman wearing the fishnet with the white battle dress that looked like it was made out of lengths of sheets chuckled in the pink-haired girl's direction. I'm afraid you and your team will be waiting here for quite a while. The other Jonin behind her also snickered, knowing full well the mannerisms and deadlines of one Kakashi Hitaki. He's running some errands at the moment. It may have been a bold-faced lie, but what else could she say? No one in this village had any idea of what that man really got up to in his spare time that made him almost constantly late. Sakura sat back down, looking a little bit dejected at the idea of having to wait for their teacher to show up. Sasuke on the other hand looked away with a huff and closed his eyes. He didn't mind having to wait a few minutes for their teacher to make his grand appearance. I mean, this was an important day for all of them. How long could it take? Taking Kiba, Ino and Choji under her wing, Kurenai led her team out the door. However, before she was completely out she stopped and turned towards Asuma standing next in line. The man smiled at the concerned look she sent his way and placed his hand on her shoulder, which he then squeezed reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll look after Hinata, the bearded Jonin whispered. You can count on me. Hearing his words syllable for syllable, the black-haired woman smiled and nodded, before exiting the room to follow after her team. The moment she was out, the Jonin she had been speaking with previously stepped forward completely. Scratching the side of his nose, the man directed his grin up towards the classroom. My name is Asuma Sarutobi, elite Jonin and instructor assigned to Team 10, the man said while looking about the remaining teenage ranks for the familiar faces of his group. His focus was quickly shifted onto the row all three of them were currently occupying, to which he then smiled when he recognized the odd haircuts and unique expressions of the squad's members. Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara and Hinata Hyuga, please follow me. His words and head nod to follow was all that was needed to get the trio out of their seats and down the stairs. The youngsters trotted after the man as he took them out of the classroom to their meeting point, with Naruto lagging behind for but a second to wave goodbye to Irika, who saw him off with a wide grin of his own and a gesture of good luck. Nobody really said a word on the trip out of the academy and across the village. This was probably due to the uncertainty of the situation that the new genin felt. In fact, the level of anxiety was so high that time simply flew by around them the moment they left the school's grounds altogether. The fact that they were standing in the presence of such an intimidating-looking shinobi as well kind of solidified this feeling. This Asuma Sarutobi was quite large for someone who was supposed to be a stealthy warrior, with a unique, spiky hairstyle adorned atop of his head and matching beard covering his broad chin. It was in his inspections of the man that Shikamaru made the assumption that he was probably a little heavy-footed in combat, if his build was of any indication. Furthermore, unlike other regular shinobi the trio had seen around town, he also wore a strange sash around his waist with the kanji for fire marked in red on it. It was an odd accessory to keep on his person, but maybe it was something from his past life that was important to him. Still, this badge of honor presented little significance to either of the genin at present, who simply continued to tail the large man in front of them without inquisition or complaint. Eventually, Asuma led the three youngsters into the shadow of Kikyo Castle, the same castle in the manga where Gaara killed Dosu, a huge construct in the central parts of the village that was once occupied by a feudal lord. However, after the family left Konohagakure in search of a new home during the Second Great Shinobi War out of fear that the village might be destroyed, they left this great monolith behind in their place. It has since played host as a building of historical importance inside of Konohagakure, a tourist attraction if you would. Still, that meant little to shinobi who had the capability of treading over it when in a hurry. Stopping just on the steps beneath the great shrine, Asuma turned to face his team. Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata gazed curiously up at him as he pulled a cigarette out of his pouch, slipped it between his lips and lit it. Sighing out rings of smoke, the man looked down at each of them and made a head count, which was kind of pointless. Anyone with eyesight could tell that everyone that was supposed to be here was here. Alrighty, before we begin, I'd like to congratulate the three of you for making it through the exams. You should all be proud of yourselves. This praise got smiles from both Naruto and Hinata, the latter of which was still twitching with nervousness, while Shikamaru just picked at his ear and flicked away the wax in an offhand manner. Each of you has proven on paper and in practice to be a capable group of youngsters, and that I should expect great things from you. However, Naruto blinked. Asuma grinned. I want to find out for myself whether passing those cookie-cutter tests you were all given wasn't just some stroke of luck. Breathing on deadly fumes, he then pointed blindly up towards the castle's roof behind him without much care or effort. Meet me at the top of that building in 5 minutes. You can use any method or means of access to reach the apex, so don't keep me waiting. Before any of the youngsters could utter a single word or question, the man disappeared in a puff of white smoke. This pretty much told them that as genin, they were expected to follow their superiors' orders without query. At least, that was their initial reaction. What followed up after that was annoyance. Waving the fog out of the way, the trio then looked towards the roof of the castle many stories above the ground. The structure was simply enormous, like, humongous enormous. Heck, anyone found looking up at it from ground level could swear it was just as big as the academy's main building, which was the most distinguishable and impressive construct in the entire village next to the Hokage monument. This testament of a more far-off past towered over them like the Great Wall surrounding their home itself, and it definitely carried that air of sovereignty about it that made people recognize this place so. The design was just as impressive as its size. However, knowing that they had to get to the top of the castle in a certain amount of time put a complete dampener on the awe that each of them was experiencing while gazing up at the damn thing. The wind whistling as it passed around it, the clouds floating gently overhead, the sounds of eagles circling the skies above it and the sun barely peeking around the side gave a pretty accurate scope as to the sheer magnitude of the task that lay ahead of them. The shadow it cast was more than enough to make the most hardcore of the group hesitate. Well, I'm outta here, Shikamaru exclaimed, slipping his hands into his pockets and turning heel. Naruto caught him by the collar before he could retreat another step. His sudden lack of forward momentum due to the restraint had the Nara grown in displeasure. Do we have to? Oh yeah, Naruto grinned, forcefully spinning his companion around and stepping further up the stairs. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Sweet. I've always wanted to put my name down on this place. Watching the blonde march up the steps towards the above-mentioned structure and hearing his comments had Shikamaru gaze at his back exasperatedly, while the stress of the assigned task had Hinata shuffling about even more anxiously than before. I am not too sure about this, the Hyuga murmured. Ah, come on you guys. Don't be like that. Climbing this thing will be a piece of cake, Naruto exclaimed, looking behind him to see the doubt on the faces of his less than enthusiastic comrades. From your point of view, Shikamaru murmured, scratching the side of his head. He then looked up at the magnificent walls of wood again, furrowing his brow. I mean, geez, we can jump high and climb stuff like trees, but this thing is a completely different story. It's a castle for crying out loud. Taking note of their expressions, comments as well as their physical cues, the Jinchuriki resolved to fix the inactivity and lack of confidence plaguing their thoughts, and decided to encourage them the best way he knew how. By giving them his characteristic wide smirk and taking decisive action. Trees, buildings, poles, ladders, towers, to a ninja they're all the same thing, aren't they? Watch and learn. Chuckling, the boy rushed towards the nearest pillar and leapt at it. Landing against it with his feet as if he were landing on level ground, his teammates' first thoughts were that he was going to fall right back down. However, the blonde managed to shock all audiences once again when he unexpectedly stuck to the column's surface and immediately upon making contact began sprinting up its side, literally defying the laws of physics. Using abilities neither of his teammates knew he possessed outside of mischief-making, the two genins still floundering on the staircase watched through wide eyes as the boy swung up from railing to railing before flipping up onto the top of the veranda, making up the grand Engawa aspect of the castle in several seconds flat. They'd learned how to briefly run up vertical inclines like trees and jump long distances from building to building at various heights. Truth be told, Shikamaru and Hinata had never seen a person literally stand against the side of a wall, hold their position, then sprint up it with little to no effort. It was unreal. Once he had reached the top of the first roof, Naruto peered over the side of it and stared the 3 stories down towards his teammates still gathered on the flight of steps. Whoa, Shikamaru blinked. Hinata murmured admirably at the feat the boy was able to accomplish so fluently and with zero effort. Grinning, Naruto waved at them before reaching into his jumper and pulling out a rope. Why he had one to begin with was a damn good question. It was probably something he carried with him at all times in case he ever wanted to perform another high-risk, break-in job or pull another fast one over the Hokage monument. Painting the great faces was, simply put, a force of habit for him. Nuff said. Unraveling it, Naruto lowered the length of line down to his friends so that they had an easy way up to him. He couldn't just leave them down there. If they were going to do this, they were going to do this together. Hurry up guys, the boy called out. We don't have all day, you know. Though reluctant at first, Hinata was the first to break out of the stunned silence of the two and, after tugging on the line to make sure it was safe, started clambering up. Though it took a bit of doing, she managed to make it to the top just fine thanks to all those obstacle courses they had worked on back in the academy. It was while watching the kunoichi shimmy up the rope Shikamaru uttered his own discomfort at the situation before beginning his own ascent of the palace. Troublesome. What's so wrong with taking the stairs? Oh. A few minutes, and a lot of complaining later, all 3 graduates soon found themselves on the last leg of the arduous vertical climb. Upon reeling in his rope once he was certain his teammates were safely on top of the tiled roof alongside him, Naruto then led the final charge up the slope, while a sweating and panting Shikamaru and Hinata followed after him. It was a huge relief for the latter two once they arrived at the absolute peak of the palace. It was also one of the grandest moments for them that day, mostly for the fact that the stopping point presented an amazing spectacle for all of them. The sight of the entire village spread out before them like a masterpiece from the Renaissance era was breathtaking. No shit, Shikamaru gasped, straightening his back out and greeting the sun. Damn, that killed. While the above stretched and caught his breath, Naruto stood proudly in the center of the trio with his hands on his hips and a wide grin on his face as he stared at the sight of his home village canvassed so perfectly in front of them. Hinata on the other hand was kneeling on the roof beside him, still winded and looking beat like she had just returned from a 20-mile sprint, Shinobi standards BTW. Not bad. The familiar voice on the far side of the building caught the team's attention. His announcement caused the 3 youngsters to turn and face one of the 2 large shibi on either corner of the roof, where they saw their instructor leaning against the back of the statue with his arms folded. You made it with only half a minute to spare. That's good, considering that 2 of you don't know how to stick to or climb up vertical planes yet. Props for creativity, he was clearly singling out their little rope performance provided by their most eccentric member. Naruto blinked and pointed at him. Hey, how'd you get up here so fast? I climbed, Asuma grinned, getting off of his post and strolling on over. It was perplexing for the kid since he didn't have a single bead of sweat on him at all. Not the way you did though. You're a few months too green to be able to do what I did without exerting any effort whatsoever. Looking between one another momentarily, the teens glanced back around once the Jonin was standing right in front of them and they had all recovered from the shock. The wind blowing through them didn't upset the pace of their conversation in the slightest. See, could you teach us how to climb things easily as well? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. Teach us some cool stuff, sensei. Geez, why are you so excited to learn so much? Shikamaru moaned, giving the bouncing blonde an odd look. You already know how to climb walls. Isn't that good enough for you? The jinchuriki gave his teammate a hurt look. Ah, but I wanna. He stomped on the ground like an impatient child, earning an eye roll from the unmotivated graduate. Okay. You too, Shikamaru. We can learn some awesome new techniques together. No way, too much effort. Ah, you're no fun, Naruto scowled back, feeling a little bit shot down. Even Hinata has more motivation than you. With that in mind, he turned to the blushing, blue-haired girl and grinned. Right, Hinata-chan? Right, the girl squeaked, trying to smile back, only to lose some of her confidence. We should all learn new stuff, together. Awesome. It's decided then, Naruto grinned, holding up his hand and earning an odd glance from Shikamaru. It's 2-on-1, pal, in favor of learning new stuff together. Ugh, why do you have to be so set on training? Can't we do something that we can all enjoy, like taking a nap or just standing around and thinking up stuff? That's boring. Precisely the point. I don't mind taking a nap either, Shikamaru, Hinata exclaimed, raising a hand meekly. This didn't really bode well with the jinchuriki. Hey, I thought you were on my side, Hinata. Asuma laughed. My, you really are an interesting bunch of brats. He placed his hands on his hips. You're such an odd mix of peculiarity, level-headedness and nervousness, that I can't tell whether the three of you are gonna break or excel as a team in the future. Guess your future growth all depends on what and how I'm gonna train you three from now on. This statement immediately silenced the little bicker and had all eyes locked back onto the jonin. The man with the now almost completely used cigarette still lodged between his lips scratched his chin in thought as he looked from one curious face to the next. After sizing up the troublesome ones from the more collected ones, Asuma then folded his arms and huffed. I'm going to be honest with you guys, dead honest with you, and none of that beating around the bush kind of crap or team motivational speeches about youth and whatever. I'm gonna give it to ya straight and serious. Whether you like or hate what I have to say next, I leave it up to you guys to decide for yourselves how to respond. Huh? What do you mean? Naruto murmured curiously. The man pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and, after extinguishing it against his sleeve, flicked it away. He then proceeded to draw another one, all the while keeping his attention fixated on his now intently listening students. They were so focused on him that they subconsciously formed an orderly row in front of the jonin, with Naruto in the center, leaning forward eagerly, Hinata on the blonde's right with her hands cupped together and held up close to her chin, and Shikamaru on his left, hands in his pockets and slouched over with a more thoughtful expression in play. This was all the response Asuma needed to lead on from there. Traditionally, the jonin assigned to teams are supposed to administer a sort of final examination to the genin under their command before they can officially be branded a functioning group within the village, Asuma stated, bringing his lighter up and shaking it to get the fluid flowing. The formula for the test is grossly simple. What I was supposed to do was psyche you guys up and then mercilessly tear your prospects to shreds, by saying that out of the 27 or so students to have graduated only 9 of you guys would be able to make the cut. It was basically a pass-fail test scare with a high chance of failure, saying that if you did in fact fail, you and your entire team would be sent back to the academy, a tactic I'm sure my other colleagues will be dishing out to the rest of you little munchkins right about now. Lighting his cigarette, Asuma calmly blew out a ring of smoke before facing down his wee little students once more. The expressions they were throwing him were a mixture of vacancy and puzzlement. He figured his explanations would have developed that sort of an impact and continued on without missing a bit. After scaring the daylights out of you, I would have then given you 3 some sort of impossible task you would be required to complete in order to earn my favor. Depending on how you succeed or fail, determines whether you guys make the cut or not, the jonin smirked, breathing on his cigarette again. To be quite frank, it's just a cheese test filled with holes. Blinking, Shikamaru shrugged in indifference. So, why are you telling us this? Wouldn't it have been easier to just scare the pants off of us and force us to do this impossible test? Well, I thought about it. Then I realized it was just a complete waste of time, Asuma replied, biting down on his cigarette and making some hand gestures like he was shaking off the entire thing altogether. This earned a collection of odd stares from the 3 graduates. Every instructor has their own way of testing the genin they are given, using methods they were taught by their teachers, redoing them in their own ways, and so on and so forth. Me on the other hand, I'd rather just tell you guys straight out what you need to know. Shikamaru looked at him suspiciously. Maybe what he plans on saying next will be his way of covering this whole test thing up again. Is he baiting us along to earn our trust and then, after luring us in, cut us down? What's he playing at? The reality is this, Asuma said, pulling the cigarette out of his mouth and pointing at them. All of the students to have graduated this year are officially registered as genin of Konohagakure, yes. They are then put into separate teams, groups that are required for them to continue on with their training, development, and refinement as shinobi for the future, yes. However, the jonin captains the teams are assigned to, they are the ones that have the final say in whether or not the squads they are matched up with are fit to act as a functioning unit within the village. You need to get the okay sign from the jonin instructors before any of the squads are allowed to function as a working group for the village in any capacity whatsoever. So, what does that really mean? Hinata asked, afraid of what was to come. The bearded man smiled. What I'm saying is that the test used to scare and push you guys to your limits is indeed a real test. All you have to do is meet your instructor's expectations and prove to him or her that you are ready to function as a team for the sake of your village and your comrades. You see, not all graduating groups are exactly fit to go out into the world and perform missions right off the bat. Many of them are still green behind the ears. As a consequence, not only are they unable to get along with each other, they are also at risk of endangering themselves out on the field. That is why jonin are assigned to train each of the graduating teams in the first place, because you just can't go back to the academy. If we sent every failed student, we'd head back to the dumps. The instructors at the academy would have their hands full and the classrooms will be absolutely backed up with failures. Asuma laughed at that. Just thinking about classes filled with impassable candidates was just too much. However, his explanations didn't fall on deaf ears. All three of the kids standing in front of him were able to clue into where this was all going, with even Naruto grinning and slamming his fist into his open palm, almost triumphantly. Oh, so that's it. The jonin smirked. It seems like you got it. If you don't pass the instructor's initial test, though you may not be able to go out on missions for your village straight away, you are still given a chance to make it. You can either continue your training under the guidance of your assigned instructor until they see fit to pass you, or you can be handed over to another instructor, who will continue to oversee your training until you feel ready to take your team leader's test again or a test assigned by your new teacher. He chuckled on smoke and shrugged his shoulders. Or you can just quit. Either way, it's not a complete loss for you guys. My comrade Kakashi Hatake failed several graduating groups, and even though he never took them on again as his own squads, they were all passed on to instructors further down the ladder to continue their training. We focus on quality over quantity in shinobi. Though we do have a lot of shinobi in our village, individual skills and team skills are not to be trifled with. In spite of his supposedly good news and illumination of the situation, Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru still looked around at each other rather worryingly, with the blonde standing in the middle looking back and raising a hand. It was like he was still in class and that he was being lectured to, but it wouldn't have been within his character to really ask questions during class hours. Two of the three of them were normally asleep at their desks after all, but this wasn't a normal school day. Ah, Sensei! Sensei! What's going to happen with us then? Naruto asked, gesturing to the other two as well. Since you now told us what this examination process is really like, Hinata began strongly, pausing only to gulp before continuing. Does that mean you're not going to pass us? Oh, or are you going to? Hell, he might not even do either, Shikamaru murmured doubtfully, lowering his head and closing his eyes. He might just give us the exam anyway or just tell us we failed outright, and hike us off to another instructor. Ugh, and after coming all this way. Oh, don't give up yet you sloth, Naruto poked. He glanced over at his friend with narrowed eyes, finding his negative view on their situation a little bit upsetting. He hasn't said anything else yet. What, can't a guy input his own perspective on our current position? The Nara shrugged absently. It was the perfect time to interject anyway. I still think this is all too troublesome. At least try to show some more enthusiasm, the Jinchuriki begged, almost groaning at the effort of trying to force the stubborn mule up the hill. Shikamaru sighed. Enthusiasm wastes energy. I'd rather use that extra fuel and invest it in time that could be better spent either sleeping or thinking about stuff. After all, I have to prioritize my strengths if I'm going to survive out there in the real world. He tapped himself in the side of the head while looking back at his friend. This thing takes quite a lot of effort, just so you know. Naruto studied him briefly, before looking away with a small smile. I guess you're right. My body wastes a lot of energy doing a whole bunch of stuff. While the Jinchuriki jabbed and Shikamaru shrugged away his comments, Hinata murmured uneasily as she looked between her teammates. They really liked taking shots at one another, but it was all good-natured, unlike the chaos Kiba and Naruto caused during their little spats. Heck, she didn't even want to get into the fuss Naruto used to cause whenever he was confronted with Sasuke. Asuma chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he watched the trio run circles round each other. He didn't know why, but these kids were pretty fun to be around. There was no denying that he was definitely grasping their attention with his announcements and such, unlike the whole classes he had once filled in at the academy as a relief teacher a couple times in the past. True, he'd hung out with Shikamaru a few times, as a communing group. These three were proving to be quite a gag. They're really honest and open, that I can definitely see. An interesting matchup, Asuma thought to himself. Good. Breathing on his cigarette a couple more times as he considered their questions carefully, looking from one anxious face to the next, the man thought long and hard on how he was going to answer them. So he'd already spilled the beans? No damage done. In terms of following protocol, Asuma tended to bend the rules to what he felt was within reasonable grounds, at most times. He was like Kakashi in that respect, only he didn't simply brush off issues like a speck of dirt and leave it lying where it had landed. He didn't do things without reason, and while foregoing the formal processes, he decided to take this thing in a different direction away from tradition. After all, his mind was already set. That was what he had already assured Kurenai and his father. So? What's gonna happen now, sensei? Naruto asked again, jumping on the spot anxiously. All eyes returned to the tall man breathing down on them with cigarette fumes. It was perfectly clear from their expressions and postures that they were all edgy. A single slip-up would mean heart attacks all around. That got Asuma thinking. Figuring he could mess with them a little more, he comically raised a hand and rubbed his chin in mock contemplation, while gazing upwards thoughtfully. He continued to allow the tension to boil for a little bit longer as his way of asserting his certainty over the situation by pacing back and forth across the roof. The trio of anxious youngsters watched with bated breath and sweat dripping down their faces as the man deeply and animatedly considered his verdict. Out of all of them though, it was Shikamaru who was the only one who suspected that their teacher was cooking something up for them, and judging from the amount of anxiety hanging in the air like the stench from a silent fart, it wasn't going to be good. Noticing out of the corner of his eye that their faces were turning blue from literally holding their breaths, Asuma smirked. The timing of suspense seemed just about right now, so what the heck? Strolling back up to meet them, he stood in the same spot once again and stared down at his team, hand still on chin. He then breathed out another ring of smoke before lowering his arms to his sides and slipping his hands into his pockets. The Jonin shrugged his shoulders. You pass. Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru blinked in unison. There were no immediate gasps, no physical double takes or fainting of any kind. All there was the squishy sound of their eyelids opening and closing all at once, like somebody had just stepped on a floor covered in berries. Ah? Naruto murmured unintelligently. What? Shikamaru choked, his lingering suspicions taking a whopping hit. Asuma grinned again. I just said, you pass. All of us? Or our whole team? Hinata inquired, raising a hand and pointing between herself and the other two. Just like that? The man before them nodded again. Just like that, the adult shinobi said affirmatively, studying them as they turned to face each other. They looked back and between themselves several times, before their expressions started to brighten up. However, while their astonishment and confusion continued to drift freshly in their breathing spaces, Asuma used this brief interval of silence provided to continue breaking down his response for them, turning heel and gazing off in some other direction with a grin. I already decided that I was going to pass you guys the moment I was informed which team I would be training and who was going to be on it. Looking back on your past academic and activity records, I could see that you guys function pretty well together. When constructing the ideal house to live in, it is necessary that you have all the right materials and all the right tools at your disposal. You don't want to have two of the same pieces that don't fit well or aren't of appropriate size thrown together. The designs and building blocks all have to be predetermined and collated before construction can even begin. When he looked back at them, he saw that all three of his students were giving him pretty vacant expressions. This immediately told him that everything he had just said had made no sense to them whatsoever and had pretty much gone through one ear and out the other. Their reactions had Asuma sweat drop. He quickly cleared his throat to cover up the awkwardness of the situation and carried on with the topic. Of course, the man chuckled nervously, turning to them while rubbing his head. I'm a shinobi, not a carpenter. I'm just assuming that's how it all works. He lowered his hand and plucked the cigarette from his mouth, smiling. The point is, because you guys get along well with each other, you are in an advantageous position with the potential to fix one another's flaws, raise each other's spirits and work well together, as a team. Had you been put together with guys like, I don't know, Kiba or maybe even Choji, just to name a couple, well, he shrugged his shoulders. You guys would have spent more time bickering and floundering about in the shallows than working on improving your teamwork and individual skills. Teams need a steady balance of level-headedness, strength, confidence building and flaws that can be fixed over time. There was no denying that. It was a reality that floated around all three of the kids' heads. While Naruto was pretty confident in his abilities, he knew that there was so much more that he had to learn. His various teachers had hammered that idea into his head over the entire course of his training thus far, and that concept of continued growth just stuck with him. If he couldn't even touch them in spars, then he knew he needed to work even harder, if not also to get to know the other people around him. Shikamaru and Hinata, while he knew some of their characteristics on the outside, he didn't know them beyond the walls of the academy. Here was the perfect opportunity to get to know them a little better. His lack of attentiveness to traditional and important practices of a shinobi, as well as knowledge in certain other areas which formed a pretty long list, they were holes he needed to fill in. Hinata also had her own thoughts to consider. Presently, getting close to Naruto was a real problem for her. Even right now she was shying away from his every move. She needed to lift that barrier and build up the ability to be able to interact with him normally if there was a chance for her to get stronger. Furthermore, there was also her troubleshooting with confidence as well as self-assurance in her own skills in shinobi combat. Lack of confidence in her abilities was a great restrictor, and was like a thorn that had the potential to stunt growth. Being on a team with a great motivator and one who was able to keep his head in tough situations would be a real benefit to her. She knew in her head that she needed this. Shikamaru, on the other hand, while being the most composed of the group, didn't need to dawn on his thoughts for too long. Heck, it was too much of a bother for him. He already knew where his strengths and weaknesses laid. Strengths, thinking and sleeping, oh yeah, and his shadow possession jutsu. Weaknesses, stamina, speed, taijutsu technique and physical strength. Hey, he didn't want to admit it, but it was all there, clear as day. I know what you're thinking, Asuma grinned, seeing them all jump and look back at him. The man pointed at each of them. Flaws, weaknesses, needs for improvement, it's all there. But don't let this stuff get to you. You're going to be training regardless of the level you are at. If you want to get to Chunin or anywhere higher in the shinobi department, then you need to get stronger and cover up as many weaknesses as you can along the way. Shikamaru groaned, rubbing his eye. Do we have to? The Jonin nodded. Yup. Really? The boy asked again, yawning. It seems like a lot of trouble. He questioned the idea of promotions and such without any excitement whatsoever, and persisted with the same tone. Seriously, what was so wrong with being a genin for the rest of your life? Becoming Chunin or Jonin looked like a lot of effort from his point of view, what with the paperwork, the leadership roles and organizing things, it was too much. Asuma smirked. A lazy ass, one who lacks confidence, and one who has energy that can be split evenly throughout an entire platoon, the man thought while looking from one aforementioned student to the other. Now this is a challenge I like. So, the Jonin clapped his hands together, drawing all eyes back to him. Let's get down to business. Before I fill in the documentation that cites you guys as an official team of Konohagakure, I still want to see what you guys are made of. And here we go, Shikamaru thought, narrowing his eyes and straightening himself. He knew this was coming, he just knew it. So, we are taking a test? This made the other two's expressions and moods falter somewhat. Not really. Call it a small errand I'd like you guys to run for me, Asuma exclaimed, extinguishing his second cigarette and tossing it away. I'll make this an unofficial mission, a standard D-rank assignment that will help you three get into the swing of things. You should expect to be doing more stuff like this in the first couple of months once I've run my decision past the Hokage, so you'd better start taking notes. He saw all of them tense up and lean forward, the trio developing serious expressions and hard glares. Well, while Naruto and Shikamaru showed their confidence respectively, Hinata continued to shift about on the spot nervously, before also leaning in with them to listen in on the details. That was exactly what Asuma wanted to see. They were all for it. Excellent, the Jonin said, reaching into his pocket and rummaging about. Tearing off a piece of scroll he had on hand and using the ink provided to jot down some random numbers, he then handed it over to Shikamaru. The boy took it and looked down at it alongside his companions, moments before all eyes trained back to their instructor. The man smirked. You have until 4 to complete the mission. Good luck. Forming a hand seal, he vanished in a puff of smoke, and that was that? Waving fumes out of their faces, Team 10 stepped into the space their teacher had once occupied seconds before. Finding that nothing else had been left behind in his wake save for the 2 used cigarettes lying on the roof, they all turned to one another to assess the situation. The jinchuriki threw his hands out. So, what? Is that it? It looks like it, Shikamaru murmured, spreading out the paper a bit more and taking a closer look at the numbers. Hinata also leaned in over his shoulder to analyze the numerals laid out before them. The figures were arranged into 2 separate rows, both containing high values, and though it wasn't much of a clue, the boy still figured he could work around it. But what could these mean? A C code? Hinata suggested. Perhaps it's an address we need to go to? Probably. But these combinations don't match up to any streets, suburbs, or apartment blocks, at least not in this region. Maybe it's a plot? To a safe or maybe a lock? Nah. Something like that would have needed extensive planning beforehand, Shikamaru said, flicking at the numbers drawn. You see these? He did this on the fly in between brief pauses in his writing? Hesitancy in writing numerical values for directions indicates that he needed some time to recall these numbers. My guess is that he must have memorized these from past experience. Naruto scratched his head, hanging around in front of the other two with his arms folded and keeping quiet while they worked. He really wasn't getting any of it. Sure, he was able to get some of the stuff taught in class, reading maps, following directions, step-by-step processes. Cracking codes, however, wasn't exactly his forte. All he knew was that codes were just a bunch of words and numbers arranged into some incomprehensible series of equations, requiring a certain amount of intelligence and insight in order to be broken down and deciphered. Taking hints, running on limited info, and trying to solve mysteries, he sucked at that sort of stuff. Unless it had something to do with fighting, you could rule him out as a reliable source of help. After some doing though, Shikamaru snapped his fingers when he finally came around to what the 2 rows of numbers were. Coordinates, he exclaimed, smirking. He then turned his attention towards the village, to which Naruto and Hinata did so as well. Our first objective is at these first set of coordinates, which is somewhere out there in the middle of Konohagakure, I bet. Oh, Hinata smiled, gazing over at the Nara. Gee, good thinking, Shikamaru-kun. Yeah. Nice work. Naruto grinned. Nay. It's what I do best, the boy shrugged, not really interested in receiving praises right now. It was too much to worry about. Folding up the piece of paper and pocketing it, he turned to face his friends again. Once doing so and all 3 of them were looking at one another, the Nara began tapping his chin thoughtfully. The thing is though, we don't have a map. We need one detailing the local areas if we're going to have any chance of finding this place we're supposed to be looking for. The only maps we ever used are at the academy, Hinata exclaimed, pointing towards the large, red building sitting under the noses of the Hokage monument some ways away. That place is too far away now. Walking, even running back there will waste valuable time. We need to find a place that's closer, somewhere where they'll let us borrow a map. It took a little more time to think over, the trio of newly graduated genin moving about on the spot and at the same time, inquiring into any places they knew of that could provide them with the necessary materials to help them. Their only clues in this instance were public, practical, and books. Information. Now, whenever Naruto thought of the word information and needed to find out about something, he would either bother Iruka about it, ask him if it regarded anything about developing skills, or when it concerned the village's history and records, he would. Looking up, the boy grinned and waved his hands in the air to get the pair's attention. Hey! I know exactly who can help us out. Shikamaru and Hinata blinked, glancing at one another momentarily. Oh? Who? The Hyuga inquired, turning back to the excited-looking teen. XXX. 45 minutes? And a clumsy descent from the castle's roof later. The library? Heh. Good thinking on your part, Naruto, Shikamaru exclaimed, scratching his head as they stepped in through the front entrance. There was adequate reason for his praise, since not only was this establishment much closer to them than the academy, it also had a lot of books and manuscripts ideal for shinobi use. Plus it was convenient, so who was complaining? Passing by the front counter and hitting the aisles, the trio immediately began their search for someone whom Naruto said he knew from here and the other 2 didn't. Highly suspicious. However, the Nara and Hyuga withheld their inquiries for the time being, figuring that they would find out sooner than later. As they followed the blonde dashing down Alto Aisle, the other 2 members of the team couldn't help but wonder how he actually knew somebody from the library. Coming from him, it was a big surprise. After all, neither of them had ever heard of him ever frequenting a library or any place involving education so willingly before. This change must have occurred at the same time his skills as a shinobi simply leapt through the roof. Who exactly are we looking for, and Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, stopping briefly to look up at one of the towering shelves of books regarding nation history, before continued to follow after the jinchuriki. Oh, a friend, the blonde replied happily, skidding to a halt at an intersection, or whatever you'd like to call it. He took a moment to look around, bringing a hand over his eyes to better focus his gaze. The other 2 waited curiously off to the side, wanting to know who exactly it was he was looking for. Let's see, where is she? Eek. Clatter. The sound of a huge pile of books caving in on itself along with that familiar squeal was all the signs Naruto needed to narrow down his hunt. Giggling excitedly, he followed the clatter of heavy literature down the length of the section they were in, before turning a distant corner to find that one of the many shelves in the area had collapsed. Obviously the support ladder that had provided elevation for the individual using it had tipped and sent her, as well as the books she had on hand, plummeting into the next stack. Good thing the volumes of reading material provided her with a cushion to fall on, and broke through the shelves. Sprawled out over a collection of tax law paperbacks, with several books fanned out on her person, the blonde-haired girl in glasses Naruto recognized as Shiho, sat in a crumpled heap with a bewildered look on her face. Glasses lopsided on her face, she fixed them up before looking in a dazed manner about her person. The sight of all her day's work lying in a disorganized mess all around her nearly made her cry. Oh! Now I have to clean all this up. Darn it, she groaned, lifting herself up and dusting herself down. Why does this always happen to me and not to Senpai? As books fell off of her in her attempt to straighten her clothes up, she then noticed Naruto and two other kids poking their heads around the corner. The former was grinning at her while the others were looking at her slightly puzzled. The girl's focus quickly shifted to the jinchuriki himself, and after coming to the realization that he had popped by for a surprise visit, a big smile sprouted on her face and she stumbled over to him, kicking aside books to clear her path. "And Naruto-kun!" Shiho exclaimed, stopping in front of him when he and his friends completely stepped into view, taking his hands in hers. How are you? I wasn't expecting you to come in today." "Oh, I'm good, Shiho-chan. Just dropped by on business, nothing too big," the jinchuriki grinned, shaking both their hands and leaning forward happily. "By the way, that book you lent to me on sleight of hand tactics in combat." He gave her the thumbs up. "Loved it." The library assistant giggled and hopped on the spot. "I knew you'd like it. I found it to be an exciting read myself. I bet you can learn a whole bunch of things from it that you can use when out on the field." "Oh yeah. I'm practicing the stuff right now," he exclaimed, waving his hand forward and spreading the fingers out, revealing 4 smoke pellets. He then rotated his hand and clenched his fingers. Opening them up a second later, he revealed them to be gone. "Can't wait to get around to chapter 5. Wow. I've never met someone who could pick that up so quickly," Shiho murmured, watching in awe as he rolled 2 more pellets into view and balanced them on his fingertips. "What can I say? I'm a natural prank artist. Gotta learn this stuff if I want to stay at the top of my game." Naruto grinned. True, Shiho giggled again, recalling some of his most noteworthy pranks of yesteryear she had heard so much about when she was making inquisitions into his history. Shaking her head at the hilarious nonsense, she then focused her attention on the other 2 kids accompanying him, both of whom were staring back at the talking pair curiously. "So Naruto-kun, are these 2 the friends from class you were speaking so highly of before?" "2 of them, yes," Naruto grinned, stepping out of the way and gesturing to them proudly. "The lazybones over here is Shikamaru and the shy one is Hinata. I think I told you about them." "Yes, of course," Shiho exclaimed, bowing to the pair. "It's very nice to meet you." "Why yes," Hinata said cheerily, bowing low as well. It's nice to meet you, Shiho-chan." When Shiho looked up, she looked between the 2 teens approvingly. When her eyes landed on Shikamaru and her little studying sessions transformed into a staring contest, after a few curious blinks, her drinking in of the boy roused a more pronounced, surprising response from her. With a tint of red flashing on her cheeks, she looked away with an eep and a nervous gulp. The boy with the pineapple-style haircut watched her trade furtive glances with him, causing him to raise an eyebrow oddly. Hello, Shiho exclaimed, brushing a hand through her hair. "Hello?" Shikamaru replied, slipping his hands into his pockets. That one word alone had Shiho turn, blush brilliantly with a subtle cheer, and after regaining her composition, turned back around to look more presentable. Naruto found her little side performance a little strange, but after a bit of deliberation he figured it was normal for girls to act like that sometimes and just went with it. After all, Hinata acted like that almost 24/7. He could deal with 1 or 2 unique eccentricities about a person's character, no problem. Straightening her glasses, the library assistant smiled at the 3 of them. "Anyway, what can I help you guys out with today? It's obviously a formal occasion, yes?" Shikamaru blinked, before jolting back into reality. "Oh, right." Fumbling around in his pocket momentarily, he pulled out the note Asuma had given to him and handed it over to the girl. Though she sort of scooted away at first from his reach, she eventually and gingerly plucked the piece of folded-up scroll from his fingers. "Our teacher gave us this code to figure out as a part of our practice mission. We first thought it was some sort of combination to a lock or a street address, but then I figured it had to be some form of coordinates to a location on a local map. And Naruto-kun said you were really good at reading into this kind of stuff," Hinata squeaked, watching Shiho unfold the note and drink it in. He said that you could help us out." Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, The girl smiled and looked up at the curious trio, all of them waiting with bated breath for her answers to their questions. Of course I can. How can I say no to a friend? The library assistant exclaimed, looking over at her fellow blonde happily. The boy in question grinned and bowed repeatedly towards her in gratitude. Thank you very much. Laughing and bounding back into a proper standing position, Naruto then turned his attention toward the mess the girl had made minutes before with the collapse of her ladder. The frame was still in good condition, but the books were all over the place, and the shelves, well, all of the platforms that had been set up had fallen to the ground in piles of paper and hardbacks. Seeing that it would take more than a few helping hands to clear it all up, the Uzumaki raised his own hand toward Shiho with a determined gaze fixed onto her smiling face. While you help my friends out, I'll clean this mess up for you. Ah really? The kunoichi inquired in surprise. She shook her head troublingly. I can't let you do that, Naruto. Oh, no problem, the boy grinned while saluting. I'll stack 'em back up for you. It's the least I can do. Looking between him and the other two genin briefly, Shiho took a moment to think about the boy's assertion to help her out. It wasn't really in her nature to simply dump work on somebody's shoulders, but her friend was being incredibly insistent in assisting her. It was her work after all, it didn't feel right. Of course, knowing that whatever she could possibly say wouldn't sway the youngster in any way, she eventually conceded defeat and smiled delightfully in the Jinchuriki's direction. Okay, Naruto-kun, if you want to. Thank you. No sweat. Strolling past the girl, the Jinchuriki rolled up his sleeves and squatted down next to the pile. He picked up a couple of the articles and looked at them closely. How hard can it be? Yet again, another mortal under heaven has uttered the 5 words that will eventually lead to some grave yet comical misfortune and regret in his future. Too bad that wasn't a mainstream belief, so consider him safe for the time being. Good luck! Shiho exclaimed. Turning her attention to the other teens while Naruto went about cleaning up her mess in the aisle, she led the other 2 graduates over to the map room. Basically, inside of this particular public library, there were many rooms sectioned off from the main shelving area made specifically for the purposes of fulfilling the needs and requirements of people from different occupations. From private study areas, map rooms, research labs, and conference rooms, the building was pretty much designed to be the ideal information hub. Guess you could always count on Konohagakure to be the most organized and considerate, in spite of an awful sense of timing. The map room was filled with tubes containing documents and images of all sorts. A specially designed table was placed in the middle, which provided illumination for the pieces taken out for analysis. Shiho did just that with a general map of Konohagakure that Shikamaru and Hinata also gathered around to take a look at. Securing it with clips, they spent the next few minutes breaking down the numbers provided on the section of scroll for them, and began searching for the locations Asuma Sarutobi expected them to go to. To be quite blunt, it wasn't exactly straightforward, at first. The library assistant was the first to point this out when she unintentionally tripped over the little side note. It doesn't seem like these numbers were arranged into a set order. There is a high chance that they could have been jumbled up to throw you off the trail, Shiho stated, looking at the numbers again and keying them into the values of the bird's eye view of the village provided for them. Why do you say that? Shikamaru queried curiously. Your sensei used a shorthand method with no details outside of numerical figures, a standard code for tuning out on the field. Basically what I'm pointing out is that the numbers could have been arranged in any random order and, as a consequence, have given you more than one exact location, the blonde explained, using a ruler to follow the numbers and narrowing down the spots on the map. For example, one combination could put you right in the heart of the village, while another might place you outside of its walls. Therefore, it is only logical that you follow the instructions by crossing out the areas of the highest value and work your way down from there. You would want to investigate the most likely places your sensei would send you to first, and if that's not it, go investigate the next point, and the next. That is troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, rubbing the side of his head. Going from one spot to another across the entire village, that'll take way too long. We can only hope that the first set of coordinates is the right one, Hinata stated, locking her fingers together and nodding affirmatively. Well, we'll just have to wait and see where your sensei is sending you guys first, Shiho smiled, using a new sheet of paper to record her findings as she used rulers and markers to pinpoint the locations on the map. She couldn't help but giggle lightly to herself as she looked over at Hinata. If the mission requires you to be in several places at once, it's a good thing your other teammate knows how to use a lot of clone techniques. Who? Naruto? The Nara blinked, a little bit confused. Last I checked he wasn't too good at that technique. Shiho beamed, giving the brown-haired boy a cute smile with matching red cheeks. Adjusting her glasses, she glanced towards the door to the room behind them. Obviously, you haven't seen how much he's really grown from weeks before. Confusion overcoming them, the two genin peered over their own shoulders. When their eyes fixed on the entrance, it came as a pretty big surprise to them when they saw a total of 3 Narutos standing over by the door with each one of them holding an odd collection of books. They were looking at each article with puzzled expressions, with the one in the middle scratching his head as he checked the barcode and then the title. He flipped the volume over a couple of times before turning back to his friends gawking at him from over by the map table. Hey Shiho-chan, do you have any books on home and contents insurance? I could use with some. Another Naruto shouted from behind the trio, presumably the real one. The members of Team 10 blinked when they saw a fourth doppelganger barrel over his copies, and after getting in front of them, began pushing them out of the room. I told you guys to put those back, not take them down. We're busy here. Out. After kicking them into a hasty retreat just like he intended and shutting the door behind them, the original sighed and turned his attention back toward his companions. His smile returned full force now that his bothersome copies were out of his hair, and he strolled on over to rejoin the squad. Yo! How are we doing? When he came to stand beside his teammates he found they were still staring at him in bewilderment, with the exception of Shiho. Confused, he traded confused glances with them and shrugged with his hands. What? And Naruto-kun? Hinata gulped. How do you know how to make solid clones? Shikamaru asked, dumbfounded. Back in the academy it was an industry standard requirement that all students had to learn how to perform the basic Bunshin no Jutsu, which was a supplementary ninjutsu technique that enabled the user to create intangible clones in order to confuse their opponents. Rule of thumb was that they would dispel whenever they came in contact with anything physical. The copies Naruto had created on the other hand appeared to be sentient, corporeal and also carried their own constant forms and body mass. Where the heck did he learn how to perform a jutsu like that? Naruto, sticking his tongue out, rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I read it from a book, from this library. Shikamaru and Hinata then turned to Shiho, using their eyes to demand answers from the girl as softly as possible. Realizing she was being singled out as the main reason for the Jinchuriki's answer, as well as a contributing factor to his unprecedented growth, the library assistant feverishly waved her hands at them. She attempted to divert their attention elsewhere and picked up the piece of paper she had been working on. Hey, it's all him, not me. I only gave him the reading material. Blushing from ear to ear, she bowed humbly to Shikamaru and extended the paper to him as if it were a confession letter. The Nara relieved her of that burden, deciding to invest his attention and energy into other things rather than trivial matters involving his normally rambunctious classmate. The issue with the clones could be looked at another time. The list. I'm not exactly sure what your sensei wants you to accomplish, but it looks pretty straightforward to me. It took a moment, but Shikamaru was eventually able to take in and process the entirety of the outlines given. As soon as his eyes fell upon the map details, the first thing the Nara actually thought about the assignment itself was that it was a complete joke. He had to rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. The numerous coordinates Shiho had managed to jot down and listed as irrelevant were forested areas outside of Konohagakure's walls and other random spots around the village that held no real significance whatsoever. It was just as she had predicted earlier. The undercard areas were the targets their helper had wanted to point out for them when shuffling their numbers. However, the ones at the top that their sensei really wanted them to go to and initially wrote were mind-boggling. If Shikamaru had been given free rein on the map and some time to himself, even he would have been able to figure this out. Turns out, it wasn't as complicated as they first thought. All you had to do was follow the margins. It just so happens that Asuma was sending them to a restaurant inside of Konohagakure called Yakiniku-Q, which was located just outside of the marketplace. From what he'd heard around the academy from the students who had actually visited that establishment, it was a restaurant that served a type of foreign barbecue, food that originated somewhere from the south or southwestern countries. Sure, it was one of the village's most popular dining spots, but it was perhaps the most unusual place for a team of genin to be sent to for an assignment. They were doing a test for goodness sakes, and the only location that had anything of any material value out of all the coordinates provided for them was a dining hall? Furthermore, not only were they expected to visit this place, a second set of coordinates written above another collection of locations instructed them to make their way over to the top of the Hokage monument. That was back in the direction of the academy. Oh, what the hell? Shikamaru groaned, with Hinata blinking uncomfortably as she too took in the details. I think your teacher has some sort of surprise plan for you guys, Shiho exclaimed, folding her arms and leaning against the table. She gestured toward the slip of paper, which all three members of Team 10 were now looking at. If you ask me, this is no doubt some form of D-rank assessment with 1 or 2 pieces taken from advanced exercises found in low C-rank coursework. Your sensei is one tricky customer. And he seemed so cool on the outside, Naruto breathed, scratching his head. Furrowing his brow, Shikamaru glanced over at Hinata. Why would he want us to go to a restaurant for? What's the point? I don't know. And maybe we'll be able to figure it out when we get there, the Hyuga replied with a small smile. The genin looked between one another, sharing a non-existent telepathic conversation. However, agreeing with one another based on glances and expressions alone, and after determining their next appropriate course of action, the Nara concluded their little meeting by folding up the sheet of paper in his hands and pocketing it. It's settled then, we'll go check out this Yakiniku Q place. If there's nothing there for us, we'll head on over to the next point on the map, and so on and so forth, until we've covered everything on this paper, Shikamaru stated, patting the note in his pocket. Receiving nods of agreement from the other two, the team of 3 wasted no time in immediately making their way over to the door, leaving Shiho staring silently after them from her position at the table. The blonde-haired girl blinked when she watched Team 10 begin their hasty departure. However, before they were completely out of sight, Naruto took the opportunity presented to him to turn and rush back over to his friend. Taking her hands, he clenched them gratefully in his own and grinned widely, his nose coming to within a few inches of hers. "Thank you so very much, Shiho-chan," he exclaimed, nodding to her happily before spinning on the spot and running off to rejoin his team. Shikamaru and Hinata also smiled from where they stood, announcing their thanks to their fellow shinobi before leading on. This time, instead of leaving her questioning and startled, the gang left the library assistant feeling good about herself with a warm smile across her face. She touched her cheeks bashfully. "Why, you're welcome." That feeling and sense of accomplishment of being appreciated for their efforts, it was a nice feeling. She was glad to have helped them. XXX. The Yakiniku Q? An hour later. Traffic was surprisingly busy around this time. Then again, it was right around lunch period and a lot of workers were clocking off to go get something to eat. The barbecue restaurant the members of Team 10 were looking into was no exception. It was upon stepping into the busy store and lining up at the front counter did it come to the youngsters' attention that maybe their sensei had expected them to work out his little numbers riddle around this time. Hell, not only did they believe that the man had anticipated that they would have to go through all the trouble of getting to this place to begin with, but would also end up completing whatever task he had set out for them here with as much time to waste as humanly possible. But then again, that could just be Shikamaru being paranoid, Hinata panicking, or Naruto bitching about how long the damn line was. That was why you make reservations first before arrival. The trio of youngsters made sure to make note of this. While standing in line, arranged into a little 3-person circle somewhere around the middle, which was gradually bringing them closer and closer to the customer service desk, Shikamaru used whatever waiting time they had on hand to take a closer look at the pieces of paper he had gotten from both Asuma and Shiho. Hinata and Naruto in the meantime just went about what they did best during times of endurance, twiddling thumbs and looking around with their hands behind their head, looking bored out of their skull. While the pineapple-haired boy had no problems with standing still for long periods of time, the jinchuriki of the group was another story. "Damn. I hate this," Naruto grumbled, glaring towards a table occupied by 4 adults engaged in animated conversation. "This, standing around, doing nothing, waiting, it bites." "But Naruto-kun," Hinata spoke up, placing her hands in front of her and gazing pleasantly in the annoyed-looking boy's direction. "This is good, isn't it?" "Huh?" The puzzled jinchuriki looked in her direction. "How?" "Well." Blushing and glancing away from his intense stare, the kunoichi took a moment to clear her thoughts before continuing. "We've been on the move for quite a while today. Maybe it's good that we have a few minutes to rest and catch our breath. Good things come to those who wait after all." Running a hand through her hair, she smiled up at him. However, she couldn't help but continually flinch under his focused expression that just wasn't letting up. Briefly working things around in his head, the jinchuriki scratched the side of his noggin with a sigh. I guess you're right there. You guys could use a break." He then reverted back to his previous state of looking about his person, appearing anxious and impatient. "Still, I'm ready for anything. Come on. I'm good to go. Give me some action already." Hinata giggled, finding his unrelenting, can-do attitude enlightening. "And Naruto-kun is very determined." "You bet." He punched the air enthusiastically. "Bring it on, War Dash." "Would you two mind keeping it down, please?" Shikamaru glared over at the pair, seeing them both look towards him in surprise. "Geez, we're in public. Show some proper decorum to the people around you, you troublesome numbskulls." Both Uzumaki and Hyuga slouched under the boy's frown. "Sorry. Upon restoring order, Shikamaru continued his study of the coordinates he was holding between his fingers. It wasn't like the numbers were something too important. He was just still curious as to why their teacher sent them to this place. Out of all the restaurants, shops and buildings in Konohagakure, why here? Were they supposed to meet up with somebody, hand something over or pick up something? What was the real deal behind this gag mission? Anyway, after a long and boring wait alongside several other villagers, the whole team eventually arrived at the counter. There, they were greeted by the pleasant smile of the woman working behind it, who trained her eyes between all three of them when they formed an orderly row before her. "Hello. How may I serve you today?" "Yes, hi." Shikamaru began, clearing his throat and placing the first paper he was given by their teacher on the front counter. "We're Team 10. I believe we have an order placed for our instructor, Asuma Sarutobi." Naruto and Hinata literally did a double take, glancing at the boy in bewilderment. What? The blonde stammered out. Taking the note and sliding it closer to her, the woman picked it up and looked at the numbers circled at the top of the scrap of paper. After processing them, she turned around and approached the viewing window looking into the kitchen around the back. From the receipts she had hung from the top frame, she took the one that corresponded with the numbers she was holding and looked closely at the two. Eventually, she stapled them together and after a brief visit to the kitchen itself, emerged moments later with 3 bags of what the members of Team 10 guessed was their order. She placed it on the counter in front of them and smiled. "Here you go. Have a nice day," she exclaimed. "Thank you," Shikamaru replied courteously, reaching up to take them. Wait a moment." Naruto shouted suddenly, waving his hands above his head and crossing his arms. "Stop everything." The volume in his voice meant that a lot of the restaurant was silenced because of him, with all eyes turning towards the jinchuriki to see what all the chatter was about. Once he had everybody's attention, the jinchuriki turned to Shikamaru with an accosting look. "Are you saying that you knew we were supposed to pick up an order from this place the entire time? What? No secret rendezvous point, no black market trade in the kitchen, or something we need to steal?" Shikamaru blinked, sharing a glance with the employee he was taking the bags from before looking back at the puzzled blonde. "Sometimes I wonder how your adventurous mind works, Naruto," Shikamaru smiled in amusement. "It's nothing special, really," the customer service provider spoke up, slipping her hands in front of her and grinning happily. A tall man in a beard came by a little bit earlier and placed a big dinner order for 4 people. "I guess he didn't fill you in on the details, huh?" Still looking confused, Naruto looked between the pair in astonishment. Eventually, when noise returned to their surrounding environment, the genin cracked and began pulling on his hair. Then what the heck was the point of all that stuff from before? Why couldn't he have just said, "Oh, I need you guys to pick up something for me at the whatever restaurant this is"? Wouldn't that have been easier than getting us to run around trying to figure out what a bunch of silly numbers mean? The woman behind the counter shrugged. "Maybe it was a surprise? Darg. I'm sick of surprises," the jinchuriki grumbled, stomping towards the counter and placing his hands on top of one of the bags. He scowled up at Shikamaru who still smirking in his direction. "What next? Hokage Monument?" "Yup," the Nara exclaimed, putting the receipt in his pocket and also taking a bag. While Naruto handed his over to Hinata and picked up the other, the pineapple-haired boy continued giving the pair a further breakdown of things to come. "Hopefully we won't run into anything unpleasant on our way there. Let's make this quick before the food gets cold." "All right," Hinata smiled, nodding. Before they could turn to leave however, the woman that had been serving them leaned over the desk to tap Shikamaru on the shoulder. All 3 of them stopped and looked back at her, with the girl handing another note over to them. This time, the responsibility was handed over to Hinata, who was standing in the middle. He said it was important. Taking it, the Hyuga unfolded the scrap with one hand and looked at it. The other 2 crowded to see what it was. It said, "Don't spill the dipping sauce. A.S." Naruto groaned, "Great. Another stupid riddle." Shikamaru and Hinata gave him a deadpanned look. "No, you idiot. He's saying that he wants the order in one piece when we get there," Shikamaru replied with an amused smirk. He looked at the boy's face to see him giving them a dry stare of his own. "You can handle that, right Naruto? From now on, we're delivery boys, and girl, with high expectations." He made sure to include their kunoichi teammate, whose eyes twinkled at that reference. The Uzumaki scowled, biting his bottom lip to stop another impatient outburst and/or protest from surfacing. "Sure, whatever." Once agreed, the 3 squad members turned back to the counter lady and bowed. Thank you very much," Hinata exclaimed. Her gratitude was returned with another bow. "Have a nice day." Oh. Meanwhile, outside the store, Asuma grinned when he saw the three genin depart from the yakiniku queue and watched them as they began making their way over to the Hokage monument. From his post on top of a nearby roof, he stealthily made his way across and watched with eagle eyes as the trio weaved through traffic in a light run. They were carrying the food in their arms, taking extra care not to bump into other people or fall over. Naruto and Hinata were being especially careful, whereas Shikamaru was keeping quite a level head about him, despite the sweat. It was indeed a high-level effort, and the Jonin could appreciate that his little band of younglings were doing their best to complete their mission. Of course, things weren't all as they appeared. The reason he had given them a lot of stopping points for their assessment was to see how they functioned as a group, how they coped under pressure, how they used the resources available to them to complete certain tasks, and how they thought things through. Obviously, each and every one of them had something to contribute to the group, with the most obvious being control, assurance, and connections. Their instructor was pretty sure there was much more that they could give and show, and he was about to test that. Stopping at the corner of the roof he was on after watching them disappear down the street, he smiled and glanced off to his right. Over several more blocks away measured in rooftops Asuma spotted Aoba, another fellow instructor taking on a rookie team. The pair shared a thumbs up after exchanging grins, with the man in sunglasses quickly taking off to fulfill his part of the deal. The former guardian ninja looked back towards the village roads. He had lost sight of his team and rose to his feet, slipping his hands comfortably into his pockets. They're doing well, Asuma thought proudly, rolling his unlit cigarette around between his lips. However, one of the most important things they have to learn is that on a mission, anything can happen. A ninja's life isn't so simple, after all. It's time to see whether the bonds they had were satisfactory enough for the field. XXX. Back with Team 10? A little while later. With their final destination set and their ultimate goal fixed squarely in their sights, visible over the many rooftops and trees making up the most densely populated areas of Konohagakure, the team of rookies hit the main roads linking them to the academy building. It seemed like an easy home run for them from here. No more numbers, no more riddles, just a straight shot to the top of the village's most prestigious landmark. They had one simple instruction to abide by during this part of the assignment, and that was to keep their orders in their boxes and not floating around at the bottom of the bags. It would be on their heads if they messed up. That was something they wanted to avoid. After making it several blocks down within the following half hour, everything appeared all right with the world. They were progressing nicely, people weren't getting in their way, and there were no spillages to report as of yet. It was all good. The trio moved down the streets with the firm belief they were actually going to make it, and make it on time. However, when they got to within 5 minutes of running distance of the academy itself, something from the rooftops caught Hinata's eye. The girl wheeled around with an alarmed expression on her face and she suddenly picked up speed, swiftly getting between Shikamaru and Naruto and grabbing their shoulders. Digging her feet into the ground she stopped them, all three of them coming to a grinding halt in the middle of the main road. Naruto glanced at the Hyuga. "What's up?" "See company," Hinata said, pointing ahead of them. All sets of eyes focused on the path ahead, where they saw three familiar shadows leap down from the rooftops of the surrounding buildings on either side and come to a stand several meters in front of them. Arms folded and smirks on their faces, a cocky new trio of what looked to be genin from their village stood in Team 10's way. It wasn't just any group of three though. Shikamaru frowned and straightened up, his teammates doing so as well. "Ami's team? What are you three doing here?" Naruto frowned when he recognized the bunch of troublemakers blocking their way. He knew all of their faces on sight, both from his past and most recent experiences in the academy. Not only was Ami, a diehard Sasuke fan and one of the girls who had picked on Sakura in their earlier years here, but so was her friend Fuki, another Sasuke fan, and Hibachi, one of the kids who had picked on him not too long ago. Look these three up, they're actual characters from the anime. They recognized these three in particular because they were the only team from the academy arranged into one with two kunoichi on it. Obviously, Ami had already established herself as the alpha leader of the pack, seeing as she was standing in the center at the very front. The jinchuriki pointed at the three kids in their way, huffing impatiently. "Hey, what gives?" The brown-haired boy wearing the light yellow shirt, gray track pants, and beanie chuckled and rubbed the ridge under his nose with the side of his finger. "Oh, nothing much. We're just here to relieve you of those bags you guys are lagging around with you," Ami grinned, holding her hand out to them and causing the trio to back off slightly. "Give us the goods and we'll let you go without a fuss." Shikamaru sighed, quickly coming to the realization of where this was going. Ugh, troublesome. His eyebrows twitched when his thoughts dawned on the situation and began probing outside of the box they had been so precariously placed in. That Asuma must have made arrangements with one of the other instructors to butt in on our assessment purposely to give us another obstacle to overcome. What a drag. Hell no. Naruto shouted, moving his bag out of sight. We just got these. If you're so hungry, go buy your own. Obviously, one or two of the members of Team 10 hadn't caught onto the same realization that Shikamaru had. The Jinchuriki thought that Ami and her cronies were just here to pick on them. Humph, Ami huffed, placing her hands on her hips after watching the class prankster's teammates hide their bags from view likewise. It looks like the trash of the class has something against sharing their food with us. That's not very nice. She glanced over at Fuki to see her friend standing with her arms folded and an emotionless scowl on her face. What do you think we should do with them? The girl with the spiky red hair, wearing the dark green combat robes and scarf, breathed out impatiently and flicked her above-mentioned neck wrapping over her shoulder. Beat them up and take the goods. That's what I'd do, Fuki replied in monotone. Ami chuckled in agreement while focusing her best confronting glare on Shikamaru. My thoughts exactly. Now hold on, the Nara spoke up, holding out a hand as all three members of his team eased back a little. We don't want any trouble out here, okay? Look, we just want to go, deliver the stuff we're carrying, and get our assignment over and done with. That's all. So do we, Hibachi retorted, stepping forward and reaching behind him for his pouch. His teammates mimicked his actions, all of them immediately going for their weapons. Our sensei told us to stop Team 10 from completing its mission and to safely retrieve the items they are transporting from them. Lucky for us, we're fighting against the bottom feeders of the graduating class. Naruto blinked. You guys were ordered to stop us? The boy in the beanie glared at him. That's what I just said, dumbass. Oh, the Jinchuriki chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. My bad. The members of Team Ami glared at the blonde as he chuckled away the aftertaste of his awkward response. Eventually the spiky-haired troublemaker returned from his dazed state and fell back into the confrontation taking place between the opposing squads. He, like his teammates, continued to hold back the food they were carrying, being careful not to drop any of the items in their possession or lose concentration. A single slip-up would result in the other side gaining headway, which was something neither squad wanted. What makes you think taking this stuff from us will be so easy? Shikamaru smirked. It's 3-on-3 here, seems pretty even to me. We won't hand over anything to you? Hinata stated loudly, trembling a bit as she glared across at the more determined and aggressive bunch. Try if you must. You won't win. Ami laughed, lowering her stance and preparing for engagement. The three of you are hardly a challenge for us. Don't think that just because we were in the same class before, doesn't mean that we'll be holding back against you. She looked between the three other genin, and began contemplating about which one she should tackle first. Her teammates began thinking along the same lines, all of them gripping the handles of the kunai in their pouches and singling out the weakest members of the opposing squad. Team 10 backed away a little more, worried about a confrontation that had the potential to spoil the precious cargo that they were in transport of. While the atmosphere thickened and tensions rose ever higher, Shikamaru stood off to the side quietly with beads of sweat running down the side of his head as he looked from one opponent to the next, desperately thinking up a strategy that he and his friends could actively use with little preparation. Looking at them, it's most likely that Ami and her friends will try and go at us one at a time, and attempt to overwhelm us in a tussle. We can't run, otherwise we're at risk of dropping or making a mess of our payload. Splitting up is even worse. They'll single each of us out in a chase, and I'm not too confident in a one-on-one sparring match while having to worry about our orders, especially with opponents who fight at close range, the normally lazy teenager thought, subtly lowering his bag to the ground behind him. I guess our only option available is to beat them before they have a chance to attack us. Chances are they'll go after either me or Hinata first. Naruto was able to beat Kiba single-handedly, so I'm guessing they'll take him out last. Eyes shifting from side to side in an almost paranoid manner, Shikamaru made several more careful calculations before lowering his baggage completely. He released his hold of the bag once it was safely behind him, something that caught his companions' attention when they looked in his direction. Naruto, Hinata. Yeah, the blonde whispered back, along with a small head nod coming from the Hyuga in the center. Smoke cover. Naruto, go after Hibachi. Hinata, you go after Fuki. I'll take Ami. We'll divide up our efforts and counter them as soon as they make a move. Receiving his instructions loud and clear, the other two nodded. Realizing that they were communicating with one another in plain sight, Ami furrowed her brow and swiftly drew a kunai. Quit whispering. Get them. She didn't need to shout twice. At her orders, her own team crouched and began their attack, bringing their throwing knives to bear on their targets. With his bag safely lowered, Shikamaru had the immediate advantage of having both of his hands free. Smirking, he reached into his back pouch and quickly threw whatever he was able to grab straight down at the ground. In an instant, 3 smoke pellets exploded at his feet and quickly filled the air with thick, purple gases that enveloped all of Team 10. It was the sight of the fumes forming a wall in front of them that had the members of Team Ami hesitate and briefly drop out from their offensive stances. Now that they had lost sight of their targets, there was no telling what was coming next. Damn it! Hibachi cursed. The moment he did so, the cloud space floating in front of him suddenly burst outwards and Naruto came dashing at him in a zigzag pattern. The jinchuriki speed was so great and had taken such a drastic leap forward that the once cocky rookie was caught completely by surprise. Hibachi leapt away, drawing 3 kunai from behind him and throwing them. Shit! The knives cut clean through the air. However, with reflexes that seemed as though he was literally seeing the world in slow motion, the blonde-haired boy dodged all 3 knives individually, moving from left to right in a blur and bringing his left fist around. The boy that had thrown the knives landed several paces away and drew another knife. Twirling it in his hand, he took a planted, well-balanced stance and thrust the knife ahead of him. The increased reach provided by the kunai had Naruto back off. He dodged the strikes one after the other, before leaping back altogether and taking his spring chant stance. Hibachi recognized the danger associated with that stance from the taijutsu exams weeks prior, and he safely held his ground. Seeing her teammate engaged, Ami quickly rounded on Naruto to take him from the side. Kunai raised, she prepared to throw. Just as her arm was coming about in a full swing to strike down the blonde in an almighty swipe, the girl's body unexpectedly froze up and her eyes widened in shock. Finding herself suspended in mid-action, the purple-haired academy graduate, through extreme effort, glanced over towards the smoke cloud to find out the cause of her sudden stop. Eyes managing to trace the ground, the kunoichi spotted a streak of black stretching out from under the wall of purple clouds hanging in the air. What? Ami was instantly at a loss for words. Whatever this black shadow was, it had clearly caught her and was holding her firmly in place, preventing her from following through with her attack. By how it was doggedly sticking to her as well, it was quite apparent that it had no intention of relenting either. With 2 occupied, this left only Fuki to carry on. Bringing a knife around, the red-haired girl prepared to throw it into the smoke. But before she could even begin taking aim, the cloud mass in front of her exploded outward and another shadow came rushing at her. The veins around her eyes flaring and left palm extended, Hinata went charging at her previously assigned opponent, having marked her position before the smoke had engulfed them. The red-haired kunoichi was caught by surprise at the other girl's dash and took aim for her, stepping back for space. "I've got you," Fuki murmured, twisting and swinging for a spinning throw. However, before her back foot could even begin lifting off the ground, a hand suddenly shot out of the ground and grabbed her right ankle. If the surprise from the contact of the hand on her leg didn't offset her balance, then it was the jerking motion on her back foot that did. Gasping in surprise, she threw the knife regardless with whatever force she could muster. The kunai spun through the air, flying directly for Hinata, who was still rushing right at it and on her way towards her opponent. Unfortunately though, the red-haired girl's swing came in too wide thanks to her aim being thrown off by her footing unexpectedly being forced out of sync of the rest of her body, and the knife sailed right over the charging girl's shoulder. Fuki's hand still extended after the execution of her attack, the time of withdrawal gave Hinata enough of an opening to close the rest of the distance between them. In spite of her hand being pulled back, Fuki was unable to dodge effectively or move due to the hand holding her down. Between her position and the Hyuga now directly in front of her, there was only enough time to block, which she attempted to do so by crossing both her arms over her face. She was certain the opening blow would be a headshot. However, Hinata had no intention of aiming for her head. Her main target was the other girl's abdominals, now exposed thanks to her guarding high after telegraphing her attack path incorrectly. Aiming low, the Hyuga skidded to a stop in front of Fuki, yet allowed her momentum to continue forward. With both hands drawn back, the normally shy kunoichi thrust a double palm strike right for her target. Thanks to the enhanced vision granted to her by her Byakugan, her simultaneous attacks hit home. J-Juken. The sound of rushing wind and 2 thudding sounds hitting flesh echoed through the air, as Fuki was lifted off the ground by the force of chakra exploding from Hinata's palms slamming into her stomach. The red-haired girl's eyes widened and she coughed out a spray of saliva, the attack rushing through her faster than lightning. In an instant, she was sent hurling through the air, the hand holding her leg releasing her and dispelling only once she was hit. Flipping twice, the curled-up youngster hit the ground hard and rolled, coming to a crumpled stop several meters out from the kunoichi that had struck her down. Byakugan still active, Hinata continued to glare and maintain her stance against her fallen opponent, making sure that she was down for the count. Ami struggled to look over to her left after becoming aware that one of her teammates had taken a serious hit. Fuki! Ignoring the plight of the others, Hibachi chose to focus on the problem currently in front of him, knowing that the jinchuriki was still his greatest threat here. By this time, the cloud of smoke from the exploding pellets dropped by Shikamaru had faded, revealing what had actually gone on in the shadows while Team Ami was left momentarily stunned. Not only had the members of Team 10 left their cargo behind on the ground to engage the enemy, but the young Nara of the group was keeping careful watch over them. Dropped to his knee in front of their baggage, Shikamaru had his hands formed into a rat seal, his shadow stretched forward in a straight and true line, covering a distance of roughly 8 meters. It was his Kage-main no jutsu that currently had Ami trapped and frozen where she was, and he was actually biting his teeth down from the effort of holding her at bay. With one down and one immobilized, Hibachi was the only one left standing. "Damn it," the boy shouted, lunging forward and thrusting with kunai in hand. The knife sliced through the air and came dangerously close to hitting its target several times, but ultimately missed at every come-about. "I don't care if he's better than Kiba. I'll beat the class clown with one arm behind my back." With the way he was wielding his kunai and warding off the blonde, he was giving it his all in making that thought a reality. His brash, mental statements also explained a lot about Team Ami's overall approach in regards to their engagement of Team 10. Instead of following Shikamaru's group and shadowing them effectively to figure out their movements and level of communication, the members of the opposing squad had unanimously agreed to instead confront their fellow classmates head-on. Not only did they just jump in without a carefully thought-out plan of attack beforehand, but they had also grossly underestimated their opponents. Reason being why they jumped ahead so willingly was that, not only were they green behind the ears, but they were also incredibly conceited and foolhardy. Overconfidence would be their defining lesson of today. Naruto backed away calmly, step by step, switching from left-hand orthodox to right-hand southpaw extended and vice versa, watching the movements of his opponent's arm carefully. His eyes traced over Hibachi's form, making careful note of the position of his feet as well as his opponent's striking motions. It was after ducking and avoiding several more stabs and slashes, and being forced back several more paces, the jinchuriki eventually figured out the perfect counter. All that was needed was timing, something he considered greatly after going over all of the other options at his disposal. Using chi will damage him internally, probably even seriously. I don't want to break his limbs, and he's not giving me enough time to weave any hand seals to use clones or replacement techniques, Naruto thought, his brow narrowing as a small smile tugged at his lips. He doesn't want to get in close to me, so he's desperately warding me off with a kunai. Dangerous. But however relentless his attacks may be, he's still predictable. That leaves just this. His extended right clenched tightly straight after stepping back from another stabbing motion launched by his opponent. He wanted to end this as quickly and as decisively as he could, so as to avoid permanently injuring a fellow villager. Not to mention he had to be extra careful due to the type of weapon being used against him. One shot was all that was needed, especially against a short blade that could change direction suddenly and much easier than a sword. If he struck too soon, he'd miss and end up cut. If he struck too late, both would hit the ground, with the counter user likely to suffer the brunt of the damage. Still, this presented the perfect opportunity for Naruto to try out the new technique Yim had been practicing with him. The call signs were all here. His opponent was really rushing things along, he was getting desperate, plus, and this came as an incredibly important note to Naruto, he was much slower than Kiba. Like, snail's pace in direct contrast. The predictability of his stabbing motion with his left came in with a step in, and his arm began hyper-extending. The twisting of the limb, the knife cutting through the air, it was all visible through the jinchuriki's eyes. In his narrow stance placed directly in the path of the attack meant to slice him down in one go, the blonde had placed himself in the ideal position to strike. Hook, line and sinker. Naruto smirked, his right fist suddenly retracting to be pressed up against his chest and being replaced by his left. With his palm open, his extending left rotated upwards and parried the arm stabbing out at him, placing the blonde immediately on the outside of his opponent still lunging forward. Then, while in complete sync with the kunai still following through, the jinchuriki stepped in with his right and while his left arm pulled back, his right cut smoothly through the air across his opponent's arm and shoulder. And slammed right into Hibachi's face. The blow was swift and sharp, so much so that a loud cracking sound like a hammer hitting wood could be heard echoing throughout the entire area upon the counter's execution. It pretty much silenced all other confrontations taking place as the blow pressed on without obstruction and Hibachi was sent spiraling. Naruto's straight counter flipped the boy in a spray of sweat and blood, and he hit the road on his back with a hard thud. A look of shock could be seen slapped across the downed boy's face, his wide eyes void of light indicating that he had been cleanly knocked into unconsciousness. It was no surprise either. The slicing cross was a technique the jinchuriki had been practicing on the wooden training dummy for days on end. Next to his body shot which he had used to bring the Oto Ninja Zaku to heel, after hours of continuous, backbreaking work, pain and numerous shots to the face that left him bruised for days, it was finally perfected. With the execution of the counter hibachi was also thwarted and, from the look on his face, out of it. Sprawled out on the dirt, the boy lay twitching with blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth and a vacant gaze staring up at the clouds high above. Sliding out of his stance, Naruto smiled victoriously and overshadowed his fallen opponent with an air of pride about him. He pumped the fist he had used as a pat on the back toward his efforts, before turning to see how his other teammates were doing. They still had a job to do here and he had to help them out in any way that he could, once all of the business had been sealed on his end. He was to discover seconds later after breaking off his engagement with Hibachi that they didn't need any help. Hinata had her opponent down, still curled up several yards down the road, and Shikamaru was still hanging on to Ami. The score was pretty much all tied up with a quick overlook of the scene, 2 knocked out and 1 incapacitated. In the brief, simultaneous 2-minute battles that had taken place on the streets of Konohagakure, Team 10 had proven itself to be an overall, effective fighting unit. Wow, Naruto grinned, running a hand over his brow. That was awesome. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Shikamaru exclaimed from his end of the arena, while continuing to keep a teeth-gritting hold over his technique. Yo, guys. Do you mind, NGH, giving me a little help over here? Huh? The jinchuriki glanced across at the other boy. It took the sight of the Nara on the verge of passing out as well as the sweat running down his face for Naruto to actually figure out what had him so knotted up. He and Hinata actually came around to the same realization at the same time, and in an almost panicky atmosphere, the pair went about hurriedly scrounging for whatever rope they could find. They then quickly rushed over to Ami, tied her up, then dragged her and her unconscious teammates over to the side of a bar and left them there, comfortably of course. All the while the Harpy Sasuke supporter from the academy couldn't help but curse them outright as she was sat like a rag doll against the wall. She scowled at all 3 kids when they stepped back to form a neat row in front of her with all of their cargo in hand. The sight of them standing like heroes said it all. The good guys had won and the bad guys had lost, big time. Screw you guys. Ami growled, shaking her head and thrashing about uselessly. How the hell were you able to take us down so quickly? It's not fair. Shikamaru yawned, at the same time brushing several beads of sweat away. Who knows? I guess it's sort of like a game of shogi. First move your pieces into the ideal positions on the board, then after cornering your opponent's king, take them out. He scratched his head, giving the girl a raised eyebrow look. It's all written in the instruction booklet. Who needs something like that? Naruto queried, putting his hands behind his head and grinning towards his comrades. Rules are made to be broken. Sometimes, Naruto. Sometimes, Shikamaru smirked. Rules are made to be followed to avoid catastrophe. However, I can make an exception for you since you always seem to go through with whatever troublesome antics you have planned no matter what anyone else says, and always somehow manage to find a way to make it out just fine. The boy he was addressing chuckled sheepishly. The flustered girl scowled up at the team, puffing her cheeks out in frustration and continuing to tug at her binds. Now that she was no longer bound by shadow but in rope, she could at least follow up on her instincts and make an even greater effort to try and cut herself loose. It was her pride as a shinobi in training speaking here. She was compelled to carry on the fight. But what could she possibly do now that it was 3-on-1 and even when she had a full house to begin with the opposing team was still able to defeat hers so swiftly? It was a good effort, but it was all for naught. Damn you guys. Ami spat, tears of anger welling up in her eyes. I'll get you one of these days. Mark my words. We are so sorry about all this, Hinata apologized while bowing nervously. Shut up. This immediate retort failed to garnish a positive response from Team 10. In fact, it sort of put them down. Figuring that it was best to simply let her cool off for a while, Naruto, Shikamaru and Hinata decided to continue their advance toward the Hokage monument. Vacating the premises, they left Ami kicking and screaming after them from over by the wall. Heck, there was nothing stopping the frustrated graduate from swearing vengeance on the slackers and trying to hit her teammates back into consciousness. Considering the manners in which both of them had been defeated, the method she chose to rouse them back into reality, well, it wasn't hard to see that it would definitely take a while to sink in. XXX. Half an hour later? And after a long run up to the top of the mountain, the whole of Team 10 arrived at their destination. Stopping just short of the lookout platform over the third's head, Naruto stood proudly in the middle of the triangle formation with his bag slung comfortably and securely over his shoulder, whereas Hinata and Shikamaru stood on either side of him, panting heavily, slouched over and looking as though they'd had the run of their lives. More to the point, they looked as though they'd just been running for their lives. In spite of being extra careful and slowing up because of the delicacy of the goods they were still in the transportation of, it didn't mean that their job wasn't any less difficult. The jinchuriki loved the running, mostly for the fact that he was now able to run for such long distances and not even feel out of breath afterwards. Across the entire village he was A-OK and still ready for action, with their brief interlude being but a crossroads. Every challenge he treated like a stepping stone. His two companions, however, were more or less partial to this particular point of view. They were completely out of breath. If not just being a bit of an annoyance or a real drag, this assignment definitely accomplished its endgame, and that was to bring out the strong and weak points in all three of them. Though it was a bit more pressure than they could have asked for, it was worth the watch. That was great! Naruto exclaimed with a jump and a punch, turning to smile at Shikamaru and Hinata. Watcha, think guys? Great! Shikamaru cried out through labored breathing, glancing up at his blonde friend like he'd just grown another head. He appreciated their balanced involvement in the assessment and how Naruto didn't need to go out of his way to create those weird clones of his to carry them all the way up the vertical incline of the Hokage monument to cut down on time, and instead opted to go around. Nevertheless, he just didn't see how it was anything to be cheerful about. What was so great about any of that? He was winded. Maybe a collapsed lung? Clearly an exaggeration. Naruto smirked and made a snaking hand gesture, motioning a jumping pattern. Did you see how I hurdled over Konohamaru's class on that field trip? That was awesome. Man. I wish I had a camera set up to catch that. That would have made a sweet photo finisher in my scrapbook. It had been pretty funny seeing the astonished expressions of all the children watching a boy a couple years older than them literally leap over all 27 members of the class and stick the landing in such a stylish way. Though there had been many ways he could have gone about pulling off the display, the jinchuriki predictably went for the showier one. He could have strafed the wall, weaved through the tour like a blur or performed several back flips as a start-off, but he chose the one with the epic pause for theatrics, with some consideration to the load he was carrying. Hopefully the sauce was still in their containers. Though it seemed overly excessive from Shikamaru's point of view and worrisome from Hinata's, it certainly got the kids excited. The jinchuriki loved it. It's settled. Next chance I get, I'm filming my next stunt. Sounds interesting, Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, smiling sweetly up at the boy with the boundless energy and inwardly applauding his enthusiasm. She stepped towards him meekly, cupping her hands together with a warm expression in play. I could help you out if you like. That is, if you need any help. The Hyuga's encouragement made Naruto smile and he thanked his kunoichi teammate for her support. Wonderful, Shikamaru sighed, straightening up while watching the blonde and the blue-haired girl trade pleasantries. Just don't get me involved in your little schemes. I don't want to end up on Konoha's most wanted list in the future and I certainly do not take a good picture. Oh, cheer up, Shikakuen, Naruto exclaimed good-humoredly. With that shadow technique of yours, I bet you can work excellent lighting. The Nara wasted no time in responding, complete with a dull smirk and a look away. Pass. Save the cinematography for another time, you three. Jumping at the voice, the trio of youngsters turned to face the lookout. When they did, they saw their assigned instructor standing there and waiting for them, leaning against the railings with his hands in his pockets and a big smile on his face. It was almost like they were experiencing déjà vu. Something about their teacher's sudden appearances kind of stuck with them like that. Seriously. The guy was in the exact same position before when they first arrived at the top of that damned castle when he instructed them to climb it. Rolling the cigarette between his lips, Asuma pulled it out and flicked away the ash. You got here sooner than I expected. I take it things went well for you down there. Stop doing that. Naruto shouted, pointing at the bearded jonin and earning a confused blink in return. Stop what? You know, appearing and disappearing like that. First you were there, then you weren't, and now. The blonde waved his arms around, attempting to point out the process visually, but failing it altogether. Garg. It's annoying. Asuma smirked in amusement. I'm an elite ninja, kid. I can come and go to wherever I want, however I want. Besides. He popped the cigarette back into his mouth and breathed. I like scaring you rookies. Ignoring the scowls from Naruto and Shikamaru, he then beckoned the three of them over. Making sure that the bags they were holding were straightened up and out in front, the three genin stepped onto the balcony and formed an orderly line when the jonin got up himself for a thorough inspection. Still acting calm and composed, the jonin watched his students present the bags of food they had each collected, and relinquished them from their grasps one after the other. A few seconds was spent analyzing each of the carried items, checking the conditions they were in and whether they were still edible. Eventually, he took all three of the takeaway orders and placed them on the ground in front of him, before turning back to the squad with his arms folded. The expression he gave them had the teenagers shiver and back away slightly. Why didn't he look happy? So, you take the instructions I give you, wander around for over an hour, get help from a library assistant to decode the notes, pick up tonight's dinner, get into a scuffle in the middle of the village with 3 of your peers, then come up here, and end up completing an assignment meant to be finished by 4, an hour early, Asuma listed, breathing hard and tapping his fingers piercingly. On top of that, you were also able to beat another team from your graduating group with little to no effort, in a manner that allowed you to avoid a prolonged confrontation with minimal risk. His nostrils looked like they were flaring. The 3 young, fearful members of Team 10 immediately began wondering why their teacher was glowering at them the way he was. They completed the mission. The guy said so himself. But from the way he was reviewing them as a group, it was as if they had all cut corners that weren't meant to be cut in getting here. And after all that waiting and running around. Granted, knocking out 2 of your fellow classmates wasn't classy, they had no choice. What else were they supposed to do? Run? Mess up their food? All things considered, their cargo was just fine. Did we do something wrong? Hinata thought, placing her hands on her cheeks and shaking her head momentarily. Oh no. We must have done something bad. Could it have been me that did something wrong? Did I seriously injure one of my comrades? It was almost heartbreaking listening to her thoughts and worries. She was genuinely quite scared for her team as she looked at the other 2 boys, both of whom were also in deep thought as they stared up at their ticked-off team leader. Did I let my friends down? Damn it. What the hell? Shikamaru cursed, his hands clenching uneasily. I'm sure we did everything right. Did we miss something or what? Why with all the scowling? We finished the mission with time to spare. What more could he want from us? Naruto thought, gulping when he saw Asuma's eyes pan over them like a man with a crossbow ready to fire. Why is he so angry all of a sudden? After a period of bated breath, glaring and huffing, and after taking the full brunt of the adult's frustrated stare, the jonin then suddenly looked away and ran a hand through his hair. He breathed out on his cigarette and expressed a dry, annoyed sigh. Whether this was some act or not, the kids couldn't tell. Damn you guys. I figured for fresh meat the 3 of you would have wound up panicking and wandering around for much longer before figuring out what the numbers actually meant. I mean, come on. It wasn't an easy code. Actually, it was, Shikamaru boldly spoke up, earning a glance from the teacher with his hand still placed on his head. The boy shrugged at the stare he received. Problem was, your numbers not only had to give us the exact locations you wanted us to go to on the village's map, but they also had to correspond with the order number placed at the restaurant. The 4-part numerical code we gave to the front counter girl had to match up with the receipt number you set up to allow a third-party pickup, otherwise the 3 of us would have wound up leaving the restaurant empty-handed. Why you also didn't say that we couldn't use whatever resources we had available to us, Hinata exclaimed, raising a hand of her own with a smile. We would never have been able to figure out the locations the numbers were pointing us to without proper reference material, so we got help from an external source. And then, Naruto also spoke, tapping his head when facts started coming around to him. He grinned and pointed at the jonin. In case we were able to figure the numbers out early, you had one of the other teams try and stop us. In other words, it was a carefully thought-out assessment meant to see if we could function under pressure, as a team, out on the field, with 1 or 2 twists to try and throw us off. Shikamaru smiled, looking up as the man turned to them and slipped one hand into his pocket. Is that the kind of stuff we're expected to face out there in the real world? 'Cause if it is, consider it done. Asuma stared at them, looking from one smiling face to the other. It first seemed like one of those scenarios where the teacher would have taken their responses sort of like smart-assed remarks. That being said, he would have then instantly come up with some sort of half-baked comeback that would have absolutely shot down their grins. Now while the jonin was thinking about doing just that, he just couldn't deny it any longer. A smirk formed on his face and he looked away. Man, the kids these days. The trio became puzzled by his sudden shift of focus. Their confusion became even more prominent when they heard the man chuckle, their stares becoming fixed with his now amused smirk. Your skills as a group are a little bit rusty, you still function too independently, yet your practical performances are exemplary, and each and every one of you has an appropriate amount of input to make to the team, Asuma exclaimed, glancing down at the 3 curious faces locked onto his own. You cover each other well, and you also express the perfect amounts of level-headedness and energy at exactly the right times to keep the team rolling. You don't cave in, you keep moving forward, and you help one another out. The 3 of them smiled. Though it was acknowledged that there were bits they needed work on, their teacher was also praising them for their most noteworthy points. He looked between them admirably, returning their relieved smiles. Heh. I'm especially proud as to how you were able to handle yourselves against that other team standing in your way. Engaging two and trapping one, while also combining your abilities so as to not get caught up in one another's attacks, most ingenious, Asuma exclaimed, looking over at Naruto first. Able to divide up your efforts well. His eyes then tracked over to Hinata, and to immobilize your opponents without damaging them greatly shows really high levels of focus and physical strength. However, in terms of organizing the team and keeping them composed. The man's eyes landed on Shikamaru. Granted, all three of you have unique levels of insight, you know how to use them well to support your comrades. I guess it's these qualities I saw in you that allowed me to seal the deal before giving you this little side task. As so? Hinata spoke up, stepping forward with a much livelier smile. Why, you're really going to pass us? I did say that I accepted you guys as my team back on top of the castle, and if I didn't then I have now, Asuma exclaimed, giving them all the thumbs up. Great work, you three. Tomorrow, all four of us start our first real missions together. Their smiles transforming into grins, the newly graduated genin turned to one another and, to put into simple words, celebrated all round. While Shikamaru smiled and recognized their success silently, befitting his character, Naruto cheered and leapt through the air in full-blown cheering mode. The blonde came back down to earth quickly and braced Hinata by the shoulder, both of whom smiled happily toward one another. They then pulled back and raised their right hands. High five! Naruto shouted. The three of them then threw their hands to meet in the middle to clap. When all that sounded was a very dull, boring thud of flesh hitting flesh, all three members of Team 10 lowered their extended hands slowly. Asuma watched in a bewildered fashion as his young squad looked at each other's palms and then back up at each other's faces. The light coloring of red in their cheeks straight away exposed their embarrassment, and within seconds, they all started shuffling about on the spot awkwardly. That sounded, Naruto began. Very strange, Hinata also murmured, looking at her hand where all three of them had met and, well, attempted to high-five one another at the same time. Let's never do that again, Shikamaru proposed. Agreed. Agreed, both Naruto and Hinata said at the same time. Looking around, they all shared a chuckle and or giggle. It was this sight that had Asuma start laughing, to which he then offered up his own congratulations to the group by holding up the bags from the yakiniku queue that his team had so graciously brought up with them. The sight of their recently transported goods had all members of the squad look up with great intent. Because you were going to do so well today, which you did, I figured I would have you guys pick up your own dinners on the assignment. Call it, killing two birds with one stone, Asuma quoted, plucking the cigarette from his mouth and tossing it away. Who's up for some barbecue? Me! Me! Naruto exclaimed, waving his arms in the air in the manner of an excited child. Hinata smiled ecstatically and stepped forward along with the Jinchuriki and Shikamaru, with all three of them crowding around the grinning Jonin swaying the bag of goodies from side to side. I'll have some. Me too, Shikamaru spoke, watching the bearded man lower the goods to the floor so that they could all help themselves. For the rest of that afternoon, the team sat in a circle on top of the Hokage monument around the food that Team 10 had picked up without knowing who it was for and what it was for. Of course, now that they knew it was all for them, the four of them spent little to no effort in helping themselves to the delicious beef, rice, and assorted side dishes made for the group by the amazing cooks of Yakiniku Q. For a handful of Team 10, it was the first time they'd ever had food from that particular restaurant. There were some interesting tastes and dips, with a lot of spices they'd never experienced before, but it was very delicious. Furthermore, to be in the company of the people that they would be spending time with on missions starting from tomorrow and into the future, well, it was made that much more enjoyable to also be in the company of friends. Heck, the atmosphere wasn't changed at all when Aoba also arrived with his own team to join in with them. After all, the assessment had been a joint evaluation by the two Jonin, so what harm was there with sharing a meal with an extra band of classmates? Though Team Ami had ultimately failed in passing to qualify as an active, functioning team of Konohagakure, they spared no ill will towards the others since they would still be training under their team captain till the time was right he saw fit to see them progress on to missions. In the end, after expressing their apologies and shaking hands, Ami, Hibachi, Fuki, Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru, along with their teachers, all sat in a wide open circle and had a great dinner together as comrades from the same village. In spite of the first holding a bit of a sore spot against the latter, the second sporting a swollen cheek and a sore jaw, and the third still covered in bruises all over, it was all good. In between bites of their meals, the Jonin that had administered the test to the two squads smiled discreetly to themselves and out of sight of their students. The reality was that there had been more than one reason why Asuma had given his group the test in the end. Putting level of teamwork, skills and already formed bonds through years spent together aside, the man was simply following the advice given to him by his companions and teachers in generations past. If you wanted to find out more about your students, all you had to do was sit with them as equals and take some time to get to know them. Chapter 15. 2 weeks later. Land of Wave? Marvelous, a short man wearing glasses and a suit exclaimed as he gazed up at the steel vessel of the mighty Mikasa battleship pulling right up to the dock, with the men visible on board throwing rope down to tie up to the pier. Simply, marvelous. Outside of the main parts of the village, just a little ways down from the massive bridge being constructed from the island itself within plain sight, the dreadnought that had been transporting passengers and soldiers from the western countries to the elemental nations had parked itself at the largest dock the small island nation could provide. Though it would have made much more sense to use the bridge as the dock instead since the vessel was so massive, the captain on the pre-dreadnought thought better against it. After all, it was his ship, his rules. The tiny wharf would have to do. It was basically a small part of town sectioned off down the road with a few warehouses, closed stores, a couple of cranes, and a length of concrete and logs thrown together making up the dock itself. There were several packing crates lying around that still needed to be hauled off from previous shipments, but the stacks of boxes provided the perfect vantage points for the few employees and passers scattered around, and now gazing up at the massive boat making berth. The company owner who had actually hired out the ship and its crew was here too, overseeing the docking and offloading procedures. It was no surprise that the place had a lot of people hanging around. After all, most of them were guards and employees under the Gato Company banner. Cane in hand, the short business empire head accompanied by 2 bodyguards, a man with silver hair, a jacket and wearing a beanie and a taller man with brown hair, facial scars, an eye patch and tattoos covering parts of his upper body, approached the docking ramp being lowered down to offload passengers. Stopping just short to see a couple of soldiers coming down to ensure that the ramp was secured, the man with the glasses and thin mustache chuckled and tapped his stick to the ground with an upbeat rhythm. His bodyguards took this time to marvel at the sheer enormity of the warship, having never seen anything like it before in their lives. Stunning, Gato chuckled ecstatically, gazing from bow to stern before turning toward the village and its bridge further down the coast. Yes, this should do nicely. This battleship here and its crew are the ideal deterrents I need for my shipping lanes and businesses in this area. Let's see how the people of this town act now that I have this ironclad behemoth of a guard dog on my front porch. You are indeed a shrewd man, a deep, husky voice spoke up from behind. The shipping magnate glanced to his left toward some crates piled up on the port, where he saw sitting underneath a towering crane a really tall figure with a mask made of gauze, a lopsided headband, gray camouflage pants and a huge sword on his back standing with his arms folded and glaring in his direction. Leaning against the wooden boxes, the individual had his sights set and locked on the company boss who had hired him as an extra bodyguard. Gato also took that moment of distraction to notice that the sword wielder's partner wearing the dark-colored kimono robes and hunterine mask was standing at the very top of the stack of crates, looking up at the ship through the thin slits of his face covering. You come prepared for every possible scenario, the masked shinobi huffed with a frown. But of course, what else could be expected of a person who invests in only the finest of things? You'd better hope this recent purchase of yours pays dividends. Gato smirked. Oh, this will definitely be the best buy I will ever have to make on this venture, Zabuza Momochi. In this instance, I believe it will be most beneficial for me to spend in some other, more finely tuned hands from across the seas rather than devoting all of my time and efforts in recruiting warmongering backwash from these countries. Peachy, the warrior replied sarcastically, furrowing his brow. I'll try not to feel offended by that backhanded outlook. Oh, don't get me wrong. I recruited you specifically as my local hitman because your skills are said to be of the highest quality money could buy, and that even your most subtle of methods are both effective and fearsome, Gato smirked, turning his gaze back to the boat. The name Demon of the Mist, as you also like to refer to yourself as, had better not be some self-indulging title. If it is, odds are you will more than likely crumble under the pressures of working for me. Don't underestimate me, Zabuza scowled, trying his best not to rush forward and decapitate the man for looking down on him. I've killed more people than any of your would-be hired hands can even count. His eyes shifted between the 2 bodyguards flanking the corporate owner. The men wielding katanas glared back at the shinobi with the executioner's blade. They pushed their swords out of their scabbards with their thumbs, as if threatening the man with hostility if his words were to stray too far out of line. The masked shinobi standing above Zabuza on the crates also responded by flipping Sanban into his fingers, but his master stopped him from acting unreasonably with a simple hand gesture. You'd better have a job for me soon, Zabuza stated, faintly watching as Gato's bodyguards Zori and Waraji slid their swords back into their original places. All of this waiting around to be called up is becoming tiresome. Patience, demon of the mist, patience, Gato eased with a carefree wave, all in good time. I will definitely make sure that the money that I have put into you will not go to waste. Humph, the man grunted, sharing a bored glance with his student keeping watch on top of the crates above him. The hunter Nin retracted the sunban he was holding and turned to stare down at his master, only to have his gaze suddenly drawn upwards and away from the commotion in front of them. Immediately noticing Haku's averted stare, Zabuza also turned in the direction he was looking off in to investigate the source of his troubles. His attention was taken a little further down the dock where he saw two rather oddly dressed figures standing and staring up at the ship just like everybody else. His focus was instantly pulled to them as was his students', since the two individuals not only stood out from the rest of the beige crowd, but they also gave off this rather uneasy aura. Furthermore, not only were both of the strangers women, but they were also well-kept, fit-looking, and shady by way of their expressions. One of them was a woman obviously from the elemental nations, wearing a loose, light green, sunflower-patterned kimono that slid deliciously down her shoulders to reveal a lot of skin, had purple hair tied up into a bun with bangs framing her pretty face, and glasses with bottom rims. The woman next to her, leaning against a crate and closest in Zabuza's direction was a lady of similar height with pale skin, blonde wavy hair that covered her right eye, and a fair face underneath. She also wore a red mantilla veil with golden flowers patterned all over it, a tight blue tank top with her midriff left exposed, forest camouflage pants, and combat boots. On her left boot she had some sort of knife fastened to it, and she had a utility belt around her waist with all sorts of accessories, including ammunition and a sidearm. The most prominent item in her possession though and propped up next to her against the crate was a massive PTRD-41 anti-tank sniper rifle, a 2-meter-long super weapon capable of blasting holes in the thickest of armor and had a maximum range of 10,000 meters. However, Zabuza didn't know squat about the rifle and only considered the two females admiring the ship. "Looks like a couple of out-of-towners," the swordsman mumbled while narrowing his eyes. "How discomforting." Back at the docking ramp, Gato grinned from ear to ear when he was finally approached by the captain of the ship himself. Marquis Togo, in full uniform and color, greeted the business owner at the bottom with a smile and a tip of his hat. During the union processes the higher officers' actions were also being overseen by a couple of his ship's crew members including Colonel Corbett and Lieutenant Polly. In their exchange of pleasantries, the head of the shipping company chortled away in sheer delight, at the same time marveling the vessel the captain had sailed all the way here. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! You really outdid yourself, sir," Gato grinned, turning towards the taller man and shaking his hand. "I am so pleased to see you here, along with your beautiful battleship. I was beginning to worry that you weren't going to show up. Believe me, it was no smooth sailing getting here, Mr. Gato. The trip between the two continents is a long and arduous voyage, particularly for a vessel that uses up so much fuel and requires daily maintenance," Marquis replied, removing his hat from his head and holding it in front of him. "But she is battle-hardened and ready for your orders." "Outstanding," Gato exclaimed, patting the man on the back and beginning to lead him off. "As soon as we get all the paperwork signed, your cargo taken off, and your ship's tanks refilled, I have a lot of jobs for you to complete and I expect them to be done well." "That is precisely why we are here, sir," the captain replied, going along with the shorter individual as he was steered down the length of his vessel under the company of his guards. "Of course, the stuff that I have planned for your boys and your ship are all just routine material, so don't go thinking that I'll be putting too much unreasonable weight on your shoulders now. Think of it as running drills, blocking traffic, security, odd jobs like that." While Gato shone light over the captain, walking and talking with him like they were best friends down the waterfront accompanied by both parties' bodyguards, they pretty much left Colonel Corbett and Polly Fairclaw over by the ramp to keep watch over the offboarding procedures. After watching Gato literally skip off with the captain in tow, it left the pair with a pretty foul taste in their mouths. Shaking her head, the female lieutenant looked up at her superior standing beside her. "I can't believe we have to work for a little shrew like him." "Yeah," Corbett murmured with equal disdain. "He's a brown-noser and a vicious traitor. They're the worst kinds of clients. It makes you think how long one like him will be able to survive out in these primitive, backwater countries," Polly exclaimed with an amused smile. "What with his worldwide reputation and everything as one of the biggest shipping magnates, he must be guarded round the clock. Well, taking everything into account, base of operations, trading methods, status, and being out here, of all places. I'm surprised to see him still alive," Corbett snorted. In his mind he could clearly see their new boss as someone who would fit much better as either a farmer or someone about to be ground up into dog food. He was more partial towards the latter than the former. That man still being in a prolonged state of natural breathing and warm blood certainly says a lot about his survival skills. What? Living off the blood, sweat, and tears of others? Polly exclaimed while rolling her eyes. How cowardly. A man like that should have been chained up and carted off the moment he decided to extort the people of these lands. Corbett sighed and scratched his head, looking up towards the ramp to see the soldiers under his command bidding farewell to the passengers they had entertained and protected all the way out to this continent. The various faces from all different walks of life, and countries from here and there could be seen marveling at the new world they were about to set foot on, as each individual and group slowly made its way down the gangway. Their various reactions were almost similar to the responses both Corbett and Polly shared when they caught sight of land for the very first time after 2 weeks of being out at sea. Instead of huge cities and vast shipping lanes, the two boxers were instead greeted by the sights of a small village, a large bridge yet to be completed, and heaps of forests covering mountains. Not exactly what they had been expecting of wild and untamed lands, but close enough. Let's hope that we'll have it easy here. Though I'm excited at the prospects, I don't like seeing action all too soon, Corbett muttered and turned around, pulling out a cigarette. I'd like to have some time to rest and settle down before getting into anything too serious. I've still got fish legs for crying out loud. I need a break. Just as he was about to light the stick between his lips, the man glanced up suddenly to see the cold, hard glare of an equally tall man glaring right back at him. It came as a bit of a surprise because the stranger with gauze wrapped around his face and no eyebrows was standing just a couple of feet from him and an inch away from his face, meaning that his sudden appearance out of nowhere like he had teleported had Polly literally jump out of her skin. Standing across from one another, the officers of the Western forces Corbett and Polly found themselves locked in a silent face-off with Zabuza and his companion Haku, two of the higher-ranking guards they assumed were also employed by Gato and were also the first people from these lands they were having the pleasure of meeting. Needless to say, it was very abrupt and very uncomfortable right from the get-go. Corbett was one of the tallest men of the new arrivals, definitely bearing the genetics of a Westerner. The swordsman he was confronting was just as tall and quite intimidating. However, unlike Polly, the composed colonel simply glared back at the man silently with his cigarette still lodged between his teeth. The officer returned the stranger's scowl with one of his own. "May I help you? I couldn't help but overhear the conversation you two were just sharing. You were talking about all sorts of nonsense, travel, business, the client that we're tasked in guarding, and saying stuff like how these lands of ours are, how did you put them, primitive?" Zabuza hissed, looking down at the woman standing by the CO before leaning forward sharply. That was the word, right? Primitive? Polly reacted to this question by clenching her fist, her tightening knuckles audibly cracking. Sensing her sudden preparations, Corbett waved a hand behind him in an obscured signal, a sign that had his lieutenant back off. Continuing to calmly face the agitated shinobi without impediment, the officer lit his cigarette and, after a quick breathe-in, exhaled a ring of smoke over the masked individual. So what if I did say that? Gritting his teeth, the swordsman backed away while fanning smoke out of his face. I'll have you know that saying stuff like that around here, especially around the loyalists and clans, be advised, if you don't hold that wicked tongue of yours you might just find yourself in a whole lot of trouble, Westerner. What? It's just a simple stranger's honest-to-truth opinion of a country he's just arrived at. Corbett shrugged with a cocky smile. I've never been to this place before, so what harm can possibly come from talking about another land completely different from ours? He was about to take another drag on his cigarette, only to have the armed man in front of him smack the lit stick out of his mouth and give him an even harsher glare from before. They came so close to one another that their foreheads almost collided, with their sudden change in proximity putting both Haku and Polly on edge. For a soldier, I'd expect you to know better. Discipline that mouth of yours or I swear, if you refer to these lands as primordial or primeval again, well... The swordsman leaned in further, his breath hitting Corbett in the nose. Let's just say our next meeting won't be all smiles and sunshine. The boxer narrowed his eyes and glanced away briefly. Huffing a little in annoyance, the colonel then returned his sights with a friendly smile and raised a hand in resolute fashion. Very well then, my apologies. After seeing the swordsman step away, the colonel extended his hand to him in a sign of good faith. I look forward to working with you in the future. Glancing down at the hand held out to him, the former Kirigakure shinobi and member of the 7 ninja swordsmen grunted in some uncaring form of acknowledgement and turned heel. He quickly marched off to rejoin Gato further down the way, closely followed by his masked companion. Upon their departure, Corbett and Polly glared after them. Needless to say, that little meeting of theirs with the first inhabitants they had the wonderful pleasure of speaking with, left them with an even worse flavor in their mouths that they just couldn't get rid of. That or it was the aftertaste from the soup from last night. Who knows? It could have just been the expired carrots? Polly folded her arms and grunted heatedly, turning around to watch the passengers from their ship scattering out over the docks and quickly making way over to the ferries preparing to take them to the mainland. You really know how to make a first impression, sir, she said with a spit. Humph. I don't recall my charm ever being that bad, Corbett replied, turning around as well to see one individual after another pass them by. Either I'm starting to develop poorer social skills or the people we are working with from this continent are more aggressive than normal. In any case, the woman continued with a deep frown, glancing up at him briefly. Did you feel the killing intent radiating off of him? She shivered at the memory, especially the ease she was able to experience when the tall man with the massive blade finally stormed off. That stare had enough force behind it to freeze blood. Heh, talk about unpleasant, the taller boxer commented. Still, it only makes me wonder just how many more powerful individuals there are living on this continent. His grin grew even wider and his fists clenched tightly. Perhaps, these are the lands I have been looking forward to visiting for the longest time, where I will be able to test the absolute limits of my abilities and see just how much stronger I can get. It appeared that everybody had something to be excited about. The new arrivals from lands far, far away, were happy to set foot on land again for the first time in a while. The two head officers of the garrison were excited at the prospects of a fight with powerful warriors from this continent. Both Corbett and Polly expressed these physically with grins and clenched fists. Gatto was thrilled to have his boat, with Marquis going over all of the important details with him, including the Britannia fleet that they had had a run in earlier that month. However, not only did the business proprietor express little concern over it, he just continued on with business as usual, focusing only on the missions he wanted to have completed here. The issue with the other foreign powers present here was simply brushed aside. Zabuza and Haku shadowed their client, making double sure that no foul play was committed by the newcomers to have their contract and paycheck terminated. They listened in with open ears, while also expressing distrust to the soldiers now starting to fan out around them. The garrison on board the ship of course had their own hands full. Not only were they charged with seeing all the passengers off, but they also had to contend with the cargo they were transporting, as well as ensuring that nothing important was left behind. One by one, squads vacated the ship, and one by one the weary VIP travelers were seen off. Corbett and Polly paid particular attention to the wandering samurai that had inquired them back in their home country, and watched him with great intent when he himself finally decided to leave the ship. With his baggage on hand and his hat pulled down over his face, he descended the ramp and turned to the two officers when he arrived at the bottom. Seeing their stares, he smiled their way and bowed in a friendly manner, silently bidding them farewell. Upon receiving a dull wave from both the colonel and the lieutenant, the stranger turned heel and headed over to the two women waiting for him further towards the front end of the vessel. His staying on the ship till the area on the waterfront was packed with soldiers and passengers, and was clear of any weary eyes familiar with his face, was a strategic move in itself. There was only one person in the area that would have been able to recognize him by his attire alone, and Zabuza Momochi was currently distracted by other matters. On that note, he could make his departure with little to be concerned about. The woman in the kimono and glasses greeted the samurai with a courteous bow, whereas the female sniper merely stood off of the crates, unfolded her arms and picked up her rifle. "Master," the kunoichi exclaimed, smiling up at the dark-haired man beaming down at her. "Welcome home." The samurai grinned, his eyes remaining hidden from view by the shadow of his straw hat. "I trust that you have made all of the necessary preparations." "Indeed, sir, however. The kimono-clad woman straightened up and gave him an expression of grave apprehension. "There is but one more blade left to retrieve. Unfortunately, it is under heavy guard in a castle situated within the Land of Iron, in the possession of one General Mifune." Trembling and fearful of punishment, she bowed apologetically to the wandering samurai. Please forgive my worthlessness, master." At first it seemed like the dark traveler's reaction held a sense of negativity about it. However, his latter reply came about in the form of a mischievous smirk, to which he then added by brushing his hand through the girl's hair. Taking her by the chin, he lifted her head back up to look at him while at the same time running his thumb over her lips soothingly. There, it's quite all right," the wanderer exclaimed light-heartedly, tilting his head and flashing the kunoichi his warmest of smiles. In reality though, as charming and as handsome as his grin was, it was bitter cold. "I was planning on stopping by the old coot's home to say hello to some long-time friends and relatives anyway. After all, it's been so long. So much time has been lost, and I need to make up for that extended period of my absence with gusto." Smiling, Azumi nodded her head and blinked away her tears. With a cheerful glimmer she straightened up, allowing the samurai to take her by the shoulder and squeeze it reassuringly. It was after making sure the woman was put at ease he then turned his attention to the other standing next to them, rolling a toothpick around between her teeth and fixing them with a hard, unflinching glare. The stranger gave her a gentle smile and nodded in her direction. "Is the other asset present at base?" The soldier woman nodded in response, giving the samurai all the reassurance he needed upon his arrival. With his guards in tow, they began making their way over to the ferry, boarding the last of the passengers to take them across the channel. However, before the female with the rifle could completely vacate the premises, she turned back to glance over at the officers watching them from the boarding ramp. After plucking the toothpick from her mouth, she threw it into the water and with an attractive sway in her hips, followed after her client. Polly, finding the woman's actions somewhat odd and noticeable, looked up toward her superior for some sort of enlightenment. When she saw him staring after the sniper in the veil, she noticed that he was wearing an incredibly uneasy look and had his mouth hanging ajar. It was almost as though he was in a state of both shock and alarm. Blinking, the brown-haired lieutenant in the beret nudged him hard. This action immediately roused the officer from his dazed state and caused him to look toward his right-hand man. "Hey, what's wrong?" Polly asked. Silent at first, the colonel then looked back up. His eyes trailed after the wanderer and his crew, and after watching them step onto the ferry waiting for them at the other end of the wharf, he drew in a deep gulp. "That woman," the Corbett began, his voice shaking slightly from his reaction to seeing her face. "I know her." "What? Who is she, sir?" Her question was within reason. Who else out there could make a hardcore boxing contender and military-made man nervous enough to warrant a stammering from him? For all the time she'd known him, she had never seen her superior get shaken up from simply laying eyes on a person. Not even quiver. After all, there hasn't been a single challenger out there who has been able to beat him yet. Corbett gritted his teeth and placed his hand on his chin. He rubbed the bristles of hair uneasily as he considered the sniper woman's face, his form tense with great concern. "Forget the jerk with the big sword and our recent customer in the straw hat. I'm positive that woman in the veil was Rosa Shanina." Recognizing that name, the lieutenant backed up and gave her superior a wide-eyed stare. Wait. Rosa, isn't she? Yeah, hunter from the Kiev Mountains and the Red Army's top female marksman. She could gun down 10 men in such rapid succession you couldn't tell who she shot first and last, Corbett informed, biting his thumb. "I read about her exploits in the papers back at Regimental HQ a couple months ago. Last I heard she was on some excursion, traveling to the Far East on some wild hunting party." Then. Both the lieutenant and the colonel glared towards the ferry, where they tried to single out the woman from the crowds but were unsuccessful. "What the hell is Kiev's top sniper the White Tiger doing all the way out here?" "I don't know," Corbett muttered. It was nerve-rattling. Not only was their journey made discomfort by the presence of some strange traveler and the appearance of Britannia's naval forces, but they had also found themselves in the presence of one of the most dangerous soldiers in the world. Talk about overwhelming powers. Who knew that their most mysterious of customers was keeping such company around him? Rosa Georgievna Shanina. Apparently, people with money and the guts to spare were able to go anywhere nowadays. Famous faces and fearsome predators from all different parts of the globe were traveling this way and that. A lot of the masses to have poured off of the Mikasa in particular had little intention of sticking around this island. The moment the people stepped off of the mighty vessel, they hopped onto the nearest and most readily available of ferries, and immediately started for the mainland. Other groups, however, including military men and business partners of Gato, had little choice but to stick around. On the other hand, there were certain others. Exceptions to the above guidelines. "Hey, Isaac, I have a question," a woman with blonde hair and wearing a beautiful, flowing red dress exclaimed. Arriving at the bottom of the ramp and stepping off, she twirled on the spot and turned towards the man following her shadow. A tall man standing directly before the girl wearing a classy black suit with huge sideburns on either side of his face, looked up to face the woman with a big, wide grin in play. Obviously being the person she was addressing, the individual identified as Isaac cocked an eyebrow in her direction. "What's that, Miria?" Ceasing her epic cinematic spinning and holding her bag out in front of her, the girl stopped and gazed up at the man with a curious expression drawn across her face. "I'd like to know what it is we're doing over here." She threw her arms out in emphasis to that point. "Why did we travel all the way across the ocean to this place and on such an impressive-looking boat?" The man grinned and struck a stylish, thoughtful pose. Being the closest of companions imaginable, he was all too happy to answer her questions. "Why, the answer is quite simple, my dear. We are here on a quest to discover new lands." "New lands? Whatever do you mean?" Isaac moved toward her and held up his fist in a showy manner, his form radiating with absolute confidence and certainty. Exactly what it means, Miria. Every journey begins with a single step, and every step forward we take leads us closer and closer to something new and wonderful. He took her by the shoulder and pointed up towards the pre-dreadnought. You see that ship? Throughout all of history, men traversing the world on such magnificent vessels have made hundreds of discoveries that ordinary people such as us can only ever hope to accomplish in our wildest of dreams. Are really? Yes, my dear, Isaac exclaimed, wiping a fake tear away and wrapping his arm around his companion's back. You see, when we arrived at the port back in our homeland, we said to ourselves on that day that we would hop on the nearest ship heading out of the country to a land we have never journeyed to before. By coincidence, we happened upon the biggest and proudest looking of all the vessels in that port. Knowing that a ship like that was bound for territory seldom seen by people from the West, it hit me. The woman gasped and looked up at him. It hit you? Are you okay, Isaac? Yes. I am thrilled. Throwing his arm out, he grinned down at the girl. For you see, my dear, lands seldom seen by people from the West are bound to have some areas that have been left undiscovered by the current inhabitants, and it is up to a pair of rugged adventurous nomads from a nation far, far away like us to discover them. Don't you see? He turned to his girlfriend with his eyes glowing. Travelers on a mighty vessel, bound for strange, uncharted territory, photographing and discovering lands never before seen by people from our home. Can you see it, Miria? Can you see it? Oh, yes. Yes. I see it, Isaac, the blonde-haired girl exclaimed, also embracing the man and beaming excitedly. Their voices climbed ever higher in volume. We'll be famous. Yes. Famous. The two of us, together, in the papers. Famous, the girl laughed out. We'll go down in history. They took each other's hands and struck a pose, like a finisher at the end of the tango or waltz. Their gazes turned to the island before them, where they saw forests and a distant village beyond the treetops. Oh, the prospects called to them like the birds in the trees. It was just too good of an opportunity to pass up. Isaac and Miria, the man shouted. Miria and Isaac, the woman shouted merrily in turn. Bold. Daring. Adventurers. They struck another pose, arms stretched out and huge grins in play. As epic adventurers we laugh in the face of danger. And with that said, the two strangers took their leave, gleefully dancing and laughing away from the port, leaving behind several very disturbed and concerned-looking bystanders, including Zabuza and Haku. The man with the huge sword on his back, who had become aware of their performance, shook his head when he saw the odd pair of travelers run off. Some people. Konohagakure. A couple days later. Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru groaned, moaned and whimpered in whatever manner befitted their characters as they sat silently in a row at the serving desk of Ichiraku's ramen noodle shop. It didn't take a genius with a master's degree to tell that the three of them were miserable, since all the telltale signs were there and accounted for. The sighs, the downcast, overshadowed expressions, their poor postures, the fatigue reflected in their eyes, and most importantly, bottles of sympathy milk sitting beside the bowls of ramen that they had ordered. The only positive that they could really subtract from their entire experience for the day was that Tucci and Iam, in spite of all the hilarity of the situation explained to them, had actually given them the milk for free. Not to mention that the three milks were of three different colors based on their tastes. Shikamaru on the left got vanilla, Naruto in the middle got chocolate and Hinata on the right got strawberry. Still, even the kind offer of delicious treats didn't make up for an entire day of bullshit that they had to suffer through. Popping the caps off of their bottles, the members of Team 10 all took a swig at exactly the same time, the sounds of simultaneous gulps filling the small restaurant. They then slammed the glasses down and glowered at their steaming lunches. This bites, Shikamaru murmured. No shit, Naruto agreed. And my feet hurt, Hinata whimpered, her eyes shimmering with unease. Oh come on guys, cheer up, Tucci chuckled as he cut up the cooked beef he was tending to on the outside chopping board directly behind the counter. Stirring the broth bubbling in the pot beside him at the same time, the old shop owner smiled at the three members of the frustrated squad. It can't be all that bad. The lives of young shinobi are supposed to be fun and exciting, and a major part of your development? Why with all the tears? Obviously, you were only half listening to our stories, Shikamaru replied while glancing up at the chef with a sour expression. All that stuff you heard about the lives of young ninja being fun and a highlight of their youths, let me tell you this right now old man, it's not. In fact, it's a real drag. Tucci raised a curious eyebrow, ceasing his cooking duties momentarily to donate an ear to their problems. How so? Let's recap, Naruto began, splitting the chopsticks he was holding and pointing them up at the old guy. On the day that we completed Asuma-sensei's test, he said to us straight up that the next day we would be going on our first real mission together as a squad. When he said that, well, we were all thrilled. The blonde gestured between his friends. Not just thrilled, ecstatic, Shikamaru groaned, picking absently with his own chopsticks at the bowl of miso ramen laid out in front of him. We thought that we would be going out into the real world for the first time, outside of the walls of the village to see things and do, well, interesting stuff as a group. We were looking forward to our first assignment as a team, as something exciting. Hinata also spoke. Yeah? And? Tucci smiled, looking back over at Naruto for his answer. Did all your hard work and hours at the academy pay off in the end? What he received next was a very unpleasant glare. More like they were wasted. Naruto grumbled, dropping his chopsticks into his bowl and pushing the noodles around vigorously. When we walked into the mission room to collect our assignment scroll 2 weeks ago, my first thoughts was that we were going to go on some big trip, and maybe even have a chance at reconnaissance or investigating or some other crap like that. You know, stuff that ninja are supposed to do. How did that turn out for you? It was hilarious, Shikamaru stated dejectedly, impaling a piece of meat with one of his utensils and picking it up. He held the kebab out in front of him for illustrative purposes. We were completely shut down. Sure, it was a mission, but why they call it that I have no idea. Hokage Gigi gave us 3 options, Naruto exclaimed, holding up his hand and 3 fingers. He counted down on them. 1. Paint the fences on both sides on some rich person's property. 2. Help an old couple move to their new home on the other side of the village, furniture and all. Or 3. Babysit a kitten for the entire day. Well? Tucci smiled. Was it fun? He heard the suppressed snickers from Ayam further down the counter, who was currently making a bowl of ramen for another customer. Naturally, our teacher made us do all 3 of them, Shikamaru grumbled, rubbing his wrists in memory of those events. That was a really big fence. That grandfather clock was heavy as hell, Naruto whined, shoving noodles into his mouth to put his mind off of it. The K-kitten coughed up a fur ball on me, Hinata shivered, paling at the recollection of her poor, stained jacket now in the wash. And that wasn't even the half of it. The many jobs that they had to perform after their first day as shinobi just seemed to get worse and worse. Tucci nodded his head thoughtfully while looking at the 3 scarred children as they laboredly gobbled down their noodles and drank their milk in the brief intervals when they were not sulking or eating. From his analysis of the rookie team, he could swear that their spirits were either drained or broken. However, because they were still walking about and actually had the energy to eat, he could safely say that they were okay for now. But for how long they'd actually be able to keep this up, he wasn't entirely sure. Who knows, maybe their moods will change and they'll start enjoying their boring missions. There was no way to be sure. Still, the old man couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow playing the role of the bartender in this instance. With all their frustrations of their shitty missions falling onto his ears, he could definitely see that he was acting as a sort of conduit for their sorrows, a third medium. It was kind of sad yet funny at the same time. Naruto sighed when he sculled his milk in one go and glared ahead of him with a tired gaze. I want to go on a real mission, damn it. Or at least something that's fun. I bet the others don't have to pull through this crap. When his teammates nodded in agreement, they heard the sounds of the drapes at the entrance to the bar being ruffled behind them. Looking over their shoulders, the exhausted squad was caught a little bit by surprise when they saw the familiar faces of Team 8 staring back at them. Kiba, Choji and Ino shadowed the trio from where they had stepped in. It took a while for the displays to register, but when Naruto and his friends eventually looked up at their expressions, they knew on sight that something in the universe must have gone wrong. Kurenai's team couldn't have looked any better even if they tried. Their faces looked just as emotionally drained as their own, it was that serious. Looking between one another, Asuma's squad then glanced back at the tired newcomers with inquisitive gazes. "Wanna talk about it?" Shikamaru asked with a shrug. They got 3 silent nods in return. "Have a seat then," Naruto said while gesturing to the stools, to which Team 8 then occupied much to their sweet relief. Okay, so Ichiraku's ramen bar has officially become the place where rookie teams from Konohagakure given crappy assignments went to eat away their misery. Very dreary, but at least Tucci was happy to be getting a lot of customers. The week following. The 3rd training ground? Shinobi Battle Tactics Lesson 1, Taijutsu. Taijutsu is the strict physical aspect of ninja combat that employs both the use of the entire body and a refined set of skills in order to inflict damage upon one's target, Asuma droned on, reading out textbook instructions to his young team while completely engrossed in another activity altogether. What the Jonin was basically doing at that very moment was standing out in the middle of a clearing at one of the training grounds provided for individual squads, coaching his young squad with a hand behind his back and both his eyes studying a copy of Shinobi Battle Codes Volume 1, which he had come across at the local library. It may have been a bit dry, yes, but at least it wasn't Ika or some other such nonsense like that. To summarize the current situation, he was teaching. But this wasn't an ordinary lesson. Unlike other jonin, Asuma had his own methods of applying the hammer to the nail. Not only was he reading, but he was also providing his students with the basics of shinobi conduct from the chapters written in the book in his possession, at the same time sparring with 2 of the 3 members of his small group. Stepping back and forth, and turning every now and again to better position himself between brief intervals, Asuma jousted left and right with both Shikamaru and Hinata. The 2 fledgling ninja were going after their instructor from both sides repeatedly, using styles they had practiced earlier in their lives and mixing it in with knowledge taken in from the academy. While the Nara was attempting to execute the basic steps of the academy style with his fists and feet, the Hyuga was opening up with her own variation of the gentle fist. It was an impressive display of grace and grit for rookies, true. But in spite of it being 2-on-1, both attackers were being kicked around like they were nothing but training dummies. Offense and defense, these are important points one must remember when throwing themselves into direct combat. The attacker must pace themselves, not only to study their opponent, but to also adapt to the rhythm and speed that their target employs. Once the patterns have been memorized, the attacker may then fight as democratically as they wish, Asuma read out, stepping back and with his free hand, batting away the simultaneous punches and kicks that came flying his way, before sidestepping to avoid Shikamaru barreling at him with a haymaker. Defense is the equal to offense, and also the most important fundamental in terms of close combat. Shinobi must approach their fights with a firm understanding of defense, as it is the key to survival out on the field. When push comes to shove, one must be prepared to fight for their lives, not only to protect themselves but also the intelligence that they carry. Your skills in this respect will determine either victory or defeat. The jonin raised an eyebrow at the information, ducking when Shikamaru ran and flew at him with a kick. The Nara simply abseiled over and hit the ground, tailbone first. Geez, even textbooks are overly dramatic nowadays. When he turned, the instructor stuck his foot out. As a result, Hinata ended up tripping over it when she dashed around to confront him head-on. The girl yelped when she tumbled over and into the grass, but quickly recovered to re-engage with the taller man. By this time, Shikamaru was also back up, leaping at Asuma with a reverse spinning roundhouse from the right and Hinata jabbing at him from the left with a palm strike. The jonin expertly weaved between their attacks, before grabbing the punch the Nara threw at him in a combo with his one free hand, twisting his wrist, and tossing him to the side as if he were a sack of potatoes. Carefully trade your punches and kicks. The basic punch can be executed in many ways, but must be done correctly in order to avoid unnecessary strain on the body. The physical form must move appropriately with the attack, whether to follow through or to execute it. The same can be said for every other technique associated with basic taijutsu. Time your attacks carefully and throw them in patterns. Perfected patterns can put unexpected pressure on your opponents, and mixing up techniques can inflict even more stress. When Hinata struck at him with a side kick, shouting at the effort, Asuma slapped it away and stepped back when she followed up with a spin kick on the follow-through. He countered by pushing her in the chest and sending her tumbling to the ground. Her speed and technique was superb, and she had great aggression too, but it was quite clear where this was all going. Once again, a good offense or defense necessitates telegraphing the attacker's movements correctly. In order to avoid damage, one must place themselves in the ideal position to effectively attack, block, avoid or counter against a persistent foe. Shikamaru quickly threw himself at his opponent again, jumping at their doggedly defensive teacher with a flying hook and a yell. The jonin effortlessly stopped him in his tracks by swiftly jabbing him in the stomach lightly with an open palm, with just enough force behind it to send him flying back. When the boy landed clumsily, managing to keep his footing and skidding to a stop, the Nara yelled out again and rushed at the man for the 30th time, swinging in with a wild right. Asuma countered with a simple left uppercut, which sent him hurling back with his head snapped skywards. A second later, the normally lazy genin found himself flat out on his back once again. This was old news though. Finding a second wind, Hinata rushed at Asuma the moment Shikamaru was defeated and leapt at her teacher with a warrior's cry, setting herself up for an ideal jump kick. However, the moment her foot flew out from her left, the jonin systematically brought his free hand around and backhanded her ankle, pushing her foot in the direction the girl was kicking way too early. The result ended up with the girl spiraling uncontrollably through the air a fair few times before crashing flat on her back after 2 seconds of hang time later. Asuma sighed and shut his book, smiling down at the pair sprawled out on the ground around him. Of course, while the kunoichi had recently been put down, Shikamaru was already on his hands and knees, panting and sweating up a storm. It looked as though he was getting ready for round 2, but Asuma knew that they were done. You guys are getting better. However, I advise that you attack with more belligerence and forcefulness in your movements. Don't just dance around the entire time. Sometimes situations call for you to be as direct as possible, that way you won't end up dragging out a confrontation. Asuma grinned, tapping the cover of the book. Do you want me to keep repeating chapters 1 through to 5? He'd been doing this each and every sparring session over the entire week. There was little doubt in his mind that he had mildly brainwashed his students. Gasping for breath, Shikamaru got himself up onto one knee. If you were to look closely at both genin, the two of them were covered in bruises, scuffs, and cuts. The fact that they were out of breath too indicated that they had been at this for a lot longer than an hour. Let's make it the entire afternoon. Why the heck isn't Naruto doing this crap? The brown-haired boy panted, shaking his head to rid himself of the dizziness plaguing his sight. We could use his help, damn it. Oh? Don't worry about him, Asuma grinned with a wave. I'd rather not risk screwing around with the stuff he's already working on with his other teachers. Learning taijutsu from me would only upset his progress. Then. Hinata also spoke, sitting up with a whimper and staring at her teacher. What is Naruto-kun doing now? Oh, I got him doing something else, Asuma replied without hesitation, pulling out a cigarette and popping it in his mouth. Mixing things up a little. When Shikamaru and Hinata were both up on their knees, they glanced over their shoulders toward the 3 tree logs situated not too far behind them. Standing right in front of the middle one, the pair spotted their teammate still gritting his teeth over the same task he had been given hours before when all 3 of them started out on their trials for the day. What Asuma had recently established for his team was plain and simple. He wasn't going to trim off his responsibilities like the other instructors were planning on doing, giving his team D-rank shitty missions for an 8-hour working period and expect them to develop skills from those experiences. Hell no. He wanted to transform his little seedlings into big-ass forests, and to do that, it meant toiling away at the already existing soil to help them sprout. First up on his list, test and tend to the foundations. In order to function as an effective shinobi, one needed to have a strong body. Therefore, what the Jonin wanted to start developing from the get-go was his pupils' inner strengths, before putting them through anything too serious. Shikamaru and Hinata in particular needed to get their hands dirty in this area, since one of them lacked confidence and the other had pretty much breezed through a lot of the basics without physically working on any of the stuff given to him at the academy. Since their techniques were already in place in their heads, all Asuma needed to do was motivate them enough to bring out all of it and maybe more. Getting them to run circles, work their muscles and spar was the best way of refining these skills. This was where Naruto differed slightly from his squad members in terms of starting points. He had already surpassed that particular earthen stage. All of his taijutsu and martial arts was foundation-based, thanks to it essentially being built from the ground up by his other teachers back at his place. Because he was already training extensively in this area, Asuma decided to get him started on working in other areas in which he was lax, freely asserting his focus, control, and mentality. Right now, Naruto was relearning chakra manipulation from Chapter 1, Page 1. Don't go thinking that this was ordinary kindergarten work. Asuma had twisted the original lessons of learning hand seals so that instead of having to relearn them, the young jinchuriki was strengthening them. You could phrase it like this: the Uzumaki's hand seal techniques were simple, ordinary, and nothing special at all. He was just like every other genin in that respect: industry standard techniques, normal hand speed, textbook seals, you name it. More toward the point, Asuma was getting his student to reinforce his hand seal techniques by having him work on arm control and concentration at the same time. Standing in front of the center tree log, Naruto had assumed a one-legged horse riding stance and was switching from his left and right foot repeatedly every 3 minutes. He also had a jug of water placed carefully on top of his head astride a variety of other objects including books, planks and utensils. It was an odd collection and definitely one he struggled in maintaining structural integrity over. Furthermore, the material he was balancing was also accompanied by large stones tied around his wrists and hanging from his arms with rope. With his fingers wrapped skillfully around a small scroll to help define sign weaving around it, the jinchuriki was running through all the basic hand gestures as quickly as he could. This exercise accomplished several things at once. 1. The stack of objects on top of his cranium was being supported not just by superb balance emphasizing perfect form, but also chakra, which worked on subtle chakra control. The hand seals he was performing using the sealing scroll as a training medium and the guide lying spread out on the grass in front of him for visual instruction covered the technique basis of the activity. Holding his stance focused on endurance, and the rocks hanging from his arms held in that particular position emphasized on strength building. The end game, to perfect his hand seal movements, improve his focus, and to speed up his sign weaving. The more hand seals, the more restrictions, and the more concentration involved, the better his performance of jutsu. Sweating bullets, Naruto freaked out when the Eiffel Tower atop his head nearly collapsed to the side. He managed to hold his ground by slamming his foot into it, and then proceeded with more hand seals once equilibrium had returned to him. His performance not too strenuous to look at from their point of view, Shikamaru blinked and turned back to Asuma, while at the same time pointing toward their teammate. Could I try that? What? Stand around for hours on end doing a highly repetitive task, while not doing anything remotely interesting and just concentrating on putting your hands in the right place, the bearded man replied, before giving the boy the thumbs down. No way, Buster. For now, you're sticking with me. He then pointed at both the Nara and the Hyuga. You two spar now. Come on. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Ugh? Why yes, Asuma-sensei, Hinata squeaked obediently, rising to her feet alongside her less motivated teammate. The genin moved as quickly as they could to get into position, and as soon as they had given each other the sign of confrontation, they locked horns. The moment their fists and feet started flying at one another, their passive instructor took his time in approaching Naruto to see how he was progressing. While also keeping an eye on the advancement of his other two students, the instructor showered attention on his other incredibly quiet student attentively flipping through hand seals and holding his ground as best as he could. Asuma grinned. I bet your hands are starting to hurt. Nope. Naruto replied sharply, rotating a little to keep the plates from falling. Still good. He was being awfully brief, maybe because he was so focused on trying to keep the 1-meter-tall stack on his head from collapsing. This definitely showed he was awfully committed to whatever task he was given. Smirking, Asuma plucked his cigarette from his mouth and tapped the excess ash away on one of the plates piled up on the youngling. The sprinkle of spent tobacco tickled the blonde's nose and caused him to momentarily glance up at his instructor with an annoyed scowl. Then we'll keep on going till I have the entire team on the ropes. I want all three of you to reach your absolute limits at the exact same time. Seriously, it's no fun if you don't play along. The man grinned devilishly at the seething jinchuriki. Grinding his teeth together, Naruto glared ahead of him once again to see Hinata lashing out at her slowly retreating opponent, forcing him to back off under a flurry of palm strikes. You're evil. Asuma smirked. Of course. It's one of the many perks of the job, kid. He meant it, unsurprisingly. XXX. A few days later, Naruto panted heavily as he glared across at his teacher from a hunched-over stance, where he saw Asuma looking back at him in an almost distressed manner. The teacher's eyes looked the battered and burnt youngster from head to toe, taking in his overall condition as well as carefully considering the session that they had been going through. Though he was partly to blame for his current state, it had all been the Jinchuriki's idea. From one audience, it looked as though they were engaged in some sort of trivial fight, but since the genin wasn't dead yet, it was most likely that this was some form of sparring practice. Brushing the back of his hand over his lips, the boy grinned as he locked his teacher in another staring contest. This built up even more drama for Shikamaru and Hinata, both of whom were sitting on the sidelines directly in front of the three training logs looking as equally beaten down as their teammate. While the Nara appeared as uneasy as their team leader, the young Kunoichi beside him was worrying to no end with her hands pulled up to her chin and her eyes darting between Naruto and Asuma worryingly. Unscathed and undamaged from the battle thus far, the concerned-looking instructor lowered his head towards Naruto. Are you sure you want to continue? The man asked, sweating a little. You've been through a lot today with missions and sparring. There's a good chance you'll be sent to the hospital if you take another hit like that again. Naruto smirked. Don't worry about me. Dropping into a low horse-riding stance with his hands held out, he flexed his fingers and readied for action. I can take whatever you can throw at me, so give me your best shot. Letting out a sigh, the man rubbed the side of his head and smiled at the blonde. Man, you're tenacious. While receiving a bashful chuckle from the genin, Asuma decided at that point to fix up to improve their situation by providing further input. Forming the recognizable cross-fingered hand seal, he produced a shadow clone that popped into life to Naruto's far left. The Asuma copy's appearance and preparations for conflict caught everyone's attention, to which the Jinchuriki then gave his instructor a questionable glance. Just in case you can't do it in time, he'll step in to get you out of the way? Clear. Crystal, Naruto replied, testing the ground with his feet. Let's go. All right. Asuma widened his stance a little, bringing his hands up and flipping through a variety of hand seals. It was the sight of him beginning his attack that had the Jinchuriki tense up and his friends watching to the side lean forward in anticipation. The Jonin's hands ended on the tiger seal. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Asuma bellowed, breathing in deeply before leaning forward sharply. Blowing out the air in his lungs in one go, instead of carbon dioxide invisible to the naked eye making its appearance, a stream of fire shot out and engulfed the entire space in front of the Jonin. Twisting on its formation and ripping the ground beneath it, the attack tore across the clearing straight towards the genin at full speed. Naruto was waiting for this. Forming his trademark cross-fingered seal just as Asuma had done to create his shadow clone, Naruto quickly produced his own. The copy popped up beside him in a puff of smoke, assumed in a firm, defensive stance. Immediately upon its creation the original Naruto braced its right hand with his own and, with a mighty roar, spun around on the spot. Using the power from his rotation the original Naruto threw his clone straight at the incoming ball of fire. Shikamaru and Hinata rose to their feet in shock. As the clone flew through the air the copy formed a cross-fingered hand seal itself. Even though a fiery death was fast approaching, all it did was grin proudly and prepared its counter. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Simultaneous bursts of white smoke began exploding around the clone as more copies made their appearance, all of whom were in mid-flight. Due to the clone executing the technique being airborne, it meant that any doppelgangers it also created would also appear in mid-flight. The velocity of which the first clone was thrown at was transferred throughout all the other embodiments of chakra, which resulted in an entire wall of clones hurling towards the ball of fire. The massive ball of fire tearing across the ground collided with the mass of the clones flying towards it. They poured into each other, the flames literally stopping in their tracks due to the amount of bodies diving into it and the amounts of matter it had to burn through. Due to the sheer multitude of clones bombarding it, the amount of chakra it had behind it wasn't enough to burn through the infinite stream of copies, nor was it enough to maintain its form. Within seconds the ball of flames dissipated in an epic explosion, smoke blasting outwards and clouding over the entire area where the two opposing forces had made contact. However, while the grand fireball technique was vanquished, the clones being produced by Naruto kept pouring right past its point of destruction towards Asuma. The Jonin smirked when he saw the clones heading his way and straightened himself up. When it looked as though he was about to reach for a weapon, he instead turned side on and held up his right hand. The first clone that reached him slammed into his extended palm with a punch, while all the others following it either stopped themselves on the ground and dispelled, or simply dispelled in the air all at once, sending a huge white cloud over the grassland. Watching the smirking clone that punched his open palm leap away and land at an ideal close combat distance, Asuma lowered his arm with a grin. Good work. With a quick hand gesture he released his shadow clone and began walking towards the real Naruto. Patting the little doppelganger on the head on the way past, which grinned happily before dispelling in kind, the Jonin stopped in front of his student still lowered in that executed throw. He folded his arms and gave the youngster a proud smile. Guess all that training worked out for ya. You're gotten better. Naruto grinned and stood straight up, oh yeah. While receiving a pat on the shoulder from Asuma, the pair heard the sound of clapping coming off from the side. They both turned to see Hinata and Shikamaru, both of them on their feet and applauding the sight. Seeing a counter executed so superbly against such an extremely dangerous, medium-range technique really struck a chord with the audience. It was worth the praise. The smiles coming from his teammates put the jinchuriki into a small world of bewilderment, before he eventually responded with a nervous smile of his own, a blush and a thumbs up towards his companions. Thanks guys. That was amazing, and Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, cupping her hands together and beaming at the jinchuriki. Brilliant, Shikamaru also commented. He breathed out a sigh of relief, realizing that he had risen to his feet from the intensity of the moment. It never occurred to him that he could get fired up like that. Man. Though it could use a little more work, perhaps over time you will be able to come up with several other formations for that shadow clone technique. Those copies can be a real buffer for you if you ever find yourself in a tight spot like that again. Yeah. I guess, the blonde chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. It's true, kid, Asuma spoke up, drawing the brat's attention back up to him. Arms still folded, the team leader continued grinning at him. These clone techniques of yours can be a real lifesaver. Don't let those skills go to waste, work on them and come up with some more elaborate combinations. The more strategies you can cook up now, the better chances you have of winning against a powerful opponent. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, he then gave the blonde an inquisitive look. Speaking of which, have you thought up a name for that particular clone-throwing technique? Blinking, Naruto took up a contemplative stance and began tapping his foot to go with the motions. His team waited patiently for him to answer, listening to the blonde murmur as he considered a list of names they assumed were going through his head. Eventually, the jinchuriki reached behind him for his pouch and pulled out a notebook, the same one he had taken to his final graduation exam when Irika and Mizuki inquired about his range of clone techniques. He opened it up and pulled out the pen he had slipped into the ringback. "Any suggestions?" he asked the group. Everyone in the vicinity with the exception of the blonde fell over in perfect unison. XXX. 2 days later. There were limits to his abilities, Shikamaru could admit this without a doubt. What he didn't know, however, and was learning at this moment, was that these limitations in his capabilities were a real dampener for him if he was to suddenly find himself thrown into a serious, life-threatening situation. His average combat strength and low physical fitness aside, there were other more glaring issues about his combat prowess he had to contend with immediately. For example, not only could he only produce a single length of shadow with his shadow possession jutsu, but in order to re-engage with a doggedly retreating target or switch to a different target altogether, he had to withdraw the entire shadow before firing it out again, which wasted a lot of chakra. That happened to be his second problem. His low stamina and the amount of chakra it actually took to produce his shadow shouted, "Need for improvement," in his ear, even though he had ignored this voice many times in the past. So, in summary, a single shadow, the shadow's lack of speed, the time it took to retract in order to reset, his low stamina, and the fact that he had to be still in order to execute the technique, these were the main points that he came to the realization of and during the beating he was currently getting from Naruto in their sparring session. The aim of the game for this particular match was that Shikamaru was exercising in his clan's signature move, the Shadow Possession Jutsu. He had asked his teammate for his support in this area, and though the Jinchuriki willingly agreed and things started off well for the Nara, things suddenly started going downhill for him when the blonde began using those bothersome clones to up the stakes a little. They would have been tricky to avoid if Shikamaru had the intention of using other combat tactics mixed in with his clan's signature jutsu. He had hundreds of ideas for sure. But his main goal for the time being was to practice using his shadow catching technique in any way that he could, and as it was now apparent, was turning out to be a real pain. "Kageme no jutsu," Shikamaru shouted, his shadow acting as a lance and shooting out to catch his target. The Naruto copy he was aiming for lured it and leapt away. He got to a distance where it couldn't stretch any further and was hyperextended to the point of stopping, watching the shadow spear jitter to a halt before sprinting around it and dashing at the user. The Nara, still holding on to the technique, released it, and watched his shadow slide back towards him at the same rate his opponent was charging. In almost perfect sync, Shikamaru threw his guard up at the same time Naruto executed an arcing, right cross. The attack clashed with the defense with explosive results, the force of the former sending the Nara flying from his crouched state. He yelled out in shock, tumbling across the ground before landing himself in a kneeling position. He looked up again with a huff, seeing the Naruto that had attacked him swing around on the outside, keeping his distance. Other Narutos scattered throughout the area also fell into orbit, running circles around the brown-haired boy to find an appropriate opening. This put the Nara on the defensive as his eyes darted from one clone to the next. He formed the trademark hand seal for his technique, readying himself for another charge. "My shadow needs to go further and faster. Come on," the boy shouted in his head, his eyes darting right when he noticed a change in the formation. "You can do it, body. Keep going." A Naruto clone came dashing at him at full speed. The teen responded to its attack by shooting his shadow straight out to the side without even having to turn to face his target, gritting his teeth to arc the point in a different direction and forcing the copy of the blonde to back off. While this confrontation was going on in the middle of the clearing, closer to the forest line away from the conflict, another session was also in full swing. A copy of Naruto, or most likely the original one, was sparring with Hinata beside the training logs. With their most used fighting styles, the two of them lashed out at one another in an awesome display of speed, technique and skill, the young Hyuga's form of the gentle fist taijutsu versus the Jinchuriki's Wing Chun Kung Fu. They seemed to go hand in hand in a confrontation, showing that at a certain level, both of them were equal. Naruto backed away slowly, parrying a series of elaborate palm and finger strikes, all jabbing for crucial points on his person. He redirected several aimed for his body and his arms especially, locking up the Hyuga's left arm when she came in swinging and shoved his elbow into the base of her neck. He put pressure on the kunoichi, ceasing her movements altogether when he locked her up with her left arm extended. The blue-haired girl gritted her teeth through a red face, not just from being put under serious strain from the lock but also due to the proximity Naruto was with her. Byakugan activated, the girl shouted and unleashed a blast of chakra from specific chakra points along her trapped limb. This sudden expulsion of force had the Jinchuriki release her and back off, while the girl leapt away and reassumed an offensive stance. Switching from right hand extended to left fist extended, the Jinchuriki whistled in surprise and walked around some, keeping his eyes locked on his opponent. Needless to say, he was greatly impressed with his teammates' progress thus far. Asuma had really been giving Hinata and Shikamaru a thorough work-over like a good teacher should. Wow! You're a lot stronger than you made yourself out to be, Hinata-chan, the Jinchuriki grinned. I'd say, taijutsu alone, you're stronger than Kiba, a lot stronger. You're awesome. Praised for her abilities, the girl felt her face begin to heat up. Her cheek swelling red from his words of kindness, Hinata nearly lost it altogether but managed to shake herself out of it to keep a clear head. She smiled at the boy and acknowledged his compliments. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Heh. The blonde grinned, extending his right and relaxing his hands into open palms. Let's continue. We've got more work to do. Right, the girl nodded affirmatively, leaping at him with great speed. Surprised, Naruto backed away some more, parrying her straights and catching a strike aimed for his chest. He grinned and struck out with his right in an instant counter, only to have it parried upwards so that its power was nullified. His own response blocked, the Hyuga followed through by rotating into him with a hooking strike aimed for his midsection, close to where the spleen was. Catching the attack hooking downwards, the blonde smirked and stopped it at the forearm with a right, locking her arm in place with his left palm at the joint before sending across for her cheek. Hinata spotted the sharp swing on the exchange and leaned back, spinning on the spot to relinquish her arm from his grip and following through with another spinning palm strike from the left. Naruto stepped in and blocked her arm, putting his shoulder at her chest. When Hinata attempted to throw him off with a left jab due to her right arm still being extended, the Jinchuriki thrust both arms out and parried her strike while preventing her other hand from following up. He then swiftly brought his left hand forward in a feint, stopping it just in front of the girl's face. The Hyuga leaned back swiftly and struck with a right flick kick. However, before her foot even managed to lift off the ground, Naruto stepped forward and snapped his left leg out, knocking her foot back to the grass. The blonde traded blows with the Hyuga, throwing straights at the same time as his blocks while she parried and lashed out with palm strikes for his chest. Naruto redirected her strikes, snapping his right hand out to her midsection and grabbing her left wrist as it was being brought around for another hook, at the same time keeping her right fist extended. With her hands occupied and locked, Naruto struck out with a right sweeping kick to her forward leg to knock her off balance. The kunoichi sensed the threat and stepped back in an instant, twisting her right arm out of his grip and throwing another finger strike to his chest in a downward angle. Naruto parried the attack and her return kick after she slid back, sparks flying from the chakra bursting out of her fingertips. He then followed up with a front kick, but the moment his leg snapped out, Hinata leapt away, not allowing herself to fall prey to his sharp movements. Hopping to a stop, she took a firm defensive stance with her left palm held forward and the right back at her waist. Gritting her teeth, Hinata stared hard at her opponent as he too reassumed his fighting stance, closing their second engagement with a staring contest. I read that users of the gentle fist style attack using an internal method. I'm guessed that the areas that they would most likely target include the muscles, organs, and the chakra network, Naruto thought to himself. He grinned when he switched the positions of his hands, taking into account everything he had experienced from his spar with his teammate and comparing it to the information he had read from his books. Being a part of a genius bloodline, it's no surprise that Hinata is this strong. The Hyuga clan's fighting style is said to be the most formidable in the village after all. He was lucky he was just facing off against a teammate and a learner. If he was to actually do battle with a true master of the gentle fist style like his teachers, he knew without a shadow of a doubt that he would be killed. Both he and Hinata had been exchanging hits equally to this point, yet neither one of them had actually suffered any serious damage, save for a couple of scathes and bruises. There was still more to come though. No one had conceded defeat nor fallen to the other's punches yet. Besides, this spar of theirs was becoming quite fun. You're really, really strong, Hinata, Naruto acknowledged again with a nod, grinning from ear to ear. He could say this without fear or uncertainty, as he too had noted his own shortcomings in his summary of his comrade's abilities. She was a damn good fighter. Hearing his praise fall upon her without restraint for a second time this session, the girl blushed brightly where she stood and fidgeted uneasily. However, in spite of being a little flustered from his words and physically showcasing this, she managed to keep the right state of mind to retake her position and ready for another clash. Thank you, Naruto. After that exchange of pleasantries, the pair went at each other for a third time, with Naruto employing the Iron Cat fist style he had started learning from Miao to engage. He opted to take the fight to an outfighting distance, since the Hyuga's gentle fist was a style with excellent form and grace, capable of handling close-range taijutsu users with ease. Keep your distance and you were more than likely to get hit by their palm strikes, and if you tried to grapple or grab them, you would get blown off by their expulsion of chakra from their body if they're conscious of your efforts. With that doujutsu of theirs, Naruto was counting on Hinata to notice his movements quite clearly, which was why he needed more practice to overcome that particular barrier of insight. Asuma, sitting high up in a nearby tree, noticed the seriousness being expressed by all three of his students as they worked their butts off in improving their specialties and techniques. He smiled to himself, seeing that the experiences they were having now were definitely affecting their skills for the better. Not only were they learning new material, but they were also learning more about each other. These were indeed ideal stepping stones to tread upon when creating a team. Become familiar with one another's weaknesses and strengths, and work on them. Naruto was seeking improvements in his martial arts skills and coordination with his clones, as nearly all of his ninjutsu required him to engage in taijutsu in some way, shape, or form. Shikamaru wanted to push the limits of his shadow techniques and create new methods of employing them, as well as fixing his stamina problems. And Hinata was improving her taijutsu's techniques and developing her confidence in the presence of the one affecting her the most. The Jonin could clearly see that their efforts were gradually paying off, even if they were in bite-sized pieces. Breathing on his cigarette, the instructor chuckled. Good work, guys. Keep it up. XXX. Over the next few days? The training continued, following the incredibly booked schedule Asuma had purposefully lined up for his three little genin. To clarify, it was an incredibly repetitive routine of push-ups, sit-ups, sparring sessions, weight training, cardio, chakra exercises, and a wider variety of interesting lessons. The entire context of the plan was built along the notion of effectively helping the young rookies in developing their skills further, and was made much more convenient in between the missions the members of Team 10 undertook day in and day out. Although, could you really call the most monotonous, mind-numbing tasks they helped the good people of Konohagakure complete, missions? As mentioned before, these jobs, as they like to be called, turned out to be the most annoying chores one could possibly imagine right off from day one, household activities that nobody else wanted to do and was pretty much dumped on them for a good duration of their working days. Naruto, Hinata and Shikamaru were certain that they were doing the most pathetic, painstaking stuff that the other people of the village didn't want or couldn't find the time to do themselves. If endless marches didn't get armies back into shape, then D-rank missions did just fine. The first official mission that they undertook was Team 10's baptism into the world of the shinobi, but that was only the start of things to come. The other odd jobs the squad was subjected to in the days to follow involved a wide range of activities including babysitting, walking dogs, finding cats, one of which turned out to be a huge pain in the ass named Tora, tending to gardens, and running errands for local businesses. See, there was nothing overly dramatic or exciting about these missions whatsoever, it was just Asuma making a lot of noise over the walkie-talkies. It was exactly as Shikamaru had predicted earlier too, that the team would be completing jobs that required no strenuous efforts with absolutely zero consequences. The only exception that could be made was that rascal Tora. That cat had some really sharp claws. Still, it was only to be expected of the most organized village in the shinobi nations. They really knew how to take advantage of their staff. Today, all of Team 10 was assigned to chopping firewood and carting coal to be fed around Konohagakure to local homes and businesses. Firewood was normally used by residential areas to warm houses and whatnot, whereas coal, being more of an industrial resource, was used by blacksmiths, restaurants, and etc. for energy. You couldn't run a business without power, and on this huge continent dominated by the shinobi nations, any and all amounts of resources were needed to fuel the fires and turn the gears of the great communities. Asuma used this particular mission to kill two birds with one stone by having his team divide up their efforts and work out, so to speak. Pushing around tons of material was good exercise, so what harm was there from getting them to sweat a little more? While Naruto, leading up from his lessons with Ran and Yim, was chopping wood with a heavy axe to work on toning his back, Shikamaru was getting his butt into shape by dragging the heavy coal from the piles over to the wagons. While these two were assigned to their tasks specifically, Hinata was instructed by her teacher to move between her two teammates as support, from helping to pick up the pieces of wood the jinchuriki was cutting up to pushing barrows alongside Shikamaru. There was a lot of movement involved for her, which was good. At least they all had something to do as a squad. Rolling out his 50th load for that day, the Nara suddenly stopped short of the wagon and collapsed on the handles of his wheelbarrow, breathing heavily. Standing over by the shack at the gates where all the horse-drawn carts were parked, Asuma looked up from the mission log to see his student keeled over and exhausted. "What's up? How?" Gulping in air, the brown-haired boy ran a tired backhand over his forehead. By ways of that action, he ended up smearing coal dust across his face, while at the same time looking up at their teacher supervising from afar. "How much longer do we have to go?" Asuma pulled back his sleeve and glanced down at his watch. "I'd say about 2 more hours. Damn it, Shikamaru groaned and draped himself over the handles. I never thought that hauling stuff around like a machine for a day was such hard work. The bearded jonin grinned in amusement. Oh? Broken already? I've gone way beyond that point, Shikamaru murmured spitefully while looking up at the steaming mound of coal sitting in the carriage he was leaning against. This is by far the hardest D-rank assignment we've had this month. Why didn't I see this one coming? It's just your basic manual labor assignment, Asuma replied while pointing towards his payload. Dragging this stuff around for you guys should be a piece of cake. Guess your current state of fatigue says a lot about your physical fitness at this point. Keep at it if you want to get stronger. Shikamaru moaned. It was supposed to be a whine of some sorts and not really a moan, but he couldn't be bothered putting any effort into his own exclamations of disappointment. He was tired enough as he was. Do I have to? The man gave him a deadpan look. Do you want to go back to sparring with me for a whole afternoon? Like it matters? You're just going to wind up kicking us around some more at the end of the week, Shikamaru replied, wiping his dirty hands against his vest. My fate remains the same no matter which path I choose. Well, you can look at it this way, Asuma stated with a shrug. At least you're getting paid to sweat bullets and get blisters this time. Well, he couldn't argue with that. In any case though, it was in a Nara's nature to view manual labor as a drag. Shikamaru believed this so adamantly that even when accepting one positive he would immediately trade it in for a negative. This was made absolutely clear by when he picked at his ear and then glanced lazily back up at his teacher with yet another query. So, did you book this D-rank mission for an entire week specifically to train us or are you just being mean? The lazy boy inquired, straightening up his posture and using the handles on the wheelabout for support. He saw his instructor wave him a SOSO hand gesture. A little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. Right, the boy nodded, turning back to glare at the wagon he still had yet to completely fill. The site they were working at was pretty much like a mining site, which had cranes and other steam-powered machinery to help with heavy lifting and digging. Outsourcing shinobi labor, however, seemed to be a whole lot cheaper than running the various pieces of equipment every working day. This must be the reason why the office in the administrative department got so many calls from places like this, not to mention it gave Konohagakure a reason to continue existing as a shinobi village. Almost every occupation across the entire country had shinobi involved in its inner workings in some way, more particularly around the hidden villages. Looking around the place, and judging from the number of employees and the fact that Team 10 was one of the only working groups in this particular area, said that a lot of people were expecting their team to do a good job here today. Shikamaru kicked himself a little for coming to this conclusion. He pretty much assumed from that point that D-rank missions did at least count for something other than to torment rookie genin as well as to provide entertainment for their strangely sadistic teachers. Maybe it was a circle of life kind of thing? The jonin of the present were getting their turn of tormenting the youngsters after years of being picked on by their own instructors? Breathing out, Shikamaru grabbed the handles of his cart and prepared to move out to toss it into the wagon. No wonder ordinary workers are so cut. They haul this stuff in and out every damn day. Looks like I've still got some big shoes to fill. Asuma chuckled, that's the spirit, kid. Look on the brighter side of life. He flexed his bicep as a demonstration, since he knew Shikamaru was listening in as he dragged the wheelbarrow up the ramp to dump into the carrier. If you want to attract the ladies from all angles, you gotta beef yourself up a little more. So to lose that skin and bones look, some occasional weightlifting will definitely get you there faster. The Nara scowled. Reaching the top of the platform, he elevated the handles of the wheelbarrow and dumped the stuff into the trailer. This can't continue forever. We need to get some kind of leverage on this guy so he stops mocking us so freely. This thought dawned on him during his completing of his task as he began making his way back down to the stockpiles. Is he seeing anyone at the moment? Maybe we can get some dirt on him that way? Damn, hanging out with that troublesome blonde must be giving him a bit of a nasty streak. Naruto's pleasantries and mischief did have a lot of impact at close proximity, so chances are he was getting some of the splash back. At least show a bit more enthusiasm, Asuma exclaimed, gesturing Shikamaru over to where Naruto and Hinata were still working. Like your teammates. Can't you see how vibrant and easygoing they are right now? By easygoing, what he really meant was overly excessive and taking this work thing way too much in stride. Yeah. Naruto roared excitedly, spinning the axe around, grabbing it in a single-handed grip and bringing it down upon the lowly piece of timber standing before him. In one clean swoop, he split the piece of wood and watched the perfectly cut half spin away and hit the ground in perfect sync of one another. Boy, he was totally into it now. His actions spoke loud and clear to all those watching, his swinging of the axe translating to, finally, a D-rank mission that was fun. Lining 3 blocks in a row and sitting them up like their predecessors, Naruto brought his weapon back around and sliced down the lengths of all 3 of them, one after the other without fault. The energy he was exerting was extraordinary, which probably meant he wanted to get this thing over and done with as quickly as possible. Or he could either just be making their situation appear more fun than it actually was or turn it into something he could work with. Propping the massive swinger over his shoulder, the jinchuriki grinned and watched Hinata pick up the scattered halves to clear the way for more. This is awesome. I can work my back muscles this way and get ahead of my hammer training. In order to strengthen his body, he had to make each slice precise and piercing. Any dull blows would mean he would either get the blade stuck or would have to start over, a probability he was trying his best to avoid. Lining up 4 more in an arcing row, he aimed the sharp end of his chopper and attacked them with vigor. When the chunks of wood went flying off for the 100th time, he picked up another armful and reset his position. 5 more, Databeo. Sweat flying and axe slashing through the air, the boy was really making the most out of a backbreaking assignment. Shikamaru gawked from where he stood with his wheelbarrow still in hand. He's lost it? Perhaps, or maybe it's just the adrenaline rush. Either way, at least he's getting the work done, Asuma grinned, clapping his hands loudly and getting the Nara to snap out of it. Hop to it, kiddo. You've got 2 hours left, and once you're all done for the day I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Though it wasn't much of a prize, at least there was something to look forward to. The shadow user resigned himself to his fate and kept on rolling, hauling us back to the huge mountains of coal waiting to be carried off. While en route, he spared one last glance over at Naruto and shared a small smile at his inspiring level of high spirits in regards to his chore. Where does he get all his energy from? The boy shook his head, beckoning his feet to move faster. I bet he's got special mitochondrion packed into his cells. It would help me heaps if I knew what his secret was. Energized by God knows what, Naruto continued swinging his axe around like a man on fire, cutting through swaths of logs with no signs of stopping. He kept up the pattern of cutting through 5 pieces, one group after the other in rapid succession. Granted he screwed up a few times, which threw him off his beat only temporarily, he managed to get himself back into the game each and every time. He was in full party mode for some reason, the others just couldn't fathom why. When Hinata ran back to pick up the pieces he had again dispersed around him, the girl paused momentarily when he set the axe down and wiped his brow. Looking up at the blonde, she saw him tugging on the collar of his orange jumpsuit to aerate himself, obviously overheated from his expense of energy. Hey, are you okay, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, standing up with a new stack of cut-up wood in her arms. You're not overdoing it, are you? Oh, this, the jinchuriki grinned while pointing out the sweat on his face. Nah. This is normal. I'm giving myself the best workout I can before my sessions later this afternoon with Ranchon, so I'm all good. I'm just a little bit hot, that's all. With that thought in mind, Naruto then proceeded to cool himself off. Unzipping his jacket, he wrapped it around his waist and secured it tightly before then removing his blue shirt, all in order to capture whatever airflow there was to be felt. The action of removing his jumpsuit top alone had Hinata blink in surprise, which then proceeded on to the next stage of an abnormal coloration of hot red, which literally rose up her face in perfect level of his shirt's hem being slipped up and over his head. Now, normally girls would fan endlessly at the sight of their favorite eye candy going bare-chested to shake off the strain of a good workout, but not in Hinata's case. The moment Naruto shook his head and shrouded himself in that sparkly sensation of perspiration being thrown off of his person like you would normally see in Hollywood films. You know, those slow-motion sequences where the hot guy/girl rises out of the ocean and flings their hair around, that thing, well, the Hyuga just lost it. The moment the red reached the top of her head there was a light pop, followed by the appearance of a small mushroom cloud bursting from the very apex of her hair, seconds before she simply keeled over. Naruto didn't even realize something had gone wrong with his friend until he heard the sound of a light thud followed by the clatter of wood, causing him to look down at his fallen comrade. Hinata. Freaking out like he normally would, the jinchuriki quickly swooped down and, taking her by the shoulders, attempted to rouse her back into consciousness. Hinata, hey, come on, wake up. What's wrong with you? What happened? Did you get hit? Talk to me. With a cute smile on her face, the blue-haired girl unconsciously rolled her head over to the side. Oh. Naruto-kun. Shikamaru and Asuma, who had witnessed the whole thing from their sides of the yard, responded to the sight in whatever manner of urgency they saw was necessary for that moment. While the Nara shrugged his shoulders, shook his head and carried on with his job, Asuma did his best to hold in his laughter. Composing himself by extinguishing his cigarette and lighting another one, the Jonin grinned back over at the jinchuriki. Seeing him still fussing over his fainted companion, Asuma scratched his head and straightened up, giving his unique team further thought. Though they still need a little more work, they're definitely growing. Rubbing his chin, he pocketed his hands and looked towards the sky with a smile. I've got a lot more stuff lined up for them, hopefully they'll be able to handle it. Things were looking promising? XXX. A couple days later. Naruto's backyard. Midday. The jinchuriki yelled out in agony after receiving yet another jab to the face, followed by a heavy right which sent him barreling over backwards with the two statues he was carrying on his back in hand. Seconds after his painful-looking roll, he eventually skidded to a stop with his legs swung over him and the statues under his arms. The one responsible for his current condition as well as the blinding pain racking his now swollen cheeks was Miao, standing in a very relaxed fighting stance with her right fist extended and her shadow cast across him. Grinning widely, the pink-wearing girl was graced with the ever-rare sight of Naruto's steam engine of a body finally chugging to a stop. Acknowledging this with a stretch, she slid out of her combat form, dusted her hands down and propped her hands on her waist. She gave the barely conscious boy a proud grin, despite his crumpled body and the groans escaping his lips, and turned heel. Well done! Miao exclaimed, seeing her prey wither around on the ground uselessly. You lasted longer today. Perhaps tomorrow you'll make it more interesting for me. She waved over her shoulder as she walked back over to the porch where Yim and the others were sitting. Looking forward to it, Naya. Naruto, only just registering to anything, raised a weak hand and waved back, despite his awkward position. And me too, Flattening his form, the jinchuriki thought about chucking in the towel and calling it a day. However, before he could voice this decision or act upon it in any way, he felt a wet rag land across his eyes, which sort of jump-started him out of the muck. Allowing the damp cloth to cool him off a little, the top bear boy sat up and removed the covering from his face. When he did, he found himself staring at the ankle level of a samurai's robe. Following it up, his eyes then landed on Ran smiling down at him with one hand placed on the bakken at her side and the other holding a second one up. The kind warrior smiled and offered the wooden training stick out to him. Feel up for a couple of shadow rounds with me? Blinking through puffed-up eyes, the jinchuriki sprouted a grin and nodded enthusiastically, his energy returning. Sure. Grinning as well, the samurai dropped the sword in his waiting hands before stepping back, allowing him to rise to his feet. After dragging the statues over to the side of the lawn so that they wouldn't get in the way, the pair eventually stood apart, bowed to one another, and then drew their bakken. Within moments, they began mimicking each other's actions, practicing single-handed kenjutsu that Ran was best known for. While they danced across the lawn in sync with one another and fully in tune with their environment, Miao sat herself beside Yim mediating on the porch. The two women smiled pleasantly towards each other, before locking their gazes back onto their student. Do you ever wonder what this place would be like without him around? Miao asked curiously, tilting her head as she watched the blonde swing out and waltz through the techniques. It's kind of hard to see. It would be hard to see in both senses if Naruto were to suddenly be spirited away from this world, Yim exclaimed, closing her eyes. He's like a guiding light, one of the brightest stars in the sky providing comfort for those others shining around him. Though he may be different from them in many ways, he's still human and an exceptional one. Miao blinked at her when she finished, staring at the woman blankly. Noticing her companion's confusion, Yim giggled and gazed ahead of her again. I'm saying that things would be very different if he wasn't around. But in what ways I cannot say, there's just too much to think about. Oh. Smiling brightly, the boisterous martial artist turned back to the spar with warm eyes. Well, when you put it that way. Naruto glows, so if he were to disappear, I guess the world would get a little bit darker. Yim nodded in agreement when Miao finally hit the mark of what she was saying before. You listen to my words well. Ascertain that her friend was on the same page as her, the raven-haired master continued on with her meditation with closed eyes. She kept a particular sense glued onto the training session, ensuring that Naruto was progressing comfortably. We all share the same sky, so many of us can appreciate the ones we share this space with, even though others find it difficult to cope. What? You mean people like me and you can get along with others well, but a lot of other people can't? Miao inquired, raising an eyebrow and looking upwards. That's pretty dumb. Some people are afraid of differences. Even though we're all born from the same soil, we still treat others from across the lands and seas as if they mean to do us harm. However, in this life, the reality is that we all walk along the same path, one that's interconnected with many and branches out in infinite directions, Yim exclaimed. Yeah, there are a lot of roads, Miao grinned, making some silly hand gestures and crosses with her arms. I meet heaps of interesting people and get into epic battles with those who wish to do the world injustice. Of course. Giggling to herself, she ran her hand through her hair and waved it on the wind in a theatrical way. Lady Miao and her big sis are always there to stop them. Yim chuckled, finding delight in her exclamations. Not exactly what I was saying, but still, very true. A question mark popped up in the air above Meow's head. However, she chose not to dwell on the raven-haired woman's response and instead went back to watching Ran and Naruto go through their drills. It was while they continued swinging their swords around in a decisive performance that Yim had a sudden, rather discomforting thought that she immediately began dwelling over. A small frown appeared on her face as she looked up at Naruto with full intensity reflected in her eyes, all the while her mind proceeded to summarize his past sessions and development, from the day he started training under her wing to the present. Her finger began to tap uneasily while she allowed her thoughts to roam free. Naruto is indeed strong and is continuing to grow stronger with each passing session, however. The martial arts master furrowed her brow. With all his cumulated skills and abilities. I'm just wondering, if he was to go on his first mission outside of this village, what if he was to face off against a foe much stronger than himself? There was good reason for her to be concerned. He believes in the skills he was taught by us and the strength he has worked on, but, what if someone came around, and managed to tear those powerful beliefs apart? Meow noted her fellow teacher's change of expressions, but quickly dismissed her concerns when she saw a smile re-emerge on the woman's face. Yim chuckled to herself, realizing that maybe she shouldn't be stressing too much over her student's strengths. After all, she had just as much confidence in Naruto as Naruto had in himself and his friends. He was a strong boy after all, she'd seen it herself. He had the capacity to do the impossible. Look at me, worrying like I'm his big sister or something. Though it was hard to ignore, she couldn't help herself. They've been together for quite some time now that it was almost like they were becoming an actual family. It was only natural that people in that situation cared and worried about their loved ones so dearly. Sitting next to the two older women, Kin was currently engaged in her own intense battle outside of Naruto's struggles. This was by no means a physical confrontation, but a battle of wits and strategy, in which she had challenged the residents of Mr. Wu to a shogi match. The black-haired former Sound Nin sat cross-legged and cross-armed with a deep scowl on her face as she glared impatiently down at the board. She watched as her pigeon opponent fluttered above it, picked up a piece, and moved it a few squares over, before landing back on its side of the battlefield. Kin tapped her chin thoughtfully after its move, holding her hand out and picking a piece, before sliding it over to try and take the king, only to hesitate. She decided to take its rook instead, only to blindly fall into the bird's trap. Crossing her arms again, she glared heatedly at the expressionless pigeon. So move. He responded instantly. The girl observed with an impatient glare as the dove carefully waltzed onto the board, picked up its bishop piece, knocked away the silver general blocking her king, and sat it down right in front of it. Kin's annoyed expression transformed into one of shock when she got another good look at the playing field and Mr. Wu eventually stepped off. The kunoichi analyzed at every angle of the board possible, moving her hand out to pick a piece but hesitating and pulling it back just as quickly. Making uncomfortable whining sounds, she reached out for her rook. What if I? The girl yelped when Mr. Wu leapt up and pecked her finger, making her pull back sharply and rub the sore spot. All right, good move. Daring not to cheat against the bird, she took her king and pushed him out of check, watching a moment later as Mr. Wu moved his pawn over to block the king's path. It was quite clear to Kin that the bird was going to corner her, and judging from the number of her pieces left on her side in comparison to the dove's remaining army, it had the girl start sweating up a storm. She tugged on her jersey and grabbed her hair in an extremely frustrated manner, bawling out her dissatisfaction. Damn it! I can't believe I'm losing to a pigeon.